Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 151, Chapter 111, Immortality. Orochimaru allowed Kagetsu to use his reputation and authority in the technology development department to conduct various experiments. He even supported and endorsed him, just to see how far Kagetsu could go down the path he had chosen. Even though Orochimaru understood that Kagetsu's research did not align with his own pursuit of eternal life. Orochimaru sought eternal life as his ultimate goal. Kagetsu, however, viewed eternal life only as a side product of his greater research. Immortality of the soul. This was what shocked Orochimaru after he studied Kagetsu's research and uncovered its hidden secrets. To Orochimaru, physical death was equivalent to complete death. And the soul. Although there were legends of the Pure Land and the Shinigami, and even the second Hokage developed the forbidden technique Edo Tensei to summon the souls of the dead back to the living world, indirectly proving the existence of souls and the Pure Land. The Pure Land was not a place Orochimaru desired to go. Before Kagetsu, he had never considered immortality through the soul as a viable path. But after Kagetsu exposed him to this concept, a path he had avoided and rejected, Orochimaru's perspective began to shift. He no longer saw himself bound by the limitations of the physical body. A new possibility had cracked open before him. He wouldn't abandon the path of physical immortality he had chosen, but he was curious to see how far Kagetsu could travel on his own chosen road. The scenery along that path was something Orochimaru also yearned to see and experience. Of course, while Orochimaru remained steadfast in his pursuit of physical immortality, he did not ignore the value of Kagetsu's research. He sought to learn from it and incorporate its strengths into his own forbidden techniques for immortality. At the very least, the insights from Kagetsu's research could help Orochimaru refine and enhance his own methods of achieving immortality. At the same time, Orochimaru had developed a strong interest in the tailed beasts, these beasts regarded as natural disasters. Compared to the three sage regions where summoning beasts lived for 1,000 years using special natural energy and senjutsu, the tailed beasts seemed like evidence that the research of Kagetsu was not mere fantasy. They are sentient chakra aggregates. This is what Orochimaru confirmed after studying Kagetsu's research on the tailed beasts. So, if we trace the origins of the tailed beasts, could we possibly find the origin of the so-called chakra bodies and their immortality? Orochimaru, who was now in the vicinity of the Ryuchi cave and had always leaned toward Kagetsu's research on the tailed beasts, had many unsolved mysteries to explore. In the past, he may not have cared about these things, but now, he found himself deeply curious about and eager to uncover the hidden secrets of the ninja world. And the one who would most likely know these secrets was instantly thought of by Orochimaru, a gigantic figure with a pipe in its mouth, surrounded by smoke. The White Snake Sage. The owner and the strongest being of the Ryuchi cave. It was also the powerful existence that all those who trained in the Ryuchi cave senjutsu and sage mode had to face. However, the White Snake Sage was not an easy one to deal with. It had all the typical traits humans associate with snakes. It had no particular care or concern for its summoners. If the relationship between the summoners and Mount Myaboku could be described as a mutually beneficial cooperation, and the relationship between the summoners and the Shikatsu forest was one of casual giving, where both sides maintained a peaceful and harmonious bond, then the relationship between the Ryuchi cave and its summoners was a bit more complicated. At least, many summoners had become food for the snakes of the Ryuchi cave, and the White Snake Sage didn't care about those summoners' deaths. Unlike Gamamaru, who always wanted to intervene in the future of the ninja world, the White Snake Sage was more of an observer, interested only in watching the spectacle. The summoners weren't that important to it, but it was happy to see them cause trouble for the toads in the other place. Mount Myaboku needed summoners because of the great toad sage's prophetic abilities. It would choose the right person at the right time to guide and influence the events foretold in the prophecies. Perhaps, this was a form of training. The Ryuchi cave doesn't require such things. It only needs to cut off the contract holders, and the White Snake Sage can record everything that happens in the ninja world. The only thing that bothers and irritates it is that behind every noteworthy event, there's always the shadow of Gamamaru. Orochimaru had met the White Snake Sage and asked it about senjutsu and immortality. In his memory, the White Snake Sage was very knowledgeable and aware of many hidden things. Unfortunately, even though its human form seemed kind and approachable, its true nature wasn't so understanding or gentle. Even with Orochimaru's questions, the White Snake Sage didn't always answer them. If Kagetsu continued to grow like this, perhaps the White Snake Sage would start focusing on him, just like it did with Orochimaru once. During one of his visits to the Ryuchi cave, he was guided deep into the cave to where the White Snake Sage resided. Shaking his head, Orochimaru brought his wandering thoughts back to the scroll in his hands. The scroll contained a collection of notes and records that had been gathered by Shino. These writings may seem profound to others, but they were the result of Shino's life's work in medical ninjutsu and the human body. From the message Kagetsu had left him, it seemed Shino had made significant progress on the path to immortality. The data and knowledge recorded in the scroll proved that Shino had indeed created a forbidden technique to keep his body and state at their peak for long periods. Shino's level of medical ninjutsu made his body almost like clay, able to be shaped and controlled at will. Turning back to youth and adjusting his appearance to a certain age wasn't just a fantasy. At least, Orochimaru had never imagined that medical ninjutsu could reach this level. After all, the medical ninja system, which Tsunade had compiled and showcased on the battlefield, only gained recognition from the various villages after that. Before that, the idea of the ninja village system already was a groundbreaking one. In the 1,000 years of the ninja era, most of it was marked by the bloodshed between ninja clans. During that time, it's safe to say that medical ninjutsu and medical ninjas weren't considered mainstream at all. At that time, all ninjas were skilled in how to kill efficiently using ninjutsu, not in how to save lives with ninjutsu. Tsunade must have already reached this point by now, right? Orochimaru thought about Tsunade, whom he had not seen in years. Even though her fear of blood prevented her from continuing her work in surgery, she had clearly established her own medical forbidden jutsu system before she left. Even if she followed the process step by step, he believed that Tsunade would still find success. If it weren't for the war, he would have loved to find Tsunade, travel with her, and try his best to persuade her to join him in the development of his forbidden jutsu. But now, unable to get away, the forbidden jutsu scroll along with the medical knowledge obtained from Shino given by Kagetsu were enough to help Orochimaru fill in his gaps and inspire new ideas. What a precious gift. Looking at the scrolls scattered across the table, some opened and some not, Orochimaru couldn't help but repeat to himself. His hands were itching to test out the new ideas he had in a lab. Unfortunately, as the leader of the Iwagakure battlefield, he couldn't leave and didn't have the time to carefully study the precious materials Kagetsu had sent him. With a sigh, Orochimaru rolled up the scattered scrolls, sealed them, and summoned a white snake. The precious scrolls were carefully shoved into its mouth and into its stomach, watching as it turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared from the table. The Ryuchi Cave and Mount Myaboku regions always had strange beasts that weren't good at combat but played important roles for their summoners in other ways. For example, summoning beasts with special spaces inside their bodies for storing items. Chapter 152, Chapter 112.1, Uchiha Discussions. Meeting again, huh? A tall figure draped his arms over the shoulders of both Shisui and Anko, his face radiating a bright smile. Lord Jiraiya, please stay away from me. Heat rose from Anko's body as a tiny flame curled up from her palm and burned Jiraiya, making him yelp in pain. So unlovable. Jiraiya vigorously shook his arm to extinguish the flame. He shot an annoyed glance at Anko, who had her hands on her hips, standing firm as she stared him down. Lord Jiraiya. Uchiha Shisui greeted him respectfully, bowing slightly while casting an envious look at how casually Anko interacted with Jiraiya. Shisui, huh? You've really grown into a capable shinobi. Jiraiya's gaze landed on Shisui, and he spoke with a mix of appreciation and nostalgia. Unlike others in the village, Jiraiya didn't hold suspicion or fear toward the Uchiha clan. To him, as long as someone was a loyal ninja of the village and hadn't betrayed it, they were a trustworthy comrade. Of course, there were exceptions, like a certain old geezer who loved pulling rank and lurking in the shadows, causing trouble, along with his brainwashed subordinates who sacrificed their teammates and villagers without hesitation for the sake of missions. If Jiraiya could, he would have loved to see mishap happening to that old geezer. Jiraiya had a good impression of Shisui and responded with a warm smile and genuine praise. He was aware that the Uchiha clan had been growing closer to Orochimaru in recent years, openly aligning their interests with his. Jiraiya had no strong feelings about this. He had no desire to compete for the position of Hokage. Without that ambition, all the political maneuvers and alliances in the village were none of his concern. Even if he didn't have grievances with some of the higher-ups, his personality simply wasn't suited for a role like that. So, he had no real conflict with Orochimaru in this regard. The only slight connection might be his disciple, Namikaze Minato, who also had aspirations of becoming Hokage. But you couldn't really blame Minato. The old man often went to the ninja academy to give speeches, constantly talking about the will of fire. The kids at the academy would get fired up, and at least half of them would start dreaming and wishing to become Hokage. Namikaze Minato's situation was a bit more complicated. But who cares? It had nothing to do with Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. Jiraiya would entrust everything to Minato. After all, it was Minato's rightful inheritance. As for how far Minato could go after inheriting Jiraiya's connections and subordinates, that wasn't something Jiraiya needed to worry about. At least for now, Minato was performing exceptionally well. He had earned the respect and admiration of everyone on Jiraiya's side, and even the old man had taken him very seriously. Unfortunately, if it weren't for Kagetsu, Minato might have been able to skip over others in the same generation and directly challenge Orochimaru's standing, thanks to his battlefield achievements and his charisma, which seemed almost supernatural. But with Kagetsu in the picture, even though Minato's reputation had soared, and his deeds were well known among both villagers and the ninja world, he was still only compared among the others of the younger generation. While Minato was highly active on the battlefield and had achieved great military success, Nara Kagetsu, though not as prolific in missions or known to other villages, had made significant contributions to the village. The reappearance of the wood-release Kekkei Genkai was one such contribution. Although the Technology Development Department stated that strict prerequisites were still required for a successful transplantation and awakening, it was a far cry from the near-impossible wood-release experiments of the past. This was already cause for celebration. Even if the ninja who awakened the wood-release now couldn't reach the level of the first Hokage, it was still something. Neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor the elders of the remaining Senju clan had ever truly expected the recreation of the first Hokage's abilities. Regardless, it was progress. The power varied, and the effects were decent. The traits of the wood release could now be developed and controlled. Moreover, with Tsunade's previous teachings to Kagetsu, the Senju clan's feelings toward the master-disciple pair of Orochimaru and Kagetsu were quite complex but generally leaned positive. However, under the arrangements of the second Hokage, the Senju clan had already decentralized most of their power to other ninja clans. Many of their members had been assigned to fill positions in the Ninja Academy, which the second Hokage had established but was severely understaffed. As a result, the Senju clan no longer held much sway. Helping the Kekkei Genkai clans in the village awaken their Kekkei Genkai, and using scientific methods to develop corresponding training techniques and training directions, allowed those who awakened their Kekkei Genkai abilities to better strengthen and master them. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan has seen a surge in recent years, with a dramatic increase in clan members awakening their Sharingan. Clan members who had long been stuck at the 2-tomo or 3-tomo stage now have the potential to progress further, thanks to the technical support of the Technology Development Department. However, after a period of this surge, Danzo and the advisors intervened, restricting the distribution of Sharingan awakening medicines and tying them to contributions and missions for the village. This forcefully halted the prosperity of the Uchiha clan. Yet, this did not diminish the clan's fervor in the slightest. After all, the blame fell on Danzo and the Council of Advisors, with the Hokage tacitly approving their actions. What did this have to do with Orochimaru or the Technology Development Department? On the contrary, after experiencing this wave of restrictions, the Uchiha clan's support for Orochimaru ascending to the Hokage position grew even more intense. The radicals in particular no longer bothered with other topics during clan meetings. As soon as the conversation turned to Orochimaru and the Hokage, emotions ran high. They openly questioned why Hiruzen Sarutobi had not yet retired and why Orochimaru was not the Hokage. Occasionally, there would even be heated discussions about why the old geezer Danzo had not died yet. Chapter 153, Chapter 112.2, Dinner Party. Shisui was now as highly regarded in clan meetings as some of the elite jonin and elders within the Uchiha clan. After all, he was currently Orochimaru's only Uchiha disciple, a direct connection between the Uchiha clan and Orochimaru. The hope for the fourth Hokage from the Uchiha clan had long been abandoned. Given Orochimaru's relative closeness to the Uchiha, his candidacy for the fourth Hokage had been widely supported. As for the fifth Hokage, it also seemed unlikely, given the presence of Nara Kagetsu. His existence and techniques were also vital to the Uchiha clan and his relationship with Shisui was strong. Even when some Uchihas occasionally felt like Shisui was merely Kagetsu's follower or subordinate, no one voiced any dissatisfaction. For the proud Uchiha, this was no small feat. Shisui had even stated at previous clan meetings that, at the right time, he would have Kagetsu take the clan leader's child, Itachi, as his disciple. If Itachi proved to be excellent enough, wouldn't the position of the sixth Hokage eventually fall to the Uchiha? Clan meetings used to be about arguments, venting dissatisfaction, and expressing dangerous emotions and rhetoric. Now, while they still involved arguments and venting dissatisfaction, the topics and tone had changed dramatically. Aside from venting their frustrations and cursing Danzo, the discussions still had some sense of purpose. The main topic shifted to how to use the Technology Development Department's resources to strengthen themselves with limited resources. And most importantly, Itachi's training methods, 1, 2, or 3. Looking at the list of training methods, Shisui couldn't help but feel guilty. When he noticed a pair of somber eyes watching him, the feeling of guilt grew even stronger. There was no need to search for the source of those eyes, Shisui already knew. They belonged to the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, who had essentially been deprived of the right to educate his son, Itachi. It wasn't that Fugaku had completely lost his right to educate Itachi, it had merely been forcibly shared. Every clan meeting now became a competition for the chance to be Itachi's teacher. Given the Uchiha clan's proud nature, arguments inevitably escalated into sparring matches, which were, in reality, all-out battles to prove who was most qualified to train Itachi. As for concerns that strength alone might not make a good teacher, the Uchihas conveniently chose to ignore such details. "Come on, Orochimaru isn't around, so I'll treat you all to a meal," Jiraiya said with a hearty slap to his chest. At the mention of food, Anko's eyes lit up instantly, so bright it made Jiraiya feel a little uneasy. Seeing Anko's blissful expression, Jiraiya suddenly remembered her voracious appetite. Realizing his mistake, he secretly decided to change the dinner plan from a barbecue feast to a more budget-friendly Ichiraku ramen outing. Looking at the travel-worn Jiraiya, Kagetsu asked, "Are you back to report on a mission?" "That's right. I just met with the old men and handed over my report. Things are moving smoothly now. The Hidden Rain Village and the Akatsuki have reached a cooperative agreement," Jiraiya replied, a hint of relief and satisfaction on his face. Originally, it seemed like the Akatsuki and the Hidden Rain Village were destined to clash. However, once the Akatsuki demonstrated their strength and their ability to bring in significant resources and wealth, the hesitant leaders of the Hidden Rain finally met with Yahiko and his group to reach an agreement. Seeing his students walking their chosen ninja way filled Jiraiya with pride. Knowing that this cooperation didn't conflict with Konoha's interests and even indirectly supported his former students, Jiraiya felt that Kagetsu's help in facilitating this was something he owed deeply. "Is that so? That's great to hear. They're not lost or afraid of their future or their way as shinobi," Shursue said, recalling the 3 young ninjas in the Land of Rain who were about his age. Their dedication to peace struck a deep chord in his heart. Seeing their progress brought him genuine happiness. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed heartily, completely ignoring the curious looks from those around him. "By the way, about Kakuzu." Jiraiya suddenly stopped laughing, casting a sidelong glance at Kagetsu beside him. His tone carried a hint of hesitation. "I have leverage on him, plus I'm paying him," Kagetsu replied immediately, catching on to Jiraiya's implied question at the mention of Kakuzu's name. Jiraiya was probably wondering, can this guy be trusted? "How did you even meet him?" "Is that so?" "As long as you're confident, that's fine." Jiraiya wasn't the type to meddle in others' affairs. Not even with Minato Namikaze, his own student, Jiraiya had never forced him to do anything against his will. His relationship with Minato went beyond that of master and student, they were more like family. It was precisely because of Jiraiya's open-mindedness that Minato and Kushina found it so easy and natural to interact with him, like family. Jiraiya had a decent grasp of Kagetsu's personality. Coupled with the Nara clan's reputation, he trusted that if Kagetsu was confident in controlling Kakuzu, then there was no need to press the matter. Prying too much would only make it seem like he was being pushy or distrusting. "Ah, Lord Jiraiya. Welcome, welcome." At Ichiraku Ramen, the youthful owner and head chef, Tuchi, greeted Jiraiya warmly as he entered through the curtain. "For bowls," Jiraiya said casually, sitting down at the counter and holding up 4 fingers. "My treat." Anko, filled with energy, grabbed her chopsticks in anticipation. As soon as the steaming bowls of ramen were served, she ignored the heat and dove right in. Having mastered fire release, her body had long adapted to higher temperatures, making the ramen's warmth a non-issue for her. The group of 4 refrained from discussing their earlier topics and instead focused entirely on their meal. As the stack of empty bowls next to Anko grew taller and taller, Jiraiya's expression became increasingly complicated. Meanwhile, Tuchi, ever the diligent chef, was already bustling around, preparing more ingredients and swiftly placing fresh bowls of ramen in front of Anko. After all, he had witnessed this kunoichi's appetite before. "Come again soon." It was only after Anko patted her stomach and declared herself 70% full that the other 3 sighed in relief. They hurriedly got up from their seats and left the ramen shop, quickly bidding Tuchi farewell as they made their escape. "Since you've handed over the mission in the Land of Rain, who will be taking over the task of liaising with the Akatsuki?" Kagetsu suddenly asked Jiraiya as they were about to part ways. "The old man didn't tell me, but if I had to guess, it's probably going to be Orochimaru or Hokage Assistant Shimura Danzo from the Root Division," Jiraiya thought for a moment and replied. Even though Jiraiya hated the shady, troublesome matters, it didn't mean he wasn't aware of how things worked. His nature would certainly lead him to delegate authority. So, the only ones qualified to take over the task of managing communication and cooperation with the Akatsuki would be either Orochimaru, the current head of the Technology Development Department, or Root and Shimura Danzo, who handled external village matters. After all, the benefits tied to healing tags would definitely need to be managed by someone with enough authority. Root, huh? Hearing the name of this organization and Shimura Danzo, Kagetsu and the others fell silent. "Don't worry. If it's Hokage Assistant Danzo who takes over, I'll warn him not to do anything reckless." Jiraiya knew about the reputation of Root and Danzo's often extreme and scrupulous methods. It was hard to say whether, upon seeing the huge benefits hidden within the healing tags, Danzo wouldn't make some secret moves of his own. Of course, if Orochimaru can take over, that would be great. Jiraiya patted Kagetsu on the shoulder with a sigh. He had already stopped trying to understand his teacher's thoughts. With Orochimaru not being in the village, it was hard to predict what kind of decision would be made. Chapter 154, Chapter 113.1, Meeting Hanzo. Land of Rain. Omegakure. Every hidden village has its own unique architectural style. The design and construction often reflect the surrounding environment. The buildings in a megakure are primarily made of steel, with some stone structures. These buildings are typically tall, resembling towering mountains. Large and small pipes climb along the buildings, a feature necessitated by the Land of Rain's unique environment. For at least 2/3 of the year, this nation is drenched in rain. Rain is the most common sight in this country. As a result, Amagakure's sewer system is exceptionally advanced, efficiently channeling rainfall through drainage pipes to other areas. At the center of Amagakure stands a tower-like structure that serves as the village's landmark. It is significantly taller than the surrounding buildings, making it stand out prominently. Whenever the villagers or shinobi of Amagakure pass by this structure, they instinctively pause, some filled with awe, others subdued into silence out of fear. This building is akin to the Hokage Tower in Konoha, serving as the political hub of Amagakure. It is also the residence of the man hailed as a demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander. Please hand over your weapons temporarily. At the base of the tower, amidst the steel jungle, a rain shinobi wearing an Amagakure umbu mask addressed Yahiko and his group of visitors. Don't push your luck. Our cooperation with Amagakure is supposed to be equal, one member of the Akatsuki, standing next to Yahiko, protested indignantly. From the moment they entered Amagakure, they had been under constant surveillance. Hanzo had kept them waiting for a long time before agreeing to meet. And now, this demand felt like yet another show of dominance. Apologies, I am merely following orders. Please do not make this difficult for us, the Umbu ninja replied coldly, unfazed by the Akatsuki member's frustration. Hand over your ninja tool pouches. Yahiko waved his hand and was the first to take off the slightly worn pouch on his waist, which he had taken from an Iwagakure ninja. He handed it over without hesitation. Leader, one of the Akatsuki members behind him called out in frustration. Just hand them over. We are guests here, Yahiko said, shaking his head. His main priority was to reach a cooperation agreement with Hanzo and avoid causing any unnecessary trouble. He was well aware of the disdain and indifference the Amagakure ninja showed toward them. But so what? Akatsuki's growth had always been accompanied by cold stares and distrust. When they first started recruiting members, not many people took their organization seriously. In the ninja world, such disdain was a common chain of hierarchy. The 5 great nations looked down on all other ninja villages. Ninja villages from the great nations looked down on smaller nations and their villages. Small ninja villages, mired in struggle and hardship, looked down on unorganized groups, rogue ninja, and wandering mercenaries without formal ranks. Beneath all of these were the lowest rung of the chain, bandits, outlaws, and ordinary people who had lost their homes and were left to wander. As a village that had once stood against both Konoha and Sunagakure, Amagakure's sense of pride and arrogance was far stronger than that of other small ninja villages. After all, as long as the demigod Hanzo remained alive, Amagakure would always have a place in the ninja world. Seeing Yahiko's decision to avoid conflict, Kakuzu, standing in the group, shook his head slightly. As an old hand in the ninja world, Kakuzu hadn't held high positions of power and didn't always align with the thoughts of those in command. Still, with his many years of survival, his experiences and the people he had encountered gave him his own perspective. Knowing when to step back on someone else's turf, was that normal? Absolutely. But what about when one had the strength to stand their ground? Since Akatsuki entered Amagakure, the village's actions had been nothing but a constant effort to probe and gather intelligence about them. With Amagakure's repeated tests, Yahiko's seemingly peaceful retreat could easily be seen as weakness and fear by the Amagakure shinobi. Once this impression took root, the so-called equal cooperation naturally ceased to exist. What Amagakure likely had in mind afterward was breaking apart the Akatsuki and absorbing it, bringing the business of the healing tags under the village's control. As for whether Yahiko could outwit those in Amagakure, looking at his youthful eyes full of innocence and ideals, Kakuzu shook his head once more. If this kid didn't get completely drained by Amagakure, leaving him even a few scraps of bones to chew on would already be Hanzo showing mercy. But what did this have to do with him? Kakuzu had no interest in reminding or teaching Yahiko what to do. From his time observing Yahiko, Kakuzu had come to understand that the boy was driven entirely by passion. He wasn't just single-minded, he was utterly clueless when it came to schemes and manipulation. Advice and guidance wouldn't change Yahiko's mindset. So Kakuzu didn't bother wasting his breath on Yahiko. After all, the mission given to him by Kagetsu was to protect that girl called Konan, calculate the accounts for the healing tags, and ensure the safety of the resources and funds. Whether Yahiko and the Akatsuki got played, and how badly they were played, was none of his concern. That was for Kagetsu and Konoha to worry about. The group entered a grand steel building. After being stopped again, only Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, being the leaders, were allowed into Hanzo's office. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, residents of the Land of Rain, backed by Konoha, have you betrayed the Land of Rain? A slightly aged voice echoed in the ears of the 3. Following the sound, they saw a middle-aged man with a gas mask, a strong build, and sharp eyes sitting behind a desk. He stared at them with a piercing gaze. Feeling as if his eyes were like blades, sending warning signals throughout their bodies, Yahiko and his companions took a deep breath. They confirmed that the imposing man before them was Hanzo of the Salamander, revered as a god in Omegakure. What shocked them even more was how easily he exposed the secret connection between Akatsuki and Konoha. Remembering their teacher's parting words, "Hide it for as long as you can," Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan exchanged glances. They could see the disappointment and panic in each other's eyes. "We haven't betrayed the land of rain. We only want it to become better." Yahiko stepped forward, meeting Hanzo's sharp gaze. He lifted his eyes to meet the fierce yet weathered man sitting in front of him. An ambitious statement. Hanzo sneered coldly. "We are not ambitious." Yahiko corrected Hanzo once again, his tone firm. "Not ambitious? Then you're just naive brats, huh?" "Naive people can't survive in this ninja world," Hanzo replied, his voice dripping with disdain. "I know about your Akatsuki organization. I know you've taken in many wandering ninja and even some rain ninjas not under Amegakure's jurisdiction. You claim to strive for peace amidst the chaos of war, running back and forth for this so-called peace. But why do you do it? Why?" Yahiko was briefly stunned by the question but responded without hesitation, "Why should there be war? Look at this country, war only brings loss and pain." Such noble words. Hanzo interrupted Yahiko, his expression unreadable. It seemed to carry a mix of disappointment and resignation. For a man like Hanzo, who had fought through half a lifetime in the ninja world, Yahiko's idealistic pursuit of peace seemed far too naive. So naive that he didn't even feel like listening further. Chapter 155, Chapter 113.2, Negotiation Failed. Listen up, brats. War and peace in the ninja world aren't something you can achieve with mere naivety. To meddle in the wars of the 5 great nations, what you need is not understanding, but enough power. Because the first Hokage of Konoha was strong enough, he and Uchiha Madara could join forces to end 1,000 years of ninja clan wars. I'm telling you this only to warn you, don't let your actions drag the land of rain into the wars of the great nations. That doesn't sound like something the revered demigod of the rain would say. Behind Yahiko, another voice suddenly broke the tense silence. Hanzo's words seemed to shatter the image of awe surrounding him, leaving Nagato visibly disillusioned. Revered, huh? Hanzo's gaze shifted to Nagato, lingering on his fiery red hair as his eyes darkened slightly. "Tell me, what does Konoha want from you?" Hanzo quickly quelled the ripples of emotion in his heart and asked in a calm tone. "Konoha wants to cooperate with us, sell them large quantities of healing tags in exchange for the resources and money necessary for the survival of the people of the Land of Rain," Yahiko explained. "Would Konoha really be this kind-hearted? Why would they come to you for something like this, and even share the benefits with you?" Hanzo asked, puzzled. He had racked his brains trying to understand why Konoha would make such a move, but he still couldn't figure it out. These 3 in front of him, or rather, the Akatsuki organization they had founded, didn't seem to have anything that would catch Konoha's attention. If there was anything worth mentioning, it could only be the governance of Omegakure. "They need us. The Akatsuki can help them mass-produce low-cost healing tags," Yahiko answered earnestly. "Collaborating with Omegakure also means sharing the benefits and resources that healing tags bring. We thought Omegakure and you might need them as well. So, you want me and Omegakure to vouch for you?" "Humph." Hanzo narrowed his eyes immediately. The materials and money obtained from trading the healing tags, aside from Konoha's share, Omegakure gets 90%. "What?" Yahiko and his 2 companions were stunned by Hanzo's outrageous demand. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. As 3 individuals without formal education, they had increasingly realized their limitations as their organization grew. If it weren't for Jiraiya and Kakuzu offering guidance, and their recruits being like-minded followers, their organization might have dissolved long ago. "Your demands are too high," Yahiko said, shaking his head. Though he had no formal training in negotiation, Jiraiya's teachings had taught him one key principle: if they agreed to Hanzo's terms, the Akatsuki would effectively become subordinate to Omegakure. Maintaining the Akatsuki's independence was essential for pursuing their goals. This was the most important lesson Yahiko had learned from Jiraiya. "Without me and Omegakure, do you really think you can keep the healing tag business running? You came to Omegakure because only I in this village can provide you protection and ensure the stability of your trade, isn't that right? If that's the case, isn't it only fair that I and Omegakure take the largest share? Giving you 10% is already me being generous, considering Konoha's backing," Hanzo said coldly, clearly displeased with Yahiko's rejection. His piercing gaze swept across the trio, his intentions inscrutable. "The Akatsuki can ensure the trade runs smoothly. We've already completed our first deal with Iwagakure," Yahiko replied, meeting Hanzo's eyes. We approached Omega Kure for collaboration solely because you protected the land of rain from falling during the war. Nothing more. Crafty little brat. Hanzo's body disappeared in an instant, vanishing from Yahiko and the other's sight as his words fell. Be careful. Nagato, who had been keeping an eye on Hanzo, immediately pushed Yahiko out of the way and stood in front of him, crossing his arms in a defensive posture. Boom. A fist collided with Nagato's crossed arms, sending him flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the iron wall behind him. Nagato. Yahiko and Konan both shouted in surprise, quickly distancing themselves. They helped Nagato up while glaring at Hanzo with cautious and angry eyes. Is that all you've got? Are you really bold enough to speak like that? Instead of letting Iwagakure and other great nations show you the cruelty of the ninja world, how about I teach you your final lesson? The ninja world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. As long as I capture you, the Akatsuki will be finished, right? Of course, I'll continue the cooperation with Konoha and Omega Kure, but it won't be led by them anymore. Once I find a way to mass-produce healing tags cheaply from your heads, Omega Kure will become a neutral country and be able to play both sides in this war. Your greatest failure was agreeing to discuss cooperation with Omega Kure. Even a rabbit fights with all its might when cornered. Surrender now. I don't want to kill you. So, the so-called demigod that people worship is actually someone like this. What a disappointment. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato all showed their disappointment openly. This world is like this. Schemes, betrayal, the strong devour the weak. Hanzo ignored the disappointed looks and harsh words from the three of them. It didn't shake him at all. However, he was surprised that Nagato had managed to react quickly enough to push Yahiko aside and block his attack in time. Though Hanzo hadn't used his full strength in the office and had only used taijutsu, being able to push someone and block the attack seamlessly meant that Nagato had at least reached the level of a jonin. Looking at Nagato's still young and innocent face, Hanzo couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for his talent. He always had an eye for young talent and was willing to give those who failed a chance to try again. In the past, samurais from the Land of Iron and the legendary Sanins of Konoha had been spared for similar reasons. Of course, the support of the Land of Iron behind the samurais and the Land of Fire behind the legendary Sanins had played a significant role. Especially the latter. Even though Omega Kure was destined to fail, Hanzo didn't kill the legendary Sanins to vent his anger. Aside from not wanting to provoke Konoha too much, his admiration for talent played a big part. But the key to all of this was that none of it could threaten his position in the Land of Rain. Chapter 156, Chapter 114, Black Cavity, Garganta. A small white snake slithered out from the shadows, moving swiftly toward the table. It coiled its way up one of the legs before finally appearing in front of Kagetsu. Noticing its arrival, Kagetsu directed his gaze at the snake. The little creature blinked its beady eyes before its mouth opened unnaturally wide, stretching into an alarming arc. From its maw, it regurgitated a palm-sized scroll. Once its task was done, the snake coiled itself neatly on the table, its unblinking eyes fixed on Kagetsu as it awaited further instructions. Kakuzu, huh? Kagetsu recognized the snake as the one used for communicating with Kakuzu. Setting aside the task he had been working on, he performed a specialized hand seal to unlock the scroll's bindings. Unrolling it carefully, he began to read through its contents with keen attention. Kakuzu rarely initiated contact unless something significant had occurred. As Kagetsu finished reading the information detailed within the scroll, a peculiar expression flashed across his face. It seemed he hadn't expected the first meeting between the Akatsuki and Hanzo of the Salamander from Omega Kure to end in such a manner. A probing confrontation, perhaps. Kagetsu pondered the events described in the report. The clash between the two sides was undoubtedly restrained on Hanzo's part. At least, that's what the report suggested. Hanzo's most fearsome and infamous techniques, his mastery of poisons and his deadly salamander, had not been deployed. After all, once unleashed, the poisons wouldn't distinguish between friend and foe. The report also detailed Kakuzu's frustrations. He had lost one of his hearts during the skirmish, which ultimately forced Hanzo to withdraw. On the bright side, Konan remained unharmed under his protection, though Yahiko and Nagato had both sustained injuries. Nagato, in particular, had suffered severe backlash after unleashing a power resembling a forbidden technique. At the end of the report, Kakuzu had explicitly requested a face-to-face meeting with Kagetsu in the near future. After reading the last line, Kagetsu rolled up the scroll, storing it away as he fell into contemplation. He quickly drafted a reply to Kakuzu and sent it off. Kagetsu was well aware of why Kakuzu wanted to meet. Losing a heart meant losing a life, and now that Kakuzu was down to a single heart, his combat strength had significantly diminished. For someone like Kakuzu, such vulnerability was an unacceptable liability. Kakuzu's Earth Grudge fear, forcibly upgraded and modified by Kagetsu, had become extremely picky. The hearts of ordinary shinobi, once connected to the Earth Grudge fear, were almost immediately drained of power, shriveling and dying because they were incompatible. In simpler terms, the ninja hearts that could previously be swapped out had now become mere food for the upgraded Earth Grudge Fear. They could be used to replenish chakra quickly but could no longer provide a sustained supply, nor could they grant Kakuzu an extra life. As for shinobi with Kekkei Genkai, Kakuzu had tried capturing them. Their hearts lasted a bit longer than those of ordinary ninja and provided slightly more chakra. This left Kakuzu with a rather awkward problem, replacing hearts. For the time being, he was completely reliant on Kagetsu. Only the hearts provided by Kagetsu could satisfy the Earth Grudge Fear. The Land of Rain. At the Akatsuki base. Inside the interconnected caves, dim firelight flickered on the walls. Konan was using all her knowledge of medical ninjutsu, trying desperately to ease Nagato's pain and injuries. Don't waste your strength, Konan. I know my own body. There's no point in wasting your chakra on me, Nagato said with a strained smile, his voice weak as he spoke to Konan, who was crying while using the mystical palm technique on him. It's possible. It's definitely possible. Shino-sensei once said that if medical ninjutsu is mastered to a certain level, it can reverse aging and even defy death. This is my fault. Yahiko, wrapped in bandages and lying nearby, spoke in a hoarse voice as though parched of water. Only half of his face and one eye were visible. I was too naive. I shouldn't have led you to there. Hanzo wasn't wrong, this world is a cruel place where only the strong survive. Yahiko. Hearing Yahiko's words, both Nagato and Konan turned their worried gazes toward him. Yahiko had always been the optimistic and unyielding heart of their trio. Seeing him in such a state of despair and self-reproach stirred a deep unease in them. Don't worry, I'm fine, Yahiko said, turning his face away as he tried to reassure them. His voice was muffled, and every word seemed to send a spasm of pain through his body. I've just come to understand the harsh reality of this world again. Hanzo gave us a very important lesson. Peace requires strength. Footsteps echoed from the corridor, drawing the trio's attention. They turned toward the source of the sound, their expressions tense and wary. The events at Omegakure had left them on edge, their vigilance heightened. When Kakuzu's figure emerged into the firelight, the three of them finally relaxed. Kakuzu-san. Konan's voice carried a hint of gratitude. Although Kakuzu always seemed indifferent and unfeeling, and they knew he was working under some kind of contract from Konoha, his decision to fight alongside them against Hanzo in such a dire situation had saved them from being completely annihilated in Omegakure. For that, they couldn't help but feel thankful. This place isn't safe. Omegakure won't let you go so easily, Kakuzu said. I know, Yahiko replied from where he lay on the stone bed. If there's no other option, my only responsibility is to take Konan away. Looking at Yahiko on the stone bed, Kakuzu felt slightly moved. After all, Yahiko had managed to gather the Akatsuki, a group that thrived not only on the people of the Land of Rain's desire for peace but also on his undeniable charisma. Whether naive or not was another matter, but this young leader had a personality that far surpassed most people, including other shinobi. That's fine. Hearing Kakuzu's words, neither Nagato nor Yahiko showed any anger or disappointment. Instead, there was a sense of relief and ease in their expressions. I'm not leaving. Konan's voice was calm, yet the firmness in her words was unmistakable, and all three of them could feel it. I've informed Narakagetsu. Kakuzu ignored Konan's remark, but as he was about to continue speaking, a black cube suddenly appeared before him. The cube began to grow rapidly, spreading outward at an alarming speed. In just a moment, an irregular black void formed. The sudden development stunned all three of them. Konan and Nagato immediately stepped in front of Yahiko, adopting a defensive stance. Footsteps echoed from within the void. Kakuzu, his hands already forming seals, froze in shock when his eyes fell on the figure emerging from the void. Seeing the newcomer, both Konan and Nagato showed similar expressions of surprise and disbelief. You're looking pretty rough, Mr. Kakuzu. Narakagetsu stepped out of the black void, raising a hand to wave at the stunned Kakuzu. Then, shifting his gaze to Konan and Nagato, he smiled and greeted them as well. Chapter 157, Chapter 115, Condition. Narakagetsu. Kakuzu stared at the very much alive Narakagetsu standing before him, momentarily stunned. He realized that ever since meeting this person, Kagetsu's actions had constantly surprised him. Surprised to see me here? Kagetsu glanced at Kakuzu, whose eyes were wide with shock, then shifted his gaze to Nagato and Konan, who were equally dumbfounded. He shrugged slightly. Space-time ninjutsu. Kakuzu quickly came to a logical conclusion regarding Kagetsu's sudden appearance. However, his expression darkened right after. As a living fossil of the shinobi world, Kakuzu had, of course, heard of space-time ninjutsu, an incredibly rare and immensely powerful technique. At the very least, he was familiar with the infamous Flying Thunder God Jutsu, perfected and widely renowned by Namikaze Minato of Konoha. Although Kagetsu's technique didn't fully align with what Kakuzu had heard about the fourth Hokage's abilities, Kakuzu couldn't think of any other plausible explanation besides space-time ninjutsu for how Kagetsu had traveled so quickly from Konoha to the Land of Rain. What unsettled Kakuzu the most, however, was how Kagetsu had appeared right beside him without any hesitation. Was this an implicit threat? Or had Kagetsu done something to him in secret? Every technique had its requirements. What did it take to successfully use space-time ninjutsu? Your guess is pretty accurate, Kakuzu-san. Kagetsu tilted his head slightly and responded with a faint smile. You tampered with me, didn't you? Kakuzu's expression was grim, his tone laced with frustration. He was almost certain now. Are you referring to my ability to pinpoint your exact location using space-time ninjutsu? Kagetsu immediately understood Kakuzu's irritated suspicion. Isn't that the case? Kakuzu grumbled unhappily. He had always known Kagetsu was a cunning schemer. Did you forget about someone? Kagetsu spoke casually as he squatted down, spreading his right palm open toward the ground. Under the watchful eyes of Kakuzu and Nagato, a small white snake slithered joyfully out from beneath Kakuzu's cloak. Moving in a smooth S pattern, it flicked its tongue as it made its way to Kagetsu's outstretched hand, coiling itself neatly in his palm. The snake stared unwaveringly into Kagetsu's eyes. Your marker, is that snake? Kakuzu felt a bit awkward, though he still suspected Kagetsu was hiding something. Everything so far seemed like his own deductions, pieced together by observing the situation. I came here right after receiving your message. I made a few simple preparations and rushed over as quickly as I could, Kagetsu replied. He avoided directly addressing Kakuzu's question, sidestepping even the vaguest hint of confirmation or denial. You care so much about Nagato and the others? Kakuzu found it hard to believe. Based on previous encounters, it was clear that Kagetsu wasn't the type to be overwhelmed by compassion. I'm merely fulfilling a request. While Jiraiya isn't my teacher, he helped me a great deal, much like Lady Tsunade, Kagetsu explained as he walked toward Nagato and Konan. Jiraiya-sensei. Upon hearing Jiraiya's name, the tension in Konan and Nagato's bodies eased slightly. In that brief moment of relaxation, without warning, Kagetsu jabbed a syringe directly into Nagato's neck. The next second, a flurry of paper-made shuriken sliced through the air, propelled by Konan's outstretched hand as they hurtled toward Kagetsu. Konan's reaction was lightning quick, but Kagetsu was faster. As though he had anticipated the attack, a pitch-black shadow shot up from the ground beneath him like a towering wave, swallowing the paper shuriken whole before crashing back down. Stand down, Konan. Painfully, Nagato pressed his hand to his neck and collapsed. His voice was a little complicated as he stopped Konan from forming the hand seals. Nagato. Konan, still cautiously watching Kagetsu who had raised his hand and stepped back, squatted down and helped the collapsed Nagato to the stone bed. I'm fine. He's treating me. Nagato shook his head at the worried Konan. Treating you? Konan looked at Kagetsu in surprise, then turned back to Nagato. She noticed that, despite his pale, thin body, there was now a slight healthy color returning to his face. My injuries are healing. When Nagato was attacked, he was caught off guard. His injuries had weakened him, and the momentary control Kagetsu's shadow had over him stopped him from reacting in time. He didn't have the chance to dodge or use any of his Rinnegan abilities. But once the injection was administered, he felt something unusual. It wasn't some poison damaging his body, but rather a force that was quickly nourishing and healing his battered body. In just a few breaths, he felt his once heavy and painful body improving significantly under this power. Looks like you didn't trust me enough. I thought we had built at least some trust by now. Kagetsu lowered his hand, teasing Konan with a slight smile. I'm sorry. Konan apologized awkwardly. After everything you've been through, betrayal and all, being sensitive is understandable. Kagetsu wasn't upset. He didn't want to waste time on this. I've heard from Jiraiya-sensei and Kakuzu-san that you're very skilled in medical ninjutsu, Kagetsu. Konan's eyes sparkled as she shyly looked at him. Do you want me to treat Nagato and Yahiko? Kagetsu's gaze shifted to the two on the stone bed. I know it's a bit unreasonable to ask this, but please. If you can save Yahiko and Nagato, we'll agree to more of your conditions. Konan bowed deeply. As long as you can save Yahiko, I'll accept whatever conditions you have. Nagato stood up from the stone bed and added his own plea. Can I also have the Rinnegan? Kagetsu's sudden words made Konan, Nagato, and even the outsider, Kakuzu, widen their eyes in surprise. Do you want these eyes? Nagato paused for a moment, and without thinking, his right hand instinctively lifted to touch the pair of eyes hidden under his bangs. He glanced at Yahiko lying on the stone bed, then nodded towards Kagetsu. If you can heal Yahiko, you can take these eyes. I disagree. Cough, cough. Yahiko's hoarse voice sounded out. If that's the case, I'd rather not receive any treatment. I see. You came rushing over because of the Rinnegan. Kakuzu thought to himself, a bit of realization dawning on him. Kakuzu had also suspected that Kagetsu was paying too much attention to these three young people. If it weren't for his previous battle with Hanzo, he wouldn't have expected Nagato to possess the legendary Rinnegan. Chapter 158, Chapter 116, Parasitism. It seems that my impression in your hearts isn't too great, Kagetsu chuckled, bearing a sly grin. Don't worry, I only want to study those legendary eyes. As for transplantation, forget it. You don't want them. Everyone present, including Nagato himself, was stunned by Kagetsu's choice. Jiraiya-sensei had once told them that the Rinnegan was the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Alongside the Sharingan and the Byakugan, it was one of the three great dojutsu, the most mysterious and powerful pair of eyes known in the shinobi world. Given the Sage of Six Paths' mythic legacy in the ninja world, calling the Rinnegan the Eyes of God was no exaggeration. Because of this, Jiraiya-sensei had also warned them never to reveal these eyes lightly in front of others. Yet Kagetsu, despite actively setting the terms for this exchange, could give up the opportunity to obtain the Rinnegan. I'm just interested in research, but transplantation? No thanks. I don't want to subject my body to that kind of strain. As Kagetsu spoke, he stepped forward again. Let me take a look at Yahiko's injuries first. Hearing this, Konan and Nagato immediately stepped aside to make room for Kagetsu. They watched as his hands began to emit a vibrant green glow, brimming with the vitality of life. Pressing his hands onto Yahiko's body, Kagetsu focused on diagnosing and healing him. Moments later, Kagetsu withdrew his hands, the glow of the mystical palm technique fading. How is he? Konan and Nagato, who had been holding their breaths for fear of disturbing him, immediately asked eagerly when they saw Kagetsu stop. I'm feeling much better. Yahiko, lying on the stone bed, answered instead. His tone was stronger than before, and the skin exposed outside the bandages showed a healthier flush of color. Hanzo's explosive flame formation. Kagetsu's tone held a hint of disbelief, though he also gained a new level of respect for Yahiko's tenacity. Despite looking battered and half-dead, surviving the power of the explosive flame formation was already an extraordinary feat. It was akin to the second Hokage's forbidden technique, the mutually multiplying explosive tags. For even someone at the Kage level, even a single mistake could lead to instant death when caught in its blast. Yes. Upon hearing Hanzo's name, both Konan and Nagato instinctively radiated a deep hatred in their voices and expressions. Anyone who approached a negotiation with goodwill and trust, only to be betrayed and nearly lose their life, would naturally feel a sense of anguish and fury born from such a profound betrayal. Yahiko's body has suffered extensive injuries. His limbs have completely lost functionality, and the nerves are already necrotic. With pure medical ninjutsu, I can heal him without much difficulty. However, whether he can continue as a ninja or regain any significant portion of his former strength, I can't guarantee that, Kagetsu stated after a moment's thought, speaking honestly. Even though his medical ninjutsu expertise was among the most advanced in the ninja world, he had his limits. For instance, Tsunagekyu's Chiyo was also considered an elite medical ninja, but her specialty lay in poisons. When it came to saving lives, she couldn't surpass Tsunade and, in some areas, might even lag behind Sakura, who inherited Tsunade's teachings. Hearing Kagetsu's words, both Konan and Nagato's faces immediately darkened. However, Kagetsu added, if you're open to it, I can use other techniques to modify his body, granting him a certain degree of power. Modify. Konan and Nagato instinctively turned to look at Yahiko, as if seeking his guidance and approval, just as they had always done when faced with difficult decisions. Is there no better option? Nagato turned back to Kagetsu, his tone filled with reluctance. In his mind, modification equated to becoming a monster or an aberration. If possible, he didn't want Yahiko to face such a fate. Don't think of modification as something so terrible. The very existence of chakra itself is already a miracle, Kagetsu said, easily picking up on the resistance in Nagato's eyes and heart. He couldn't help but feel a little exasperated at the prejudice. Still, he didn't press further. It can serve as a backup plan. If you're willing, I could attempt to track down Lady Tsunade. Perhaps she could provide a better treatment option. Lady Tsunade. A glimmer of admiration flashed through Konan's eyes as she recalled the beautiful kunoichi who once stood beside her sensei. As Tsunade's reputation spread throughout the shinobi world, and with Jiraiya-sensei often mentioning her unintentionally, their impression of Tsunade was far higher than that of most shinobi in the Land of Rain. Even though they had never left the Land of Rain, they were well aware that Konoha Tsunade, the Princess of Slugs, was the most powerful medical ninja in the entire shinobi world. Even Shino-sensei, who had taught Konan, was full of praise for Tsunade's unparalleled medical ninjutsu skills. Tsunade-sama doesn't just heal anyone who asks, especially now that she's been away from Konoha for so long. Even if I manage to find her, convincing her to help won't be easy, Kagetsu reminded Konan with a hint of caution. Konan and Nagato exchanged a glance, suddenly at a loss for what to do. I can plead with Lady Tsunade. I'll keep asking until she agrees. Conan thought deeply and could only come up with sincerity and sheer persistence as her approach. You could also request Jiraiya-sensei's help, Kagetsu added casually, effortlessly dragging Jiraiya into the matter as well. Additionally, while searching for Tsunade-sama, you could work on restoring Yahiko's ability to move, even partially. In the meantime, you might also want to learn about body modification technology as a backup option. Conan and Nagato, initially confused, listened to Kagetsu's suggestion and immediately nodded in gratitude. Then, it's time to leave, Kagetsu said. Leave. The three of them froze in surprise. Yes, let the Akatsuki remain dormant for a while. Temporarily leave Omegakure, Kagetsu explained. Since Hanzo has already made his move against you, he won't stop until he eliminates your group. Moreover, the conditions here aren't suitable for my research or for Yahiko's treatment. Hearing this, the three of them silently nodded. As Conan and Kakuzu went off to organize the evacuation, Kagetsu approached Nagato. A soft green chakra glowed around his hands as he placed them on Nagato's body under Nagato's watchful gaze. Nagato felt a warm energy flow through his body, spreading out from Kagetsu's palms. Suddenly, he noticed a strange itching sensation in two areas of his body. The next moment, under the horrified gazes of Yahiko and himself, two humanoid white creatures began sprouting from Nagato's body like seedlings emerging from a tree trunk. Looking at Kagetsu efficiently snap the necks of two humanoid white monsters and then swiftly seal them into a scroll that he had somehow retrieved and opened. Nagato and Yahiko blinked in confusion. What are those? Nagato felt a deep sense of terror upon realizing that such creatures had been parasitically residing within his own body. Chapter 159, Chapter 117, Treatment. Let me explain later, Kagetsu said calmly, his voice steady as the sound of Kakuzu and Conan's footsteps echoed closer. It's all taken care of, Conan said as she returned, her tone composed. She didn't notice the troubled expressions on Nagato and Yahiko's faces. Then let's go, Kagetsu replied. He reached out and tapped the air in front of him. A small black dot appeared where his fingertip touched, seemingly suspended in the void. Under the watchful eyes of Nagato and the others, the black dot suddenly expanded, morphing into a cube of darkness. The cube rapidly unfolded, stretching outward like ink spreading in water. Finally, it stabilized, forming a portal large enough for a person to step through. Hurry up, Kagetsu gestured for them to enter first. Conan and Nagato moved forward together, carefully lifting Yahiko from the stone bed where he lay. Supporting him between them, they stepped into the black portal. Kakuzu followed silently, his presence as imposing as ever. Once all four had entered, Kagetsu stepped in last. A faint light greeted Conan, Nagato, and Yahiko as they entered the dark void. Before them, the darkness split, revealing an opening, a gateway to the outside world. For a moment, it felt as though the vast mountain cave they had just left was separated from this new place by nothing more than a thin wall. Stepping through the opening, they emerged into a spacious hall. Sir. Four figures stood at attention just outside the portal, bowing respectfully as Kagetsu stepped out after them. Where is this? Nagato asked, turning to look at Kagetsu. As he did, he saw the black portal behind Kagetsu collapse inward, vanishing as though it had never existed. Invention, Kagetsu explained, his voice steady. This was once the ruins of the Land of Sky. It also served as Shino's former base. Shino-sensei. Is he here too? Conan's face lit up with surprise. The wandering medic Shino, known for his patient guidance and unwavering kindness, still held a place of respect in her heart. Upon hearing the news about him and thinking about Yahiko's injuries, her first thought was, great. No, he might already be dead, or perhaps he's waiting for rebirth in some form. Kagetsu didn't hide anything and directly spoke about Shino's death. Dead. Conan stared at Kagetsu in shock. The series of events had left her mind feeling a bit disoriented and slow. Did you kill him? Yahiko, who was being supported by Nagato and Conan, suddenly asked. As soon as his words were spoken, the expressions of both Nagato and Conan changed. It wasn't me. Kagetsu shook his head. When Nagato and Conan sighed in relief, he continued with a statement that made their expressions freeze. But his death is indeed connected to me. I won't explain why I killed him, but you can investigate it yourselves. Hiroto and the others have dealt with Shino before. There are still many of Shino's former subordinates locked up in the Anchor-Vanshin prison. You can get the information you need from them. Mr. Kakuzu could also help, since he was involved in the whole battle. If you still trust him. Kagetsu clapped his hands, and Hiroto understood immediately. We've already prepared everything you need. Good. Kagetsu patted Hiroto's shoulder, then turned to Nagato and the others, whose expressions were still complicated. Do you want to leave now? Or do you want to trust me once more? I don't have much time to waste. Every second here is precious. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. You're safe now. But if you still trust me and want me to treat Yahiko and Nagato, then don't waste time. There's plenty of time for you to dig up the answers you want. Where are we going? Conan and Nagato exchanged glances, then looked at Yahiko, who was wrapped in bandages. They decided to follow Kagetsu to the lab. I can't take you back to Konoha, because that would lead to trouble no one wants. I can borrow Orochimaru-sensei's lab outside the village, but it will take time to prepare and activate. The only place we can go is Shino's base, Anchor Vanshin. It's been built for years and still has Shino's lab and precision instruments. It will be useful. As Kagetsu led the way, he continued explaining to the others behind him. What about me? Kakuzu, who had been following behind, couldn't hold back his frustration and asked. With only one heart left and no way to replace it, and his strength reduced because of the missing heart, he felt very insecure. Kagetsu led them through several brightly lit corridors, finally stopping in front of a large door. As he pushed open the lab door, he reassured Kakuzu, "Don't worry, I've prepared a new heart for you. Once I return to the village, I can get a few spare hearts for you, so you can have something to fall back on in emergencies. Put Yahiko on that operating table. I need to use the equipment to check his condition further." Kagetsu pointed to a certain operating table in the lab, signaling Nagato and the others to lift Yahiko onto it. After connecting the equipment to Yahiko's body and watching the data appear on the screen, Kagetsu paused for a moment, deep in thought. Is it really that bad? Conan, who had been watching Kagetsu's expression, saw his serious face and, sensing the tension, asked anxiously. It's worse than the previous checkup. This is going to be a long recovery process. I'll make all the preparations and plans for his recovery. Also, Kagetsu's gaze shifted to Conan's face, making her a bit nervous. Your medical ninjutsu skills and knowledge should have a good foundation by now, right? Yes, apart from the books you gave me, Shino-sensei has taught me a lot. I can now use healing jutsu proficiently, identify some herbs, and perform relatively difficult surgeries with a scalpel, Conan responded immediately. Kagetsu didn't pay much attention to her still referring to Shino as sensei, and said, "That's good. While I treat Yahiko and Nagato, you'll be my assistant. You can ask me any questions if you need help. When I'm not around, you'll be in charge of their condition, treatment plan, and the preparation of medicine." Can I do it? Conan asked, pointing at herself in surprise. Her previous confidence had collapsed seeing Yahiko's frail and dire condition. Everything I assign to you is within your ability. Now, let me see the foundation of your skills, Kagetsu said, not giving Conan much time to think. He immediately started giving orders. Conan instinctively began following Kagetsu's instructions, assisting beside him. Chapter 160, Chapter 118, Reminder. His nervous system, cells, and organs have suffered irreversible damage. Even medical ninjutsu can only keep them from further deterioration and necrosis. It's lucky that he's still alive. But if treatment isn't timely, he'll still die. Walking out of the lab, Kagetsu reminded Conan once again, who was drenched in sweat, so you must constantly monitor his physical condition. You said that you could cure him. Nagato, sitting in a wheelchair, was being pushed alongside Kagetsu by Conan. His body had also been treated and bandaged. Of course. I'll perform several neurological surgeries to restore his consciousness first. After that, I'll replace his necrotic organs and tissues using my technology. But all of this takes time, Kagetsu replied. How can I cooperate with you? Nagato asked. Hearing another reassurance from Kagetsu, he finally felt some relief. He also proactively brought up their prior agreement. If you want to study the Rinnegan. I've already begun some preliminary research while examining and treating your injuries earlier. I won't deny that some of my studies are bloody and less than humane. But rest assured, you are not a test subject, much less disposable material. My research won't be overly crude. Kagetsu smiled faintly. In fact, the Technology Development Department's studies on dojitsu and Kekkei can be traced back to its founding. The famed Sharingan of the ninja world has been on the research list since the beginning. Conan and Nagato exchanged shocked glances upon hearing this. Their perception of Konoha, the peaceful and gentle village their teacher once described, shattered instantly. You've been studying your own village's ninja. Did they commit any crimes? Nagato licked his lips. Even though he was not well informed about the ninja world, he still knew about the legendary Uchiha and Senju clans of Konoha, and the famous Sharingan and would release. These two Kekkei Genkais were as well known and mythical as stories of gods. No, they committed no crimes. They all volunteered for the research. Also, don't let all your emotions show on your faces. If this were truly some inhumane human experimentation done openly, then both Orochimaru-sensei and I would have long been notorious in the village, or even labeled rogue ninjas. Kagetsu glanced at their expressions and immediately understood how far their imaginations had run. However, he had no intention of providing a more detailed explanation. I don't quite understand the point of you telling us all this, Nagato said, confused. He had already agreed to the conditions and intended to cooperate with the research. So what was the meaning behind Kagetsu's words? If you called this voluntary, didn't his current situation count as that too? I'm saying this to let you know that I have extensive experience and data accumulated on dojutsu and kekkei genkai. What I'm about to say next might sound a bit abrupt. Kagetsu stopped walking suddenly and looked at him. You're a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, aren't you? Other than the Uzumaki clan, there are indeed people in the ninja world with red hair, but your body's data matches exactly with the bloodline traits of the Uzumaki clan that I've studied. What are you trying to say? Nagato asked, looking up at Kagetsu from his wheelchair. Konoha holds records and historical texts of the Uzumaki clan. And in those records, not a single Uzumaki has ever awakened the Rinnegan, Kagetsu said softly. Maybe Nagato is just that special. Conan interrupted, clearly uneasy. Like Jiraiya-sensei always said, he could be the child of the prophecy. Nagato is special. But awakening a kekkei genkai has incredibly strict and demanding requirements. While I don't yet understand what chakra nature transformations create the Rinnegan, it's definitely not a basic kekkei genkai of 2 chakra natures fused, nor is it a kekkei tota requiring 3 chakra natures fused. Also, these eyes must place an immense strain on your body, don't they? I've seen your physical data. These eyes and your body, they aren't perfectly compatible. Kagetsu's calm, analytical gaze shifted to Conan. That icy stare made her feel like she was standing bare in a freezing snowstorm. So what are you trying to say? Nagato asked, his tone steady. Or rather, what did you notice from my body's data? And what are you trying to suggest? Nagato remained calm because what Kagetsu was saying matched his own experiences. These eyes often gave him a sense of danger, powerful but difficult to control. As he grew older, the burden they placed on his body only seemed to increase. In the past, Nagato assumed this was a natural result of growing stronger and further unlocking the Rinnegan's potential. But now, he sensed that Kagetsu was hinting at something entirely different. These eyes, perhaps they aren't really yours. Kagetsu reached out and touched Nagato's eye sockets. Nagato didn't flinch, his expression blank as Kagetsu's words echoed over and over in his mind. How is this possible? The Rinnegan doesn't belong to Nagato, whose eyes could they be then? Conan exclaimed in disbelief. The body scan data doesn't lie. Of course, this is only one possibility, and we'll need more research and data to back it up. The reason I'm telling you this is to remind you, if these eyes don't belong to Nagato but somehow appeared on him, then what purpose does the person who gave him these eyes have? Nagato, could it be that your every action is under their watch? Kagetsu withdrew his hand. From the body scan data earlier, there were indeed some abnormalities between Nagato and the Rinnegan, but nothing definitive enough to immediately suggest transplantation. After all, the Rinnegan, as the Sage of Six Paths' legendary eyes, had only ever existed in myths throughout the history of the ninja world. Information about it was far too scarce. Conan still looked doubtful at Kagetsu's words, but Nagato suddenly remembered the 2 white, humanoid creatures that had been found parasitizing his body through unknown means in the cave. For a moment, Nagato's mind was thrown into chaos. His first instinct was to find Yahiko, but then he remembered that Yahiko was still unconscious. If Kagetsu hadn't brought it up, Nagato wouldn't have thought in this direction. But now that he had, his thoughts uncontrollably began spiraling in the direction Kagetsu had pointed, leaving his mind jumbled and his emotions in turmoil. How did you find them? Nagato looked up at Kagetsu. After we parted ways in Omega-kure last time, I discovered these humanoid creatures on my way back to the village. One of them had parasitized Shursue at the time. Kagetsu crouched down, reached into his shadow, and pulled out a white head. Apologies. I might have gone a little overboard in studying its corpse sample. Kagetsu casually waved the head in front of Nagato and Conan before shoving it back into his shadow, which rippled like water. All in all, it has the traits of both a ninja and a plant, allowing it to hide its presence and existence quite effectively. Chapter 161, Chapter 119, Bad News. How are Yahiko and the others? Seeing Kagetsu appear in front of him, Jiraiya instinctively stepped forward, grabbed his shoulders, and asked urgently. They're still alive, Kagetsu replied calmly. You're so cold. Although Jiraiya knew the 3 of them were probably not doing well, hearing Kagetsu say they were still alive made his tense heart relax a bit. Letting go, he forced a smile in response. Yahiko is the most seriously injured. Conan has been protected very well by them. I've stabilized Yahiko and Nagato's injuries, Kagetsu explained, noticing Jiraiya's hesitation, like he wanted to ask something but was afraid to hear the answer. Kagetsu took the initiative to share the situation of Yahiko and the others. That's such a relief. Jiraiya's face softened. But Yahiko's injuries, there's a high chance he will never be able to be a ninja again. Kagetsu casually dropped the statement, then shifted his gaze to someone behind Jiraiya, someone who shouldn't be here, Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya-sensei used the communication toad to inform me of the situation. I thought you might need my help, Minato said, raising his hand slightly to acknowledge Kagetsu's gaze and explain his sudden appearance. Kagetsu looked at Minato, who was supposed to be on a mission outside the village. Are you sure it's okay for you to leave the front lines, Minato-san? Orochimaru-san is there. I already reported to him, and I can return immediately if needed, Minato explained. Also, I didn't expect you to have mastered a space-time ninjutsu as well. Minato looked at Kagetsu with admiration. Only someone who had studied space-time ninjutsu would understand how complex and demanding it truly was. Even a single mistake in space-time techniques could lead to disastrous consequences. That's why any space-time ninjutsu was considered dangerous enough to be labeled as forbidden. I'm just using a few technological tricks to barely make it work, Kagetsu replied calmly. Compared to the Flying Thunder God technique, which can be used in combat, mine can only do fixed-point teleportation. That's still incredible, Minato said in amazement. I was originally planning to come and find you, but since you're already back, it looks like you don't need me anymore. After speaking, Minato bid farewell to the two of them, giving them space. Next, I need to take a mission outside the village. Although their injuries have been stabilized, recovery will take time, said Kagetsu as he watched Namikaze Minato disappear instantly from sight. His gaze shifted back to Jiraiya. With the front line short on manpower right now, the old man won't let you sit idle, Jiraiya said with an awkward smile. Give me the situation. I'll be heading to the front line soon as well. Konoha Hokage Building. Hokage's office. Bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze followed the heavy hand that slammed down on his desk. Smoke from his pipe curled in the air, partially concealing his face as his eyes moved up the arm to land on a familiar, cold expression. I told you we need to keep them under our control. If it weren't for your soft heart, Hiruzen, this wouldn't have happened. Jiraiya is just an incompetent fool, he barely left and his student voluntarily delivered himself to the enemy. Shimura Danzo shouted furiously, showing no restraint in front of the two advisors as he lashed out at Hiruzen and even the absent Jiraiya. What's done is done, Danzo. There's no changing it now, Hiruzen replied, his voice calm but his heart weighed down with regret. Thoughts of Jiraiya's face and his earlier plea swirled in his mind, making him close his eyes in frustration. Orochimaru and that brat from the Nara clan were naive enough to share the healing tag technology with outsiders. If the healing tag technology spreads completely, this is tantamount to treason. The moment Danzo received word from the Land of Rain, he realized this was an opportunity to strike a blow against Hiruzen's faction. Regardless of the circumstances, the leaking of such valuable technology would cause unrest among the villagers. Even though the higher-ups all understood that the healing tags processes and technology were bound to leak eventually, especially after being seized by the Land of Lightning, the public did not know that. You're overreacting, Danzo. The healing tag collaboration was a decision we reached together after discussion, Hiruzen said, frowning as he tapped his pipe gently against the edge of his desk. His tone was low and deliberate. This isn't the time to argue about blame. What matters now is what Hanzo is planning. Uttered Koharu Udatane, one of the advisors, breaking the tense atmosphere. He wants to replace the Akatsuki. Using the healing tag as leverage, he plans to maintain Land of Rain's neutrality, Danzo said with a cold snort. What Danzo left unsaid, however, was Hanzo's deeper reason, his fear that the Akatsuki posed a threat not only to Omega-kure but also to his power and position within the Land of Rain. If he were the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, facing the Akatsuki organization, which was out of control, with a complex background and holding the sales channel for healing tags, he would try every possible way to eliminate them. Although the Land of Rain was in chaos because of the war, with various small ninja groups and factions emerging like mushrooms after the rain, intertwined and full of conflict. Hiruzen Sarutobi could naturally guess these reasons, but it was precisely because of this complexity that he found it troublesome. Konoha was already at war with the Hidden Stone and Hidden Mist villages. As allies, the Hidden Sand village, which had just chosen its fourth Kazekage, was licking its wounds and had no intention of fully participating in the war. They only sent a small team led by Pakura to accept mercenary work and fight against the Hidden Mist. With the war approaching a boiling point, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't want to push Hanzo into the enemy camp as well. Let me go, Hiruzen. The Akatsuki can be destroyed, but Jiraiya's 3 disciples, I will make Hanzo hand them over, Shimura Danzo volunteered. After Jiraiya's departure, the affairs of the Land of Rain should have been handed back to the root, but Hiruzen had delayed giving the orders. Lord Hokage. Head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi has an urgent military report. An Umbu, wearing a cat mask and carrying a short sword on his back, suddenly appeared in the room, kneeling on one knee as he reported to the third Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi. Seeing that his goal was about to be interrupted, Danzo, with one visible eye, flashed a trace of displeasure but took 2 steps back. He understood that if Hyuga Hayashi had come personally, the situation must be extremely important. Lord Hokage, a member of the Hyuga clan's main family, Hyuga Katsu, was ambushed by the Hidden Mist's assassination squad. The Byakugan from the Hyuga clan may have leaked. After entering the Hokage office, the head of the Hyuga clan, the most courteous person, spoke with a heavy expression, ignoring the 3 advisors in the room and reporting directly to the 3rd Hokage behind the desk. Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon hearing the report from Hyuga Hayashi, instinctively twitched the hand holding his cigarette pipe, sending a cloud of ash into the air. Chapter 162, Chapter 120, Motives. Byakugan leak. The crowd on the scene was well aware of how tricky this situation was. Why had Konoha always been able to stand firm in past ninja world wars, even when facing 2, 3, or sometimes even 4 other villages at once? Was it because Konoha's ninja were inherently stronger than those from the other great nations? No. It was because Konoha's foundation was incredibly solid. It possessed numerous powerful Kekkei clans, secret technique clans, and a new generation of prodigies with extraordinary talent. Take the Uchiha, for instance. Even though most people present didn't like the Uchiha, no one could deny the power of the Sharingan. An Uchiha who awakened the dreaded Sharingan could become a terrifying force on the battlefield. Then there was the Inoshikacho clan alliance, which handled strategy, communication, interrogation, and defense during times of war. As for the Hyuga clan, which stood alongside the Senju and Uchiha, the Byakugan's value in warfare far exceeded its value in direct combat. Even the brutish ninja of the Land of Lightning, who had honed their lightning release techniques to smash through anything, would hesitate when faced with the Hyuga clan's Byakugan and Gentle Fist. The Byakugan excelled in observing enemy camps, gathering intelligence on manpower, and other crucial details. It was precisely because of the Byakugan that Konoha often held the upper hand on the battlefield, allowing them to make preparations in advance. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan's main family was not only treasured by the Hyuga clan itself but was also highly valued by Konoha's leadership. If the Byakugan were to leak at this critical point in the war, it might bring Konoha more trouble than the emergence of another Kage-level opponent. Thinking back to the earlier discussion about the healing tag, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but wonder why bad news always seemed to come in waves. Invention. How are you feeling? Looking at Yahiko, who was lying on the operating table, Kagetsu asked softly. After taking on a mission outside the village, Kagetsu left the village and, after traveling a short distance, handed the task over to Shursue and Anko. Then, using the black cavity, he returned to invention. It hurts. It's both painful and numb. Yahiko endured the discomfort in his body, describing the sensations he was experiencing internally. Carefully, Konan helped Yahiko, who was covered in various monitoring devices and medical patches, off the operating table. She applied a green ointment to his wounds. After finishing, she wrapped him up again with bandages, leaving only half of his face exposed. This is a good sign, Kagetsu said, standing nearby and observing Konan's actions. He comforted them, at least this shows that the treatment is working. Your dead nerves and sensory functions are starting to recover. If you felt nothing, the follow-up treatments would be far more complicated. Does this mean I'm recovering? Yahiko, for the first time, felt an odd sense of gratitude toward the pain and itchiness he was experiencing. Compared to the previous state of complete numbness, where only his head could move freely, this was a world of difference. At least now, he could truly feel that his body was still there. Yes. But don't get too excited. Even I'm surprised you've recovered to this extent, Kagetsu said, glancing at Yahiko's vitals displayed on the monitoring devices. The next phase of treatment won't rely on these medicines anymore. I'll need to perform several nerve implant surgeries for you, and if necessary, replace your necrotic organs and limbs. I understand. Yahiko nodded firmly. Don't we need Lady Tsunade for this? Konan asked with a trace of doubt. That would be the last resort. Besides, Konoha is also searching for Lady Tsunade, but it's clear she's deliberately avoiding everyone this time. Let's stick with my treatment plan for now. At the very least, we need to restore Yahiko's mobility first, Kagetsu replied. The battlefield was the place Tsunade, with her hemophobia, most wanted to avoid. Land of Rain. A Megakure. A torrential downpour engulfed the land, the sky overcast and grim. The buildings of Megakure appeared desolate and oppressive under the relentless rain, mirroring the heavy mood of Hanzo at this moment. Lord Hanzo, the envoys from Iwagakure have arrived in the village, reported a masked Megakure shinobi, kneeling on one knee. His voice broke the silence as Hanzo gazed out of the window, watching the unrelenting rainstorm. And those 3 brats from the Akatsuki. Hanzo's voice was muffled by the mask he wore, yet it carried a weight that demanded an answer. Still searching for them, the shinobi replied nervously. Although Hanzo's tone revealed no hint of emotion, those serving as his personal guards knew well that their leader's mood had been foul of late. They had scoured nearly every corner of the Land of Rain, including the former Akatsuki bases, yet there was no trace of the group's 3 leaders. Even after capturing several Akatsuki members, interrogation yielded only one consistent piece of information. The last order they had received was to disband temporarily and leave the Land of Rain. The Akatsuki's sudden dissolution and the disappearance of their leaders had put both Megakure and Hanzo in a difficult position. Both Konoha and Iwagakure had sent strongly worded demands for an explanation. Konoha, while formidable, was constrained by its two-front war against Iwagakure's full-scale assault and Kirigakure's constant raids. This limited their ability to allocate resources to pressure Omegakure. They also had to tread carefully, lest they push Omegakure into Iwagakure's camp. Iwagakure, however, had no such reservations. Riding the momentum of their successes on the battlefield, they were emboldened. The healing tag had significantly reduced casualties for Iwagakure's forces. From Inoki's perspective, gaining control over its production would be a massive advantage. Thus, the Akatsuki's sudden collapse deeply unsettled Iwagakure. Having witnessed firsthand the healing tag's value in warfare, Inoki was unwilling to tolerate any disruption in its supply. After a series of aggressive demands, Iwagakure escalated matters, insisting Hanzo hand over the Akatsuki's leaders or reveal the healing tag's production method and technology. Now, they had even dispatched envoys to Omegakure for a face-to-face confrontation with Hanzo. This was precisely the headache Hanzo faced. He could neither produce the Akatsuki leaders nor provide the secrets of the healing tag's creation. To make matters worse, Iwagakure had no reason to trust a single word he said. Waging war against Iwagakure. When Hanzo was younger, he had no fear of such a prospect. But now, the ambition and courage he once possessed had long faded. Even though his strength was comparable to the Kage of the five great nations, the Land of Rain still could not rise to become the sixth great nation. The way for small shinobi villages to survive was to align themselves with a larger village when war loomed. Whether they claimed neutrality or sought to assert their own will, such actions were never tolerated. Even someone as powerful as Hanzo could not change this harsh reality. Align with Konoha. In times of war, Konoha, perhaps at a disadvantage, might endure Omagakure's encroachment on its interests. But how great a price would it take to quell Konoha's wrath? Chapter 163, Chapter 121, Conversation. Invention. Huff. 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 Yahiko struggled to move his feet, relying on Konan and Nagato to support him as he shuffled forward. After undergoing several surgeries, he had barely regained some control over his body. Now, he was impatient to move and exercise his heavy limbs. Lying on the operating table for so long had made him feel as though his body had rusted and gone numb. Do you want to take a break? Seeing the sweat pouring down Yahiko's face and the way he was gritting his teeth against the pain, Konan asked with some concern. Standing beside her, Nagato also paused, looking toward Yahiko with worry. No, I'm fine. Keep going. Yahiko shook his head and insisted on moving forward. Each step sent waves of soreness, numbness, itching, and sharp pain through his body, sensations so intense they were almost unbearable. Yet, these feelings made Yahiko feel exhilarated. According to Kagetsu's explanation, these sensations indicated his body was healing and recovering. If there were no pain or sensations at all, it would mean the treatment had failed. After walking a little further, Konan finally refused to let Yahiko push himself any longer. With Nagato's help, she brought him back to the lab, where they used the instruments to perform a routine check and monitor his condition. I know you want to recover quickly, but as Kagetsu warned, while rehabilitation training is good, it must be done in moderation. Overdoing it will worsen your condition again. Konan noticed the regret and yearning in Yahiko's expression. Softening her tone, she gently tried to comfort him. I understand. Yahiko nodded. Compared to earlier, when he could only lie on the operating table completely immobilized, dependent on others for everything, his current state was worlds apart. It's just, these limbs look so ugly. Yahiko pulled up his sleeves and pant legs, revealing his pale, lifeless-looking arms and legs. He sighed heavily. The damaged limbs and organs he had lost could not be saved. After they were amputated during surgery, Kagetsu had attached new limbs to him. In Yahiko's experience, these transplanted limbs possessed a strange vitality. Without any rejection reactions, they even seemed to nourish his scarred and battered body. These bodies contain would-release cells, which can gently nourish your body. If your recovery goes well and you merge with these bodies effectively, you might be able to master the would-release power that only the first Hokage possessed after you recover. Konan repeated everything she had been told by Kagetsu, word for word. Seeing Yahiko's body gradually recovering, Konan's mood also improved day by day. Naturally, she felt immense gratitude and affection for Kagetsu, who had saved Yahiko. At least in terms of the treatment plan, Konan had completely placed her trust in Kagetsu. She had earlier had some doubts about Kagetsu's methods, but after that, she stopped asking questions. Whatever Kagetsu suggested, she followed without hesitation, becoming a completely obedient assistant. At this point, Kagetsu's authority regarding Yahiko's body was above even Yahiko's. If there were a conflict between Yahiko and Kagetsu, Konan would likely side with Kagetsu and try to mediate with Yahiko. However, Yahiko was a patient who followed medical advice, which spared both Konan and Nagato from any difficult decisions. I heard from Mr. Hiroto and the others that Mr. Kagetsu has the ability to create Kekkei Genkai, Yahiko said, licking his lips, somewhat amazed. After all, the ability to create a Kekkei Genkai was beyond what the three of them had imagined. In the past, they had known very little about Kekkei Genkai, only hearing rumors about things like the Uchiha's Sharingan. After all, the Land of Rain didn't have any powerful, well-known Kekkei Genkai clans or ninja with Kekkei Genkai. But that didn't stop them from knowing that ninja with Kekkei Genkai far exceeded ordinary ninjas in terms of talent and potential. Conan nodded. If the Akatsuki organization had this kind of technology, then its members would be stronger, safer, and better able to implement the organization's peaceful ideals. However, that thought only passed through their minds briefly, and they quickly buried it in their hearts. This technology was undoubtedly a secret of Konoha, and they couldn't be too greedy. Any news, comrades? After Conan finished checking his body and laid him down on the nearby bed, Yahiko finally couldn't hold back and asked the question that had been weighing on his heart for a long time. Most of our comrades have successfully left the Land of Rain. Conan glanced at Yahiko, who looked at her with hopeful and pleading eyes, and then shared the information she had received from Kagetsu and Hiroto. Most of them. Having experienced Hanzo's betrayal, Yahiko, who had grown a little, was quick to pick up on the hidden meaning in Conan's words. Not everyone can make the decision to leave their country. And not everyone can escape the tracking of the Hidden Rain's Umbu division. But no matter what, the downfall of the Akatsuki organization had already become a fated outcome. Even if the three of them returned to the Land of Rain to rebuild the Akatsuki, it wouldn't erase their past failure. Don't worry about the Akatsuki members in the Land of Rain. Hanzo no longer has the time or energy to search for them, Conan added. A voice from outside the laboratory door interrupted. Kagetsu. Hearing Kagetsu's voice, the three of them turned their heads and looked at Kagetsu, who had entered the laboratory. Did you finish your mission? Conan asked instinctively, noticing the dust and weariness on Kagetsu. I've finished, but I can't stay long. Kagetsu stepped forward and quickly scanned the various data on Yahiko's body that Conan had recorded. Hanzo no longer has the energy to hunt us down. Did something happen? Yahiko focused on the information Kagetsu had just mentioned. Literally, yes. He's in over his head. Because of you, he now has to face the wrath of Konoha and Iwagakure, Kagetsu said plainly. Because of us. The channel for purchasing the healing tags has been cut off. Iwagakure obviously wants an explanation. While Konoha can't attack the Land of Rain, they can still cooperate with Iwagakure to put pressure on Hanzo of the Land of Rain regarding the Akatsuki organization. Kagetsu finished reading the data, then walked over to Yahiko's side, using medical ninjutsu to check his physical condition. Is there going to be a war in the Land of Rain? Yahiko asked, his face full of concern. Nagato and Conan, too, seemed to recall some unpleasant past events, and both fell silent. Your body has recovered well. Kagetsu didn't answer Yahiko's question directly, instead withdrawing his hand and speaking to him. How much longer until I fully recover? Yahiko asked again. Not much longer. You should already feel that your strength is different from what it once was, right? Kagetsu replied, gazing into Yahiko's eyes. Conan said I might be able to master the first Hokages would release in the future. Yahiko smiled faintly. You can indeed awaken and use would release, but that's not the true power of this body, Kagetsu reminded him. Yahiko and the others exchanged confused glances, waiting for Kagetsu to explain further. Shape transformation. Kagetsu spread his hand, and a certain force was extracted from the air, solidifying in his open palm under his control. Chapter 164, Chapter 122, Stepping on the Air. This is. Looking at the kunai in Kagetsu's hand, seemingly solid and crackling with electricity, Yahiko and his two companions widened their eyes in shock. To gather chakra in one's hand and manifest it into a tangible form was beyond their understanding of ninjutsu. Careful. Without thinking, Conan reached out to touch the kunai in Kagetsu's hand. The moment her fingertips made even the slightest contact, a sharp pain tingled through her finger, followed by a numbing sensation. In the next instant, Nagato grabbed Conan's hand, pulling her arm away from the technique, which even he could sense contained an overwhelming power. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Conan quickly used her medical ninjutsu to heal the minor wound on her finger, her eyes never leaving the kunai. It was as if the chaotic energy had been compressed into tranquility, a mesmerizing sight of electric brilliance flowing in Kagetsu's grasp. This kind of technique without a specific training regimen or chakra nature is self-destructive when holding it in one's palm. Ninjutsu. Kagetsu raised an eyebrow. This isn't ninjutsu. Under the trio's astonished gazes, the lightning-style kunai in Kagetsu's hand dispersed into a burst of electricity, vanishing in his palm. In the next moment, another kunai, radiating intense heat, materialized in his hand. Then followed a series of displays, a shield of earth release, a long staff of water release, and finally, a crystal-clear, nearly transparent flower. As the flower bloomed, thin currents of air began to converge toward it, swirling into Kagetsu's hand. The rushing air caused a strong wind to stir within the laboratory. Kekii Genkai. Is this a Kekii Genkai? Konan, her hair disheveled by the sudden gust, seemed to have realized something and blurted out the question. Kekii Genkai. Perhaps. Kagetsu let the wind-style flower dissipate in his hand. In fact, if we were to judge it based on danger levels, it might have the potential to surpass a Kekii Genkai and qualify as a Kekii Tota. Chakra. Nagato, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. The trio's eyes immediately turned to him. The weight of their gazes, especially Kagetsu's and his companions, made the usually introverted and quiet Nagato visibly uneasy. What do you mean, Nagato? Konan, familiar with Nagato's reserved nature, took the initiative to ask. Did you notice something, Nagato? Even Yahiko, still lying on the bed, directed a curious look at him. While he could see the magnificence and power of Kagetsu's techniques, he hadn't grasped the deeper implications behind them. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan all knew that Nagato possessed the legendary Rinnegan, a pair of eyes with unimaginable power and extraordinary perception. Perhaps he truly saw something that others could not. Energy, or rather chakra, is being forcibly manipulated by him, Nagato said, his Rinnegan perceiving more than what was apparent to the others. He saw the chakra within Kagetsu's body, as well as the chakra within his and Konan's bodies, being silently siphoned away by some unknown force. If not for the clarity granted by the Rinnegan, Nagato might never have realized his chakra was being drawn out. Seeing that Kagetsu didn't deny it and instead offered an encouraging look, Nagato shared everything he had seen and felt. Extracting chakra from another person. Is that even possible? Konan asked, her face filled with disbelief. Yahiko, lying on the hospital bed, had the same shocked expression. It is possible. In the land of water, within Kirigakure, there's a blade called Samehada. It can strip away an opponent's flesh and devour their chakra simultaneously. Not only that, but it can transfer the absorbed chakra into its wielder's body. There are also many special ninjutsu techniques designed to absorb chakra or even counter elemental ninjutsu. So the idea of extracting another's chakra is far from unimaginable, Kagetsu explained to the trio. While the land of water often carried an air of mystery and intrigue, and its ninjas and techniques were scarcely known, the fame of the seven swordsmen of the mist had long transcended borders. Through countless victories, their reputation had spread to other villages. Each of them held a blade that symbolized strength and prestige, recognized by all. But Yahiko's abilities are not about devouring chakra, they are about disassembling, absorbing, and controlling it, Kagetsu continued. For example, something like this. Noticing the lingering confusion on Yahiko and Konan's faces, Kagetsu decided to abandon verbal explanations. Instead, he chose to demonstrate with action. Under their astonished gazes, Kagetsu appeared to walk up invisible steps, rising half a meter off the ground as though he were floating in midair. Konan and Yahiko's eyes lit up instantly. For Konan, who had the paper release that allowed her to fly, this was less surprising. But Yahiko's eyes were filled with a deep longing. How did you do that? Yahiko carefully observed Kagetsu, especially his feet. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he excitedly pressed for an answer. Can you figure it out? Kagetsu didn't answer directly this time but turned his gaze toward Nagato, who was staring intently at him, and posed the question instead. Chakra. You forcefully extracted and released chakra at the soles of your feet. No. You condense the air beneath your feet using chakra. Nagato replied cautiously, his brows furrowed. That's correct. I'm stepping on air, Kagetsu nodded, acknowledging Nagato's deduction. It's widely known that practicing fine chakra control can be done most effectively through two training methods, tree climbing and water walking. Both methods involve concentrating chakra at the soles of your feet to achieve adhesion. For tree climbing, you use only your feet to walk vertically, as if on flat ground, and eventually, you can even hang upside down from a branch like a bat without falling. Water walking is much more challenging. Unlike tree climbing, where the surface is solid, water is fluid. When walking on water, not only do you have to control the chakra output to counterbalance your body weight, but you also need to sense the movement of the water beneath your feet and dynamically adjust your chakra accordingly. Kagetsu landed gracefully from midair, planting his feet back on the ground. He raised a finger in front of Yahiko and the others, explaining, walking on air is an advanced training method that surpasses the difficulty of the first two. It's a technique that only a few individuals, or those with special Kekii Genkai abilities, can learn and master. In simple terms, it involves solidifying the air beneath your feet using chakra, making it sturdy enough to support your body weight. Chapter 165, Chapter 123, Teaching. It doesn't sound difficult at all, Yahiko said, stroking his chin. But soon, his expression began to crumble. While his strength was decent, and although Jiraiya-sensei hadn't taught them any of Konoha's exclusive jutsu, he hadn't overlooked essential ninja training like tree climbing and water walking. All of them had undergone such training. As for water walking, Yahiko had taken many days to barely master it. Even then, he could only stand steadily on relatively calm water surfaces. If it were the choppy waves of the open sea or the turbulent surface of a lake, he wouldn't dare claim he could walk on it with ease. And walking on air? That was something he'd never even heard of. If not for Kagetsu's demonstration just now, Yahiko would have dismissed it as a ridiculous dream or outright deception. Who could truly step on air using chakra to walk mid-air? If such a thing were possible, why not simply develop a flight technique like Conan? Being able to walk on air and mastering it demonstrates that your chakra control far exceeds that of ordinary ninja, Kagetsu said, glancing at Yahiko, who was rolling his eyes in disbelief. You think I have such talent? Yahiko looked down at his hands, puzzled. He had never felt he possessed such aptitude. You certainly didn't before, Kagetsu interrupted his thoughts with a single statement. But I made some modifications to your body. Don't just casually talk about something as creepy as modifications to my face. Yahiko exclaimed, looking at his pale arm in despair. Though he knew Kagetsu meant well, the fact that 60% of his body tissues were no longer his own was still something deeply saddening to him. To uphold your ninja way, you need power, don't you? Kagetsu said, giving him a sidelong glance. I thought Hanzo had already drilled that idea into your mind. Hanzo. Hearing that name, Nagato, who had been watching the banter between Kagetsu and Yahiko with a smile, immediately lost his composure. If there was anyone they utterly despised and loathed, it was Hanzo. The injuries they'd suffered, the pain they'd endured, and the predicament they were currently in, all of it could be traced back to Hanzo. The guardian deity of the land of rain, revered by most of its people in Shinobi as a spiritual leader, once stood strong against both Konoha and Sunagakure. But now, he had betrayed them. If they couldn't deal with Hanzo, returning to the land of rain was impossible. You're saying that if I learn to step on air, I can defeat Hanzo and give him a good beating. Yahiko fell silent for a moment before gritting his teeth and speaking. If Kagetsu said it was possible, Yahiko was ready to give it his all in training. You're dreaming too much, Kagetsu mocked. If Nagato helps you, maybe it's doable. But if you think you can take on Hanzo alone, you're delusional. Based on the way he's treated you, it's clear that his beliefs are already crumbling and corrupt. Yet, he's still Hanzo the demigod. Then what's the point of learning this? Yahiko slumped in frustration, stung by Kagetsu's words. At the very least, you won't get blown up so easily next time, Kagetsu replied bluntly. My time is precious. I've got research to do and missions assigned by the village. And don't forget, it's still wartime. I don't have the luxury to waste much time on you. I promised Jiraiya-sensei and Conan that I'd help you recover enough to be a functioning shinobi again. And I've already done that. I repaired your broken body entirely. With time and rehabilitation, you'll return to being a ninja, potentially even stronger than before. I even gave you an undeveloped would-release Kekkei Genkai and a powerful new ability. So, if I find you lack the talent for this air-stepping technique, I'm not wasting any more effort on you. Got it. 1 month later. Invention. In the open square outside, Yahiko was nearing the final stages of his rehabilitation training. Following the steps Kagetsu had taught him, he closed his eyes and quietly recited instructions while gathering chakra at his feet. Imagine the thin air as flowing wind or water. Use chakra to bind it firmly under your soles. Distribute your chakra output evenly. Absorb and control the natural energy drifting through the air, fusing it with your chakra. Ah! Yahiko's scream echoed across the square the next moment. His body flailed like a deflating balloon, spinning and twisting midair, carried by the sea breeze and airflow. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, the surface beneath him turned into soft mud, cushioning his fall and protecting him from injury. Thank you, Nagato. Pulling his body out of the dirt, Yahiko took a deep breath. He looked at Nagato, who was on the ground, his hands pressed against the earth, using earth release just in time to protect him. It's okay. You've found your rhythm, haven't you? Nagato shook his head and comforted Yahiko. It's too hard. Yahiko sighed, but he stood up again, calming himself and focusing to enter that sensitive, clear state of mind he had managed to reach earlier. Yes, he had begun his training to walk on air. Watching the demonstration and explanation from Kagetsu, it seemed easy and simple. But as soon as Yahiko started practicing, he immediately realized just how difficult the training was, almost unreasonably difficult. He had been training for several days now, and all he could manage was to briefly stand in the air inside the room. As for outdoors, the howling wind was a huge obstacle. It often made his body feel like a leaf caught in a gust of wind, unable to control his position. However, after so many failures, Yahiko had finally grasped the key to Kagetsu's instructions. Shape transformation. Shaping natural energy and chakra. What other ninjas found difficult was not so hard for Yahiko. Just like how certain Kekkei Genkai abilities gave other ninjas special talents in some areas, it seemed Yahiko was naturally gifted with a talent for controlling chakra and natural energy. He was able to forge them according to his will. Just like right now, when he wanted to shape the air beneath his feet into a step, he could really feel the air solidifying into a tangible surface that he could actually step on. A solid ground that truly existed, where he could place his foot. 1 step. 2 steps. Yahiko felt as if he was quickly climbing up, stepping on invisible stairs. Chapter 166, Chapter 124.1, Hogyoku. Ah! The sudden sensation disappeared as Yahiko flailed his arms and legs, screaming as he plummeted from a height of 10 meters. Landing in the soft, earthen bed Nagato had created, Yahiko stared at the sky with a look of doubt, questioning his life choices. He failed again. That feeling, he could never sustain it for long. But according to Kagetsu, mastering that sensation was the foundation of this ability. Only by fully mastering this ability could he move on to develop its next stages, or, in other words, create new, unique jutsu based on it. Carefully recalling the feeling he had when the ability successfully activated, Yahiko climbed out of the dirt once more. From initially being unable to enter the state at all, to occasionally experiencing a flash of insight, and now to remembering the feeling of success and replicating it. Yahiko's progress was undeniable. What he worried about was that if Kagetsu returned and found he hadn't met the standard, Kagetsu might abandon teaching him. During this time, he and Nagato had witnessed Kagetsu's shocking and almost otherworldly skills and creativity. If they lost his guidance for the next steps, Yahiko had a sinking feeling he would regret it deeply. Meanwhile, on the battlefield between Iwagakure and the Land of Fire. The air was thick with the scent of blood and fire. The Iwagakure forces had launched relentless attacks without any hesitation, putting immense pressure on the Konoha ninja troops who stood against them. Forced into multi-front combat, Konoha, having already endured clashes with Kimogakure from the Land of Lightning, was now stretched thin against the sheer numbers of Iwagakure's army. If not for Iwagakure's Jinchuriki being severely injured by the third Reikage earlier in the war and forced to recover in the rear, the pressure on Konoha would have been even greater. Facing Inoki, the Tsuchikage who wielded the power of a Kekkei Toda, even Orochimaru could only do his best to hold him off. Inoki's mobility and strength were not much weaker than Orochimaru's teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. If not for Orochimaru's creation of various secret techniques to save his life or act as decoys, he might have already been taken out by Inoki's dust release in their battles. The only one who could share some of the burden on the battlefield was Minato Namikaze. However, Minato, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, was assigned to provide support across multiple battlefronts. In other words, Minato was more of a firefighter than Orochimaru's subordinate. He couldn't stay on the Iwagakure-Konoha battlefield all the time. Orochimaru had considered bringing members of the Uchiha clan under his command, but his request was denied by the Konoha Council. The Uchiha were mostly restricted to the village. Even in this time of dire need for combat power, the council still refrained from fully mobilizing the Uchiha clan. Only a handful of Uchiha were dispatched in waves to counter the Kirigakure ninja invading the Land of Fire. Although Orochimaru was deeply dissatisfied with this, he couldn't abandon the front lines to argue with the council members back in the village. What disappointed him even more was that his once revered teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, did not object to the council's decision. Instead, Hiruzen tacitly approved it. This made Orochimaru realize even more clearly that his teacher's mindset was changing in a direction Orochimaru did not want to see. Although Hiruzen still appeared strong, his mentality had inevitably aged. He no longer had the heroic spirit of the Second Shinobi War. If it had been the Hiruzen of the past, confident in his ability to control the Uchiha, he wouldn't have cared about their issues. As for the Uchiha's ambition for one of their own to become Hokage, what did that have to do with Orochimaru? If he could succeed as the fourth Hokage, then, barring unforeseen circumstances, the fifth Hokage would undoubtedly be Kagetsu. The matter would then become Kagetsu's problem to handle. Why should Orochimaru worry about that? In fact, his obsession with becoming Hokage had also changed. Now, his reason for wanting the position was solely that it would provide him with the best research environment with minimal interference. In his right hand, Orochimaru held a deep blue orb, its interior shimmering like a nebula. This was the Hogyoku, the soul orb/nature orb. An advanced form of the hollow mask, it was a treasure that Orochimaru, with Kagetsu's help, created after collecting enough souls from the battlefield and soaking it in the natural energy of Ryuchi Cave. According to Kagetsu and Orochimaru's observations, this orb had the power to transform a person completely, provided they could endure the changes it brought. Depending on the chakra nature a ninja possesses, the enhancement provided by the Hogyoku varies. For instance, ninjas skilled in the 5 basic elemental jutsu find their chakra reserves and the destructive power of their techniques significantly boosted under the Hogyoku's transformation. Ninjas proficient in genjutsu or in release techniques experience changes in their soul, subtly influenced and altered. This makes their already mysterious in release techniques even more unpredictable and bizarre. For those adept in medical ninjutsu or yang release techniques related to the body, including taijutsu practitioners, the Hogyoku offers the simplest and purest form of enhancement. At first glance, these transformations appear distinct and automatic, as the Hogyoku gradually modifies those who approach it. However, if someone knowledgeable about the Hogyoku can guide and control its power, the possibilities for enhancement and transformation become far greater. For example, a yang release ninja could incorporate the imaginative strength of yin release into their enhancements, granting their straightforward taijutsu unique abilities. Beyond its transformative power, the Hogyoku itself is a rare treasure. It possesses an immense and unique energy akin to that of tailed beasts. This energy, a blend of countless souls and natural energy, creates a potent power within the Hogyoku through the union of yin and yang. In critical situations, the Hogyoku could even be used like a tailed beast, enabling its wielder to become a Hogyoku Jinchuriki, amplifying their power immensely. However, despite the Hogyoku lacking self-awareness, it is not without danger. Improper usage can lead to rapid corruption, similar to donning a hollow mask, granting power but quickly leading to the user's downfall, with their body and soul ultimately consumed by the Hogyoku. Even with proper usage, significant risks remain. The Hogyoku is not a perfect creation but a flawed object. Perfecting it would require extensive research and time. What intrigued Orochimaru most was how this Hogyoku could transform chakra into another type of energy entirely. This energy was neither chakra nor natural energy, yet it possessed a captivating allure. A fusion of the two, Sage Chakra. Chapter 167, Chapter 124.2, Ran, Yukari and Chodai. Feeling the Hogyoku's overwhelming power and the way it spread its influence, filling the surrounding space, Orochimaru's eyes burned with insatiable curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. Even more fascinating was how the Hogyoku seemed to resonate with his intentions, subtly enhancing his vitality and soul in response to his will. The enhancement was faint but tangible, something Orochimaru could keenly perceive. So, you want me to test the power of this Hogyoku? Orochimaru stared at the Hogyoku in his hand, muttering to himself. This artifact represented a mutual understanding between him and Kagetsu in their research. If Kagetsu wasn't rushing to reclaim the completed Hogyoku, it was clearly a sign that, for the time being, Orochimaru could use it as he pleased. And indeed, the Hogyoku intrigued Orochimaru greatly, especially since it could act as a weight to tip the scales of power on the battlefield. What could be a better testing ground than the chaos of war? Here, human test subjects were plentiful, and lives were extinguished every moment. The rules and order of the past held no significance on a battlefield consumed by conflict. The only thing lacking, perhaps, was a fully equipped laboratory. But even that was a minor inconvenience. With medical ninjutsu and an abundance of prisoners, Orochimaru could gather all the precise experimental data he needed. In the following days, apart from dealing with Inoki and handling battlefield and camp affairs, Orochimaru devoted all his time to guiding and harnessing the power of the Hogyoku. A large number of Iwagakure prisoners were expended in these experiments. During this period, Orochimaru used the Hogyoku to create numerous mutated monstrosities. Later, to make use of these abominations and to test their combat capabilities, he deployed those that survived the transformation process as disposable pawns in the battles against Iwagakure. The weakest of this mutated army was comparable to a Chunin, while the elite specimens, those with stronger original bodies, reached the level of Jonin. There was no doubt about the strength of this altered force. However, the tragedy lay in their lack of control. Uncontrollable, these creatures couldn't understand orders or fight in line with human strategy. They were like beasts driven purely by instinct, and once unleashed on the battlefield, their survival was of no concern to anyone. Despite the chaos, the numerous test subjects provided Orochimaru with invaluable experimental data. This information deepened his understanding of the Hogyoku's power and refined his ability to utilize it effectively. Finally, a breakthrough occurred when one of the prisoners subjected to the Hogyoku's transformation retained their consciousness, becoming a perfect being. Orochimaru, ecstatic, thoroughly dissected every aspect of this success, inside and out. For Orochimaru, prisoners were nothing more than tools for his research. Mercy was a concept he completely disregarded. As long as his experiments progressed, he cared not how many lives were lost. Following the success of the first perfect transformed specimen, Orochimaru refined the transformation process using the acquired data. Soon, the second and third perfect beings were successfully created. Although the success rate of the modification still couldn't reach 100%, Orochimaru had already found the answer he wanted from the vast amount of data. A 100% successful modification. Orochimaru wasn't expecting that. This wish couldn't be achieved in a short time. Furthermore, he believed that the stronger the power, the greater the risk. Just like forbidden jutsu. They're powerful, but difficult to master. Only those with talent can train them perfectly. There's no need to let fools master these forbidden techniques. Orochimaru had always pursued talent and genius. In his eyes, fools were nothing compared to those with ability. Even Jiraiya, who was considered the weakest among the Sanins, had earned Orochimaru's respect for his talent. After all, the fact that he had mastered the senjutsu of Myaboku Mountain already surpassed Orochimaru. Not to mention the dangers of training the three sage regions techniques, but just looking at the results, Jiraiya's talent in training senjutsu had already proven that he was above Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru had learned some techniques and abilities to harness the natural energy, he was still far from mastering the true sage mode. But the Hogyoku could fulfill this wish of his. Orochimaru had a strong intuition. It might not be sage mode, like the tailed beast mode or the sage mode of the sage regions, but perhaps he could master a power equal to those, something he would call Hogyoku mode. In this way, it would be like he had indirectly mastered sage mode. Inside the Konoha camp. In the underground space created by the Earth Release Jutsu. A tall, fat man with the character food written on his clothes, a middle-aged man with Byakugan, and a female ninja with a golden ponytail respectfully bowed to Orochimaru and said, "Lord Orochimaru. You should all know of the Hogyoku, right?" Under the dim light, Orochimaru looked at the three people standing respectfully and licked the corner of his lips, then asked. Yes. The three, who served as Orochimaru's bodyguards, nodded. Most of the modified bodies had been suppressed and dealt with by them. In particular, the female ninja from the Yamanaka clan had assisted Orochimaru in his research for a period of time. You should also understand the power of the Hogyoku and its dangers, Orochimaru spoke softly. You have the right to choose. I am willing to undergo the experiment, Lord Orochimaru. The one who spoke was Hyuga Ran, a branch member of the Hyuga clan. His Byakugan stared at Orochimaru without any hesitation. Akimichi Chodai and Yamanaka Yukari also agreed one after another. As the war continued to escalate, the battlefield had become more and more brutal. Even though the three of them were jonin, they couldn't guarantee that they would return unscathed from every battle. In fact, Akimichi Chodai's body, under his clothes, was wrapped in bandages soaked in blood, with healing tags stuck on them. It was the healing tags that eased the shortage of medical ninjas and helped many injured ninjas survive. Let me go first, Lord Orochimaru. Akimichi Chodai glanced at his companions and stepped forward voluntarily. His injuries were more severe, but thanks to his Akimichi clan's physique, he could stand here. Other ninjas, even jonin, would have been lying in a hospital bed, barely alive and waiting for treatment. Remember what I told you, don't let the will of Hogyoku corrupt your own will. Orochimaru did not refuse Akimichi Chodai's self-recommendation. As he guided the power of Hogyoku into Akimichi Chodai's body while he lay on the operating table, he softly reminded him. The next moment, the Hogyoku in Orochimaru's hand emitted a brilliant light under his activation, and the light was carefully guided into Akimichi Chodai's body. Chapter 168, Chapter 125.1, Battle with IWA. The gentle drizzle blended with a thin mist, drifting through the surroundings. At a supply point near the border of the Land of Fire, a fiery glow illuminated the area. Shadowy black figures loomed within the fog. Under the command of a tall, burly Iwagakure ninja wearing a red ninja hat and sporting a prominent nose, the figures moved in unison, executing the same earth release technique with precision. This large-scale ninja formation was one of the war tactics developed by the 5 great ninja villages during times of conflict. When many ninjas combined their efforts, even the simplest jutsu could unleash destruction akin to a natural disaster. Iwagakure possessed several specialized units trained exclusively for warfare. As the jutsu was activated, the ground in front of the Iwagakure unit cracked open like an earthquake. The earth churned like a massive dragon, hurling rocks and soil into the air before slamming back down with a thunderous crash. A single earth release, tearing earth turning palm, when controlled and guided by the lead Iwagakure ninja, demonstrated destructive power capable of causing landslides and earthquakes. This was the devastating force of large-scale war jutsu. The Konoha supply point ahead, already damaged and weakened from prior attacks, stood no chance against this assault. Only a handful of stationed ninjas, along with some injured comrades, managed to escape the jutsu's devastating range. Eliminate them quickly. We need to move to the next supply point, ordered the leading Iwagakure ninja. Understood. A 12-man Iwagakure pursuit squad immediately sprang into action, chasing after the fleeing Konoha ninjas. Wait a moment. I'm detecting over 10 chakra sources nearby. 3 of them seem to be at the jonin level. The sensor ninja within the Iwagakure team suddenly garroted, pointing toward a specific direction shrouded in fog. Konoha reinforcements. The lead Iwagakure ninja remained calm, issuing instructions with composed authority. Human boulder. A deafening roar pierced through the mist as a massive rolling ball of flesh barreled forward. The sheer momentum tore through the mist and air, smashing everything in its path with overwhelming force as it surged toward the Iwagakure formation. Given the enormous size and speed of Akimichi Chodai's human boulder technique, if he managed to crash into the Iwagakure camp, the damage and losses inflicted would be devastating in an instant. The Iwagakure leader understood this clearly. His hands moved rapidly, leaving afterimages as he formed a series of seals. He then bent down and slammed his palms onto the ground with force. Earth release, earth flow fortress. With a surge of chakra pouring through his hands and feet into the earth below, the ground before him cracked open horizontally with a rumbling sound. A massive wall of land rose up like a fortress, lifting the Iwagakure leader and his forces high into the air. Boom. The rampaging human boulder crashed into the earth flow fortress, drilling a massive hole through it as it spun at high speed. After bouncing off the ground a few times like a rubber ball, Akimichi Chodai steadied himself and astonishingly began rolling up the fortress itself. Earth release, rock cannon technique. The Iwagakure forces, stationed at the edge of the fortress, quickly formed a formation and launched their next counterattack under the leader's command. Small stones shot from their mouths like slingshot projectiles, growing larger as they traveled through the air. These stones eventually transformed into massive, solid cannonballs, raining down on the advancing human boulder. The sky seemed to pour stones in a relentless barrage. The rock cannon technique collided with the rolling human boulder, yet its momentum remained undiminished. Instead, the stones that struck its surface rebounded and shattered mid-air, reduced to fragments. Move aside, let me handle this. Seeing the colossal form of the human boulder rolling onto the fortress and casting a massive shadow over the forces below, the Iwagakure leader finally decided to intervene. In a flash, he appeared at the impact point of the human boulder's descent. His right hand became encased in layers of rock as he swung his fist with immense force at the oncoming mass. The spinning human boulder instantly sheared off most of the rock covering the leader's hand. However, the sheer power behind his punch sent the human boulder flying like a rubber ball into the sky, revealing a face that many Iwagakure shinobi found eerily familiar. Akimichi Chodai. The Iwagakure leader skidded backward from the impact, his feet leaving two shallow trenches in the ground. Despite the shock to his body and the numbness in his hand, the leader wasted no time. Quickly forming seals, he launched his next attack. Earth release, earth pillar explosion. As Akimichi Chodai was about to crash down, numerous earthen spears erupted from the ground in a straight line toward his landing point. These spear-like pillars, resembling bamboo shoots, aimed their sharp tips upward, ready to impale him as he fell. Gentle fist art, circular slash. A crescent-shaped blade of air slashed through the erupting earth spears, cleanly cutting them down like a scythe through wheat. Under the commanding gaze of the Iwagakure leader, a Konoha shinobi with Byakugan locked eyes with him, the veins around his eyes bulging prominently. Boom. Akimichi Chodai's body expanded once more. Despite his rounded physique, he performed an agile mid-air flip, landing gracefully outside the range of the earth pillar explosion technique. His seemingly clumsy movements carried a peculiar elegance. When his massive and heavy body hit the ground, the earth seemed to ripple from the impact. As he stood upright, his height towered over the raised earth flow fortress wall by half a head. Beneath him, Hyuga-ran seemed like an insignificant insect. In terms of sheer size, Akimichi Chodai at this moment rivaled the tailed beasts and the summoned beasts of the Sannin. Intricate patterns began to emerge across Akimichi Chodai's enormous body. Around his eyes, blue camouflage-like markings appeared, encircling his eye sockets. Super push palm. After standing upright, Chodai wasted no time launching his next attack. He extended his hands forward, palms open, and chakra swirling around them. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed an overwhelming force. The sheer pressure of the attack caused fierce winds to roar past on either side. The sight of his colossal palms barreling toward them in such a powerful manner threw the Iwagakure forces into chaos as they scrambled to dodge. The defense of the earth flow fortress crumbled under the force of the super push palm, disintegrating like a brittle earthen wall struck by a giant. Some Iwagakure shinobi who failed to evade were crushed into pulp upon contact with his palms. Others launched earth release techniques at Chodai's arms in desperation while dodging. Yet, his flesh seemed as impenetrable as steel, rendering most attacks ineffective. A barrage of earth release jutsu struck his advancing arms, yet barely scratched his skin. The few attacks that did manage to injure him left wounds that seemed trivial given his massive size, like a giant nicked by a blade. What was more terrifying, and sent shivers down the spines of the Iwagakure shinobi, was the sight of those wounds healing at a visible rate, restoring him to full strength almost instantly. This astonishing defense and rapid regeneration in the heat of battle reminded some Iwagakure shinobi of a figure burned into their memories. The Third Reikage. Chapter 169, Chapter 125.2, Gari vs. Hyuga-ran. Prepare to retreat. Explosion Core, stay with me and hold them off. The Iwagakure leader garroted commands, snapping his fearful subordinates back to focus. Rocks poured from his wide-open mouth, flowing along the earthen walls like a stream. A massive rock giant quickly took shape under his tremendous chakra output. Earth-style, super hardening technique. A clay giant, no smaller than Akimichi Chodai in size, rose from the ground. The Iwagakure leader stood on the giant's neck and Geralders, controlling it. Oh! The two giants closed the distance in just a few strides, their fists clashing with raw, unrelenting force. The clay giant displayed astonishing defensive and regenerative abilities under Akimichi Chodai's attacks. As long as the user's chakra remained steady, the giant could regenerate endlessly. At the same time, its strength was incredible. Although it wasn't quite on par with Akimichi Chodai's current power, it could still hold its ground, trading punch for punch in an even match. However, both Akimichi Chodai's super multi-size technique and the Iwagakure leader's super hardening technique were extraordinarily chakra-intensive jutsu. Though Akimichi Chodai hailed from the Akimichi clan, renowned for their vast chakra reserves, he could not have maintained his super multi-size technique for long without activating his Hogyoku mode. The Iwagakure ninja, who summoned the clay giant to hold him back, appeared younger than him. Yet Akimichi Chodai recognized him at first glance. Kitsuchi, the son of Tsuchika Jinoki. He was one of Iwagakure's top-tier fighters. Though he rarely made a move, his strength was undeniable. Under his leadership, Iwagakure had eliminated several Konoha supply points, inflicting significant losses. Kitsuchi was a powerful, calm, and composed shinobi, a highly competent warrior and battlefield commander. On the Konoha Iwagakure front lines, aside from Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato, few could match Kitsuchi in raw strength. This made Kitsuchi-led Iwagakure squads nearly unstoppable within Konoha territory. His cautious and meticulous approach allowed him to evade numerous traps set by Konoha effortlessly. It could be said that Iwagakure held the upper hand in the war against Konoha. Aside from Konoha being stretched thin across multiple fronts, Iwagakure had powerful assets like Kitsuchi and commanders of exceptional skill, such as Higashi Shibito. If not for being enhanced by Lord Orochimaru using the Hogyoku, even as a jonin, Akimichi Chodai wouldn't dare compare his strength to Kitsuchi's after witnessing his abilities firsthand. But now, there was no need for Chodai to fight Kitsuchi to the death. His role was simple: act as a shield to block the opponent and leave the rest to his comrades. If they could stop Kitsuchi here, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to Iwagakure. This might even relieve some of the pressure on Konoha's rear lines. Gari from the Explosion Corps, huh? Hyuga Ran stared at the Iwagakure ninja blocking his path to aid Akimichi Chodai. He recognized the figure immediately, and his mind quickly connected the dots about the Explosion Corps and their infamous member, Gari. A ninja with the explosion release Kekki Genkai. Known for his devastating punches that could make anyone explode on contact. For most shinobi, getting too close to such an opponent was a nightmare. But Hyuga Ren wasn't like most shinobi. The Hyuga clan had never feared close-quarters combat. In fact, they excelled at it. When it came to hand-to-hand combat, the Hyuga clan's techniques were among the most elite in the shinobi world. Kumogakure, famous for dominating with taijutsu, had long been at the mercy of the Byakugan. Even Kumogakure's jonin often had no choice but to retreat when facing the Byakugan. The Kagaya clan, known for their taijutsu, was much the same in this regard. A branch family member of the Hyuga clan. Gari scrutinized Hyuga Ran, trying to guess his identity. During wartime, even ninja clans like the Hyuga needed to send their members to the battlefield. This was also the best opportunity for other villages to kill Hyuga clan members and attempt to acquire the Byakugan. However, due to the harsh realities of war, encountering members of the Hyuga's main house was rare. Even if one did meet them, they would often be surrounded by branch family members acting as their guards. In front of him was Hinata Ran, who was unaccompanied and lacked the protection of the Hyuga clan's guards. Immediately, in Gari's mind, he was categorized as part of the branch family. Gari knew about the Hyuga's gentle fist, but he wasn't afraid. Explosion release, landmine fist. Gari swung his fist toward Hinata Ran. However, his hand, wrapped in chakra, gently maneuvered around his punch and lightly tapped his wrist. Gari immediately felt his punch turn limp. The power gathered in his fist became uncontrollable, deflating like a balloon losing air. Hinata Ran closed in, her fingers tapping repeatedly on Gari's body. In the end, one powerful strike caused Gari's body to explode into a pile of soft, mushy earth. Earth clone. Though confident in his Kekki Genkai, Gari, aware of the power of the Hyuga's gentle fist, didn't let his confidence lead him to recklessness. Instead, he used an earth clone to cautiously test the power of Hinata Ran's gentle fist. Watching the limp earth clone fall, Gari slowly rose from the ground, his expression serious. There was no doubt, the Hyuga's gentle fist seemed to have an advantage over him. His explosion release needed to hit something to trigger an explosion. However, the Hyuga's Byakugan could observe his movements in advance, attacking him after he struck, always getting the first move. With the Byakugan's assistance, the gentle fist could target his chakra pathways and chakra points, preventing him from refining his chakra properly. A ninja without the ability to use chakra, even one with a Kekki Genkai, would only be a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter. It seemed that the path to close combat was blocked. As Gari closely observed Hinata Ran's movements, his mind was racing, trying to think of a way to counter her attacks. Chapter 170, Chapter 126.1, Byakugan's Power. Your abilities are completely exposed before these eyes. Hyuga Ran maintained the standard gentle fist stance, veins bulging around his Byakugan as he stared intently at Gari. With the unique insight of the Byakugan, Gari's chakra points, pathways, and even his organs were laid bare, with no secrets hidden from Ran's gaze. Seeing doesn't mean you can evade. Gari slammed his palm against the ground, channeling his chakra into the earth. Ran's eyes shifted downward, and before Gari's action was complete, he used the body flicker technique to dodge. However, a series of explosions erupted, starting from where Gari stood and extending toward Ran's previous location. It was as if an immense buildup had been released in an instant, unleashing total devastation. Even though Ran had evaded in advance, the sheer range of the explosions made it impossible for him to completely avoid the aftermath. I heard the Hyuga have a technique, a perfect defense with no blind spots, capable of repelling all attacks. Is it that you don't know how to use it? Watching Ran being blown away by the explosion's shockwave, skidding across the ground with his palm and foot pressed firmly against it to stabilize himself, Gari taunted while intensifying his assault. He kept his distance, repeatedly using his Kekkei for long-range explosions aimed at Ran. This approach drained more chakra and lacked the precision of close-range detonations, but Gari was careful not to give Ran any chance to close the distance. Having already experienced the trouble posed by the gentle fist, Gari knew that under the Hyuga's Byakugan's precise insight, even trading injuries would be futile. Before he could use his abilities to detonate Ran's body, Ran's strikes would disrupt his chakra pathways, sealing off his chakra points before he could act. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? If you can't defend against my attacks properly, then the moment you fail to dodge just once, you'll die. Gari's words accompanied his relentless attacks, pressing the advantage without pause. As one of Orochimaru's bodyguards, and someone who had witnessed the harsh realities of war, Ren was acutely aware that words could sometimes wield power as devastating as any weapon. Excellent ninjas often use words during battles to shake and disturb their opponents' minds. This way, they can test, search for, or even create opportunities for victory. He wasn't sure if Gari was doing this, but he wouldn't let himself be easily swayed by those words. Long-range attacks. The Hyuga clan, with its thousand-year legacy, would naturally not allow its members to have such weaknesses. Hyuga Ren was well aware that the clan possessed various secret techniques developed and passed down specifically for the Byakugan. From the close-range chakra-sealing 8 trigrams palm to the all-around defense of the rotation, and even the medium to long-range air palm. The Hyuga clan's taijutsu was a perfect, seamless system that covered all aspects of taijutsu. Moreover, many of these secret techniques had advanced versions with even greater power. However, these techniques were typically reserved for the Hyuga main family. Branch family members like him could only rely on the Byakugan and practice the most basic techniques like gentle fist and acupuncture. Only by making significant contributions could a branch family member be rewarded with a secret technique from the main family. Even then, they could only practice it themselves and were forbidden from passing it down. Of course, there was another way. Talented branch family members could, through limited main family training or deep understanding of gentle fist and the Byakugan, develop their own interpretations of Hyuga secret techniques. Alternatively, they could take a different path, creating their own unique gentle fist secret techniques based on their talent and understanding of the basics. Hyuga Ren gathered strands of wind in his chakra-infused palms, compressing it steadily in his hands. Gentle fist technique, wind slash. Hyuga Ren clenched the violently compressed wind ball, channeling it with the force of gentle fist, and launched it toward Gari's direction. The wind ball, wrapped and bound by chakra, resembled a transparent cannonball radiating sharp air currents. It howled as it shot toward Gari's position. The closer it got, the more chaotic and violent the chakra within the wind ball became. When it finally neared Gari, it exploded entirely, sending countless fine wind blades spraying in all directions. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A stream of mud surged upward as Gari swiftly formed hand seals. Rising rapidly from beneath his feet, it molded into a half-dome under the guidance of his chakra, shielding him within. The wind blades struck the sturdy mud wall, slicing it into disarray. Gari continuously poured his chakra into the technique, forming 2 consecutive mud walls before finally stopping the explosive wave of wind blades. When the mud wall crumbled away, Hyuga Ren had already vanished from Gari's sight. Damn it! A surge of alarm shot through Gari's mind. His fingers flew through hand seals, causing the ground beneath him to rise abruptly. A rectangular stone pillar emerged, lifting him into the air. From this elevated position, his field of vision expanded, and the chances of being attacked diminished. In the next moment, a crescent-shaped wind blade arced sharply into the sky, slicing cleanly through Gari's stone pillar. The smooth, slanted surface of the severed column tilted before collapsing with a thunderous crash. As Gari plummeted uncontrollably, a swift figure approached from behind. A single, gentle palm strike landed on his shoulder. Originally, Hyuga Ren had aimed for Gari's heart, targeting a vital area. However, at the critical moment, Gari used his explosion release to detonate the stone pillar beneath his feet, propelling both himself and ran away. This sudden explosion also caused Gari's body to shift slightly, avoiding a fatal blow. Hyuga Ren was unfazed by this. Although Gary had narrowly avoided a critical hit, the strike had still landed. Being struck by a gentle fist would inevitably affect his strength. As long as Gary wasn't given a chance to recover, Ran's advantage would only grow stronger. Gary's left arm, struck by the gentle fist, felt completely numb as he landed. It hung limply in front of him, resembling a broken limb. To Gary, it felt like the arm wasn't even his, weak, unresponsive, and devoid of sensation. It could only sway with the inertia of his movements. Moreover, Ran's attack had not merely struck a chakra point on his shoulder. A surge of chakra had bypassed Gary's external defenses, exploding within his body and causing internal damage. Had Gary not forcefully activated his Kekkei to separate them and shifted his body slightly at the crucial moment, the blow might have severely injured his heart or other vital organs. As it stood, the intense pain radiating from his shattered shoulder blade felt as if it were transmitting directly to his brain. What made things worse was that one of his arms had lost control, which inevitably affected his combat ability. Many high-level ninjutsu techniques were now beyond his reach. Chapter 171, Chapter 126.2, Hogyoku Mode. Earth Style, Rock Iron Cannon. Several rock iron projectiles grew larger as they flew, trying to block Hyuga Ran, who was pursuing Gary. But under the inside of the Byakugan, Hyuga Ran dodged each projectile with a graceful agility, as if performing acrobatics at the very last moment. Reinforcements have arrived. Though the clash between the two was intense, not much time had actually passed since the battle began. The 6 ninja left behind by the explosion core, including Gary, spread out in a semicircular formation, subtly surrounding Hyuga Ran. This is going to be troublesome. The explosion core was one of Iwagakure's elite assault squads. Only those with exceptional abilities or Kekkei, or ninja strong enough to hold their own in any battle, could join. The 6 before him were at least Jonin-level ninjas from Iwagakure, and they formed a cohesive team with excellent coordination. Unless one had overwhelming strength, facing such opponents often meant being worn down once they figured out your techniques. Jonin from the great ninja villages were leagues above the so-called Jonin of smaller villages. Should he activate the Hogyoku mode? Hyuga Ren hesitated. Without the Hogyoku's transformation and enhancement, his strength would at best match that of an average Konoha Jonin. Even this was due to the advantage of his Byakugan Kekkei. In a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't fear a Kekkei ninja like Gary. However, facing 6 Jonin from Iwagakure at once was undeniably pressuring him. Earth Style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Earth Style, Rock Lodge Collapse. The ground beneath Hyuga Ran's feet suddenly turned into a swamp. Instantly, he released chakra from his feet, propelling himself out of the mire. But the next moment, a large amount of rubble flipped up from the ground. Earth Style, Earth Mausoleum Dumpling. There was no time to catch his breath. As Hyuga Ran leaped among the rubble, using the rocks as footholds and deflecting incoming stones while trying to escape the encirclement, a massive oval-shaped boulder was hurled toward him by one of the Iwagakure Jonin. The stone was so large that even those massive summoning beasts would stagger and get injured if they were hit by it. The opponent had clearly timed it well, and with Hyuga Ran in midair, unless he had spatial ninjutsu, there was no way for him to escape the massive stone's attack. Boom. Hyuga Ran's small body was directly covered and suppressed by the stone, causing a deep crater to form on the ground with a loud crash. Is it over? Looking at the spot where the stone had fallen, the 6 members of the explosive team exchanged glances and silently communicated the same message. One of your companions is dead. From a distance, Kurotsuchi, who was fiercely fighting the giantized Akimichi Chodai, looked at the scene and tried to use words to shake Akimichi Chodai's resolve. Don't underestimate Ran. Super Meatball Needle War Machine. Akimichi Chodai's giantized body once again curled into a ball, his hair growing rapidly and hardening to cover his whole body. He rolled forward with a powerful crash, heading straight for the clay giant controlled by Kurotsuchi. With Kurotsuchi's steady personality, he couldn't help but feel a hint of helplessness deep within him at that moment. But there was no time to think further. The clay giant's massive size gave it unmatched strength and powerful defense, but in terms of agility, it was no match for Akimichi Chodai. Facing Akimichi Chodai's meatball needle war machine, the only thing Kurotsuchi could do was increase the chakra output. He controlled the clay giant's hind legs to stretch slightly and opened its hands to brace for impact. The rolling Akimichi Chodai collided with the clay giant's defensive posture, causing another earth-shaking impact. As Akimichi Chodai spun, the clay giant's arms were shredded, and only when 4 newly grown arms of the giant managed to restrain Akimichi Chodai did the movement gradually come to a halt. 2 arms weren't enough. Then use more arms. If 2 legs couldn't stand firm, create more support points. By giving the clay giant more form changes, Kurotsuchi had nearly pushed his Earth-style, Super Beast technique to its limits. Even if the Tsuchikage, Anoki, were here, he could only reach this level. Boom. The place where Hyuga Ren was covered by a massive stone suddenly exploded, with the stones flying out in pieces. A figure surrounded by white light, with an invisible wind howling around him, reappeared before everyone. Is this the power? It can even enhance my Byakugan. Hyuga Ran felt the massive change in his body and thought that he had been reborn. His whole body was filled with power, his vision extended further, his insight grew stronger, and he even vaguely sensed a strange power. Everything about this new state felt wonderful to him. He was intoxicated by the feeling. The only flaw he felt was the immense pressure this mode put on him. He couldn't perfectly control this power, meaning he couldn't fully utilize this state. 2 minutes. That might be the maximum time he could maintain this state. If he wanted to maintain it perfectly for a high-intensity, fierce battle, the duration would probably be even shorter. His eyes have changed. Gary was surprised as he looked at Hyuga Ran, whose whole body glowed with white light and was surrounded by air currents. The pair of eyes with a hint of blue in his sockets made him narrow his eyes. The evolved form of Byakugan. This information was never mentioned before. Also, could this guy, who had changed so much, not be from the Hyuga branch, but from the main house? The Iwagakure ninja did not hesitate and launched the next attack at Hyuga Ran. However, just before they attacked, they were horrified to find that Hyuga Ran's body had vanished from their sight. I can see everything. Your every move. Not just your bodies, but even your thoughts. Hyuga Ran's figure appeared behind an Iwagakure Jonin. With a gentle strike of his gentle fist, he hit the Jonin's back. The Jonin had almost no resistance and was hit, flying lifelessly into the air. Meanwhile, Hyuga Ran calmly dodged the attacks of several other Iwagakure Jonin, effortlessly avoiding them as if he had already predicted their movements. It felt like all their thoughts were seen through by his eyes, and he could foresee them. Gentle fist technique, Wind Serpent. A snake made of transparent wind shot out from Hyuga Ran's palm. It was as agile as a living creature and, under Hyuga Ran's control, struck 2 other Iwagakure Jonin who had come too close. Chapter 172, Chapter 127.1, Battle. The rock ninja struck by the wind serpent exploded into a shower of blood in an instant. Even though they had used earth release techniques to form barriers to block the wind serpent, those defenses were shattered in a single blow. The barriers crumbled into pieces, leaving 2 rock-hidden Jonin behind them exposed. The wind serpent swiftly wrapped around them. Every scale on the wind serpent's body was a compressed wind blade. In other words, its massive body was essentially a storm of densely packed, razor-sharp wind blades. The moment the 2 Jonin were hit and entangled, their bodies were torn apart. Their shredded remains, like broken sacks, were carried by the wind and hurled down from the sky in a spiraling motion. The technique's power has increased. Is it because of those Byakugan eyes? Or is it due to that strange state he's in? Gary narrowed his eyes as he watched the 2 explosion core members being killed in a single strike. Just moments ago, the Hyuga had been at a disadvantage. But now, the strength of his techniques was on a completely different level compared to before. A chakra nature transformation. While retreating quickly with his companions, Gary tried to analyze the sudden shift in power. This explosive surge in strength, along with the overwhelming chakra leaking from his body, almost forming a cloak of chakra around him, matched only one possibility that Gary could think of. A Jinchuriki. A host with a tailed beast sealed inside, capable of borrowing the beast's power. Everyone knew that a Jinchuriki who used the tailed beast's power was far stronger than one who didn't. The difference was like night and day, offering 2 entirely distinct modes of attack. Could this Hyuga with the Byakugan be a Jinchuriki? But wasn't Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki supposed to be an orphan from the Uzumaki clan? Watch out. One of the rock Jonin suddenly shouted. Hyuga Ran's body was cutting across the ground, forming a wind dragon in his wake. With a speed rivaling lightning release techniques, he closed the distance rapidly, propelled by the force of the wind. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Earth Release, Stone Dragon. Earth Release, Rock Pillar Prison. The 3 rock Jonin, in perfect synchronization, formed hand seals almost instantaneously. They unleashed their techniques simultaneously to counter Hyuga Ran's advance. An Iwagakure ninja slammed his hands heavily on the ground. Instantly, dense stone spears, resembling stalactites in a cavern, burst through the surface like a forest of thorns. They bloomed menacingly in the area where Hyuga Ran stood. Another Iwagakure Jonin controlled a dragon made of rock, which swooped down from above. Its gaping mouth aimed to grab Hyuga Ran's body and pin him into the forest of stone spears below. Rock pillars shot up from the gaps in the stone forest, forming tightly packed cages like fences. These were designed to restrict Hyuga Ran's unparalleled agility. Attack, control, entrap. The 3 Iwagakure Jonin coordinated their moves almost instantly, working together seamlessly. Even if it were Gary, the team leader of this explosion corps, he would have to rely on his Keki-Igenkai to blast a path through such an assault. From experience, an ordinary Jonin facing such an attack would have little chance of escaping unscathed. They would either die on the spot or suffer severe injuries. Either outcome would gradually tilt the balance of power in their favor, enough to determine the battle's outcome. However, Gary couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that this attack wouldn't be enough to deliver a fatal blow to their opponent. Although countless thoughts raced through his mind, the events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Gary's unease quickly turned into reality. A massive spherical, spinning barrier expanded rapidly from the direction where Hyuga Ran had fallen. The stone dragon, spears, and rock cage. In the face of the rotating barrier, they were shredded to pieces almost instantly. None of the ninjutsu could penetrate the barrier. Everything was blocked and cleared completely within its range. In the next moment, Gary's pupils constricted sharply again. The barrier stopped spinning and transformed into countless wind blades that shot out in all directions. Being closest to Hyuga Ran, the 4 Iwagakure Jonin were the first to face the storm of raging wind blades. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Gary and the others immediately used Earth Release ninjutsu to harden their bodies. The dense wind blades howled as they collided with their reinforced bodies. Though their clothes were shredded into tatters, and shallow white marks appeared on their skin, the technique had minimized the damage. Feeling the slight stinging pain coming from his body, Gary's heart sank once again. The Earth Spear, a B-rank ninjutsu, works by channeling chakra throughout the body to harden the skin, raising its defensive capabilities to an incredible level. This technique can make the body as hard as diamond, capable of ignoring most ninjutsu except lightning release. At the same time, it grants the user immense offensive power, making it a versatile technique for both offense and defense. However, its only drawback is the limited mobility after hardening the body, making the user susceptible to prolonged attacks. Ordinary wind release techniques, based on the principle of elemental superiority, shouldn't be able to break through the Earth Spear's defense. But the wind blades thrown by Hyuga Ran, even after dispersing their power, still managed to make them feel pain. Either their mastery of the technique was insufficient, or Hyuga Ran's chakra nature transformation and shape transformation were vastly superior in quality to theirs. The first possibility could be ruled out, leaving only the second. Could he have used some kind of forbidden technique to suddenly unleash this level of power? As a member of the Hyuga clan, renowned alongside the Uchiha clan for their dojutsu and Kekkei Genkai, the use of explosive forbidden techniques wasn't out of the question. Such techniques usually came with severe after-effects. If they could endure and outlast Hyuga Ran's burst of power, victory would still be within their grasp. Realizing this, Gary's heart suddenly cleared. He voiced his speculation loudly, instructing his 3 surviving teammates to stop launching direct attacks. Instead, he told them to focus on interference and stalling, waiting for the aftereffects of Hyuga Ran's forbidden technique to kick in. Your guess is correct, but only if you can survive long enough to escape. Hyuga Ran acknowledged Gary's analysis, but filled with immense power coursing through his body, he didn't care that Gary had deduced his plan. A rapidly retreating Iwagakure Jonin found himself quickly overtaken by Hyuga Ran. Realizing escape was impossible, the Iwagakure Jonin's expression turned grim. He abruptly stopped retreating, activating the Earth Spear again to engage Hyuga Ran in close combat. Even if it meant death, he was determined to buy time for his companions to observe and gather more intelligence on Hyuga Ran's current abilities. Chapter 173, Chapter 127.2, finished. It's useless. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist can bypass defenses and deliver damage directly to internal organs. In terms of defense, Kimogakure's taijutsu far surpasses yours. The decision made by the Iwagakure Jonin brought a trace of mockery to Hyuga Ran's eyes. Under the gaze of the Byakugan, the flow of chakra within the opponent's body and every subtle movement were laid bare before him. He clearly understood the technique being used and the intentions behind it. And as expected, the hardened defense formed by the Earth Spear technique on the Iwagakure Jonin's body was useless against Hyuga Ran's gentle fist. Hyuga Ran's strikes could precisely bypass the surface and directly damage the opponent's internal organs. Ah! The Iwagakure Jonin, struck by the gentle fist, spat out blood and collapsed to the ground, his body limp. Although he had managed to avoid critical areas such as his brain, heart, and vital organs, the compressed storm-like power delivered into his body exploded like a violent gale. His body was torn apart internally, with sharp winds slicing his flesh and meridians into shreds. The next moment, the storm's power burst outward, tearing through his body and ejecting blood and shredded flesh in all directions. Witnessing this, Hyuga Ran's face showed no sign of joy, instead, he seemed frustrated. According to his plan, this punch should have destroyed the opponent's internals without damaging the body's exterior. Is it because my power surged too suddenly, leading to insufficient control over its precision? Hyuga Ran muttered to himself, but he didn't stop moving. With the wind surging around him, he dashed swiftly toward the remaining 3 Iwagakure Jonin. Among them, Gary had been grazed by a gentle fist strike earlier, hitting an Akapointment, chakra point, on his shoulder. This left his shoulder limp and disrupted the chakra flow in his body, impairing his movements. As a result, Hyuga Ran locked onto him as his next target. Seeing Hyuga Ran charging straight at him, Gary immediately guessed his intent. In response, he infused chakra into the ground with every step, creating small explosions to disrupt Hyuga Ran's pursuit. However, Hyuga Ran ignored these minor distractions. Thin, swirling winds formed a transparent shield around him, deflecting the blasts and flying debris harmlessly to the side. His steps remained unaffected as he closed in on his target. The distance between them continued to close, and in just a few blinks, they were nearly face to face. Facing the speed of Hyuga Ran, who was as fast as the cloud-hidden ninjas skilled in using lightning release to enhance their body speed, Gari's intact arm swung out to strike. There was no way to increase the distance or escape. The defense was informed by the lessons of past battles. The only option for Gari was to go on the offensive, exchanging injury for injury. Even though this path was almost a dead end, considering Hyuga Ran was skilled in taijutsu and had the Byakugan, Gari had no choice. Another reenactment. Before Gari's explosive strike could hit his body, Hyuga Ran's gentle fist once again sealed the chakra points on his hand and arm. With the gentle fist, she dispersed the chakra surrounding Gari's fist. But this reenactment felt different to Gari. Previously, when his arm and shoulder were hit by the gentle fist, it only felt like his arm was no longer his own, unable to use chakra. But this time, along with the sealing of his chakra points and the blocking of his chakra pathways, a sharp wind-like, blade-like force surged through his arm. Tiny red blood droplets, visible to the naked eye, quickly covered his entire arm, stopping only at his shoulder blade. At that moment, Gari's arm had completely lost all sensation, soft like it had no bones, soaked in blood. The smell of blood, sharp and metallic, drifted in the air along with the seepage of blood. Gari knew his arm had been completely destroyed. The blood, flesh, and meridians inside had been crushed to almost powder. The wind nature chakra had sliced through his arm like a butcher, carrying out a brutal dissection. But losing one arm did not scare Gari. His other arm, hanging limp, suddenly regained movement. Without warning, it struck toward Hyuga Ran's face. As long as it landed, the chakra gathered in his fist was enough to turn Hyuga Ran's head into an explosion. Even if he lost an arm, he could still achieve victory. You think I don't know your arm has already regained its mobility? Under the stern expression of Gari, Hyuga Ran, enveloped in a swirl of white chakra, reached out and grabbed the fist Gari was throwing at him. Using chakra as precise as a surgical scalpel, he sliced through the chakra within Gari's punch, shattering it. Afterward, his Byakugan, glowing faintly with a bluish hue, quietly stared at him, mocking him. I told you, every movement you make is completely exposed to my eyes. I can see your physical condition, the flow of your chakra, all of it clearly. You thought you could make me believe your arm still couldn't move by hiding it from my eyes. You. Before Gari could finish speaking, Hyuga Ran closed the distance and, with a move like an iron mountain crash, funneled chakra into Gari's body, disrupting his nervous system. In the next moment, Gari was sent flying backward, his body completely numb. Then, Hyuga Ran used gentle fist to seal off all the chakra flowing in his body. Phew. Hyuga Ran let out a breath, watching the two Iwa Nin shinobi run off into the distance. He didn't chase after them but instead removed the Hogyoku mode he was in. The feeling of being filled with power was incredible, especially in that state. In that mode, he felt almost invincible. His Byakugan's purity had been enhanced to a whole new level, and he could even use the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan that he could never use before. It was as if he could perfectly replicate them in this mode. What was most unbelievable was that, under the Hogyoku mode, the flaw in his Byakugan caused by the caged bird seal had been completely repaired. His Byakugan was now flawless, just like the ones from the main branch of the Hyuga clan. No, it was even better than the main branch's Byakugan in terms of purity, more perfect. At least, the Byakugan of the main branch couldn't do what his could, infuse wind chakra into Gentle Fist. As everyone knew, Gentle Fist was a technique with no elemental properties. Adding wind, or any other chakra nature, to Gentle Fist was something Hyuga Ran had never heard of within the Hyuga clan. But after testing it, there was no doubt, if Gentle Fist could include a chakra nature, it would make the technique more versatile and add additional damage. Just like how his wind chakra could be sent into the body's defenses, causing deadly harm. Support me on my KO-Fi account and read up to 15 early chapters. https://ko-fi.com/pirateking24/tiers. Chapter 174, Chapter 128, Boundaries. The battle is over. Kitsuchi sensed the chakra signatures of the explosion core members left behind as the rear guard disappearing one by one. This deepened his evaluation of the strength of the Konoha reinforcements that had arrived. Even so, there was no doubt about the victor this time, it was Iwagakure. After all, the Konoha reinforcements were late. A late arrival meant their supply point had already fallen, and Iwagakure had achieved its objective. Thus, Kitsuchi declared their victory and swiftly retreated from the battlefield. With the explosion core members defeated, if he didn't leave now, he risked being forced to stay against his will. As a high-ranking member of Iwagakure, on par with Konoha's legendary Sannin, Kitsuchi being captured would be a far greater blow to Iwagakure than Konoha losing a few supply points. You're not going anywhere. Akimichi Chodai breathed deeply. He was well aware that the only way to recover their losses and boost morale was to capture Kurotsuchi, this prominent Iwagakure commander. Whether they could extract information from him or kill him on the battlefield, either option would suffice. However, Kurotsuchi had chosen the perfect moment to retreat. After regrouping with 2 surviving Explosion Corps members who had escaped Hyuga Ran, the 3 coordinated seamlessly and began their retreat. Now having support, Kurotsuchi channeled half of his remaining chakra into his shadow clone. Controlling the clay golem summoned by his earth release, golem technique, he kept Akimichi Kurotsuchi firmly occupied. Retreat. Kurotsuchi's real body appeared beside the 2 Explosion Corps members, and without stopping, he continued retreating at high speed. But in the next instant, the 2 Iwagakure Jonin suddenly turned their weapons on Kurotsuchi. With kunai in hand, they struck at his vital areas from both sides. At the same time, several explosive tags were silently attached to Kurotsuchi's back. Caught off guard by the sudden betrayal of his subordinates, Kurotsuchi's eyes widened in shock. He didn't have time to wonder why they had turned against him at this critical moment. Instinctively, he twisted his body to avoid a fatal blow and immediately activated a defensive technique to protect himself. Earth Release, Earth Spear. His body became significantly heavier, but in exchange, the surface of his body was reinforced with chakra, creating a formidable layer of defense. 2 kunai pierced his body, drawing a trail of blood. However, they soon met resistance against his hardened skin. The 2 Iwagakure Jonin moved swiftly, their kicks synchronized as if they were one person. Their strikes landed on Kurotsuchi's abdomen, sending him flying backward. Boom. The explosion erupted, sending scorching heat and flames surging outward from where Kurotsuchi had landed. As the firelight and dust were swept away by a sudden gust of wind from the distance, the scene within became clear. Kurotsuchi's body appeared to melt like wax, sliding downward until it turned into a puddle of yellow clay on the ground. The clay quickly dried up. A mud clone. Did he run away? Hyuga Ran landed where Kurotsuchi had been, his Byakugan scanning the surroundings. He could see a mass of chakra deep underground, rapidly retreating. As if sensing Ran's gaze, the chakra mass dove deeper into the ground, moving even faster. The clay giant also crumbled into pieces under Akimichi Chodai's punches after losing the chakra that had been controlling it. With every step Chodai took toward Hyuga Ran and the 2 Iwagakure Jonin, his massive body shrank slightly. By the time he reached the 3, his body was still enormous, but it was much smaller than his previous giant form. Using his large hands, he grabbed the 2 Iwagakure Jonin, who offered no resistance, and lifted them off the ground. Hyuga Ran sealed their chakra points and tied them up with ropes. Phew. Great job, Yukari. After finishing this task, Hyuga Ran turned to Yamanaka Yukari, who had appeared behind him, and praised her loudly. It was because Ran's Byakugan had seen Yukari's move that he hadn't continued the chase. Instead, he allowed the 2 controlled Iwagakure Jonin to regroup with Kurotsuchi. Yamanaka Yukari deactivated her secret technique. Mind Transfer Clone Jutsu. This technique allows the user to release their spiritual energy to control enemies. The energy can turn and maneuver during its trajectory. The standard mind transfer jutsu can only control one person. However, those with strong spiritual energy and natural talent can learn its advanced version, the mind transfer clone jutsu, which allows the user to split their spiritual energy and invade the minds of 2 enemies simultaneously. The biggest weakness of these 2 techniques is that after being activated, the user loses control of their body due to their spiritual consciousness being released. If someone attacks the user's unconscious body, they would have no ability to resist. As a result, these techniques are generally used in one-on-one scenarios. On the battlefield, if there are no reliable companions nearby or the user's body cannot be properly hidden, these techniques are strictly forbidden. However, at this moment, Yamanaka Yukari maintained the technique without losing her consciousness or control over her body. This was because the Hogyoku compensated for the technique's flaw. Her spiritual consciousness became so strong that it suppressed her own body, creating a puppet-like split entity. In the Hogyoku mode, this puppet-like split entity was similar to a shadow clone. It had its own consciousness and could split off without affecting the main consciousness. Let's take them back and hand them over to Lord Orochimaru for interrogation, Yamanaka Yukari suggested as she looked at the 2 Iwagakure Jonin, who had regained consciousness but were too weak to struggle, as well as Gari, who was being held firmly in Hyuga Land's grasp. Their mission was to support the supply point. However, the supply point had already fallen, and most of the supplies had been destroyed. The ninja accompanying them had gone to meet up with those who had escaped the supply point and were helping them fend off Iwagakure pursuit squads that had been tracking them. Although they lost this important supply point, they managed to kill 3 Jonin from Iwagakure's explosion corps and even captured 3 others, which somewhat made up for their losses. More importantly, during this battle, they confirmed the new power they had obtained from Orochimaru, the power born from the desires of the heart. According to Orochimaru, the Hogyoku possesses the ability to break the boundaries between ninja and sages. In this process, it enhances your power based on the hidden desires buried deep within your heart. For instance, Akimichi Chodai's stronger physique and improved multi-size technique. Hyuga Ran's higher-level Byakugan and more lethal secret techniques. Yamanaka Yukari's amplified spiritual energy and the fulfillment of her desire to overcome the flaws in the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique. The only thing to be cautious about is that the greater the power you seek from the Hogyoku, the higher the risks you must bear. Those experimental failures, the captives who lost their minds or died, had succumbed to excessive greed and delusions. But if successful, as Orochimaru-sama described, they are already on the path to becoming sages. Chapter 175, Chapter 129, United. Anchorvantion. The fortress, which existed beyond the borders of the Ninja World War, was at this moment disturbed, breaking the tranquility. Thick white mist spread across the sea, enveloping the entire Anchorvantion. Shadows moved through the mist, using it as cover, landing on the Anchorvantion. In the areas not covered by mist, Hanzo, wearing the hidden mist headband and carrying a curved staff on his back, stood shoulder to shoulder with the short, young-looking mist ninja, his face appearing very youthful. "Are you sure they are hiding here?" Hanzo's voice echoed from behind his mask, deep and muffled. Despite the mist covering Anchorvantion's appearance, his gaze seemed to pierce through the fog, as if he could see the place clearly. "Please trust the intelligence from the hidden mist village," Karatachi Yugura replied calmly. Although Yugura didn't understand why the information about the healing tags had been shared with Hanzo from Hidden Rain Village, the order came directly from Lord Mizukage. Despite his doubts, Yugura buried them deep within his heart. Perhaps it was a strategy to involve the Hidden Rain Village. After all, the Hidden Mist Village was currently at war with Konoha, with most of its elite forces inside the Land of Fire, engaging with Konoha's ninjas. In this situation, it made sense to try and bring the Hidden Rain ninjas into the fold, using their strength to achieve the goal, which would also serve Hidden Mist's interests. The two stood in place, watching as the rain ninjas and mist ninjas they brought with them slipped into the mist. Not only the environment but even the ninjas of both nations shared many similarities. The Land of Water and the Land of Rain are both nations rich in water and prone to flooding. This environment gives ninjas who use water release chakra a natural advantage and strength. As a result, ninjas from both nations primarily focus on water release techniques. Both nations' ninjas are also highly skilled in assassination techniques. Infiltration, locating targets, and then assassinating them is a task both nations are most familiar with. There was no need for explanation, the ninjas of both nations had an unspoken understanding. Of course, compared to the rain ninjas, the mist ninjas were more professional and skilled in techniques like coordination, infiltration, and concealing their presence. If we can really find those three brats here, and obtain the method for making the healing tags from them, the Hidden Rain Village is willing to form an alliance with the Hidden Mist Village and share the benefits, Hanzo said, stepping forward first, crossing into the mist. The situation of the Land of Rain and the Hidden Rain Village is extremely dire right now. Under the pressure from the Hidden Stone and Hidden Leaf, even though they know that cooperating with the Hidden Mist Village is likely just a temporary solution, like drinking poison to quench thirst, they had no choice but to agree. Because the only potential allies who could offer support and assistance to the Land of Rain are the Hidden Mist, Hidden Cloud, and Hidden Sand. But even though it seems like there are three choices, in reality, the only option in front of Hanzo is the Hidden Mist. The Hidden Sand was severely beaten by the Hidden Cloud, and now it has almost pulled back all its forces, hiding away to lick its wounds and recover. The Hidden Cloud, on the other hand, was tricked by both the Hidden Stone and Hidden Sand. Although their overall strength didn't suffer too much, they lost some ninja forces due to the war with the Hidden Sand. Additionally, the third Raikage, while covering the retreat, died on the battlefield. In terms of strength, the Hidden Cloud, still maintaining some vitality, could participate in the Great Ninja War, but due to various reasons, especially the death of the third Raikage, they were too focused on managing their own village and selecting the new Raikage to care about deeply engaging in the war they had initiated. For the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Stone, unless Hanzo hands over the healing tags and the three of them, there is no way they would be forgiven. Therefore, the only village that the Land of Rain can turn to as an ally right now is the Hidden Mist, who came seeking them. Even if the Hidden Mist has some hidden agenda behind their offer, Hanzo had no choice. He personally came this time to avoid any accidents. As long as he could keep control over the three of them, there would be room for negotiation between the five great shinobi nations. Thus, he was determined to capture the three of them, but also needed to guard against the possibility of them falling into the hands of the Hidden Mist Village. Inside the Anchorvantion. In the main control room. Amid the blaring alarm, Yahiko and the others gathered here, staring in confusion at Hiroto and Hayato who triggered the alarm. Hiroto formed hand seals with both hands, creating a screen of water that appeared before everyone. On the water screen, there was a mist floating hazily. Only the occasional wave caused by the mist rising informed everyone that someone with incredibly fast movements had just passed by. The guards outside Anchorvantion have lost contact. I went to investigate. The mist outside is filled with a large amount of chakra. Hiroto stared at the swaying water screen, his expression serious as he spoke, the method of invasion and the way they assassinated the guards, these are ninjas from Omegakure and Kirigakure. Using water, I checked the chakra I could sense, and there were at least over 100 ninjas. I even felt the chakra of Hanzo of the salamander from Omegakure. As a former member of Omegakure, Hiroto never expected that one day he would be targeted by Hanzo and his ninjas. Although he tried to remain calm, the inner turmoil he felt couldn't be shaken off. After all, Hanzo's name was terrifying to any ninja from Omegakure. The only thing keeping him from fleeing immediately was the fact that their new leader wasn't an ordinary person, and he still had Kakuzu and Yahiko with him. The guard force at Anchorvantion was not very strong. Although there were some forces left behind by Kyun, those were only meant to guard important places like laboratories. They couldn't mobilize them unless absolutely necessary. Currently, the only ones capable of fighting at Anchorvantion, aside from Yahiko and Kakuzu, were Hiroto and Hayato. As for Sango and Gato, they were out on a mission, gathering resources and money for Anchorvantion. Hanzo. After many days, hearing that name again caused a fiery rage to explode in the eyes of Yahiko and the others. Especially when they thought of Hanzo coming for them, that rage became uncontrollably stronger. It's truly a rare fortress. What a pity. A deep voice echoed down the corridor and spread into the spacious control room. As the voice settled, Hanzo's figure stepped out from the shadows, revealing himself to Yahiko and the others. Right behind him was a young-looking person, with a baby face, Kurotsuchi Mayuri. The sound of hurried footsteps followed, and suddenly, shadows swished past the two, splitting into two groups of guards, standing before them. It seems you've really got unknown forces supporting you behind the Akatsuki. Even Konoha has been kept in the dark. Hanzo relaxed a little as he looked at Yahiko and the others on the scene. But as he gazed at the healthy Yahiko, his eyes narrowed slightly, his expression thoughtful. Chapter 176, Chapter 130.1, Confrontation. Hanzo remembered the scene clearly. Not far away, the furious man glaring at him was Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki. Yahiko had been gravely injured by Hanzo's exploding flame formation. Based on Hanzo's experience, even if Yahiko had survived, he should have been left crippled. Yet, seeing the man standing before him full of life made Hanzo frown slightly. It seemed, just like last time, something was beyond his control and understanding. Was there a powerful medical ninja who healed the three of them? Could it have been Tsunade from Konoha? Or perhaps Shino, the so-called healer who once roamed the land of rain? Hanzo. Yahiko roared and tried to charge forward, but Konan and Nagato quickly grabbed his arms to hold him back. Kakuzu, as a bounty hunter, why are you involving yourself in this matter? Hanzo ignored Yahiko's furious expression and turned his gaze to Kakuzu standing nearby. Last time, Kakuzu had ruined his plans entirely. Kakuzu's strange and unpredictable immortality was something that Hanzo indeed found troubling. Someone gave me a mission, and I took it, that's all, Kakuzu replied, sighing. He could feel the two vigorous hearts beating energetically inside his chest. Are these the three? Yagura Karatachi asked. His attention had been fixed solely on Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato from the start. Yagura had no interest in analyzing the grudges between Hanzo and the others, nor did he care. For him, his only goal was to complete the mission assigned by the Mizukage as quickly as possible. Paper shuriken. Konan made the first move. Dozens of sheets of paper floated out from her body, rapidly folding into spinning shuriken in midair. With a sweep of her arm, the paper shuriken whistled through the air, flying straight toward Hanzo. Water style, water formation wall. A rapidly spinning stream of water rose in front of Hanzo, creating a flowing water curtain. The paper shuriken hit the water wall, quickly soaking through before being swallowed by the flowing currents. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged in Yahiko's heart. His gaze quickly shifted to the child standing beside Hanzo under the cascading water curtain, a small, unassuming figure. The child, Yagura Karatachi, had his fingers poised like a gun, pointing directly at Yahiko. A single water droplet pierced through the water curtain, hurtling toward him with astonishing speed and eerie silence. Shinra Tensei. Before Yahiko could react, Nagato, standing beside him, raised his hand almost simultaneously with Yagura. Each unleashed their respective jutsu in unison. An invisible repulsive force emanated from Nagato's outstretched hand, forming an oval-shaped barrier in front of them. Yagura's water iron cannon collided with the repulsive shield and was deflected away. Yagura's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as he witnessed this. The water iron cannon was a signature technique of the second Mizukage and a secret art of the Hozuki clan. Yagura had learned this technique with the approval of the third Mizukage. During the third Mizukage's reign, the Hozuki clan handed over some of their secret techniques along with several ninja swords kept in their safekeeping. The water iron cannon was notoriously challenging to master for those outside the Hozuki clan. However, its destructive power was proportional to its difficulty. Highly compressed, incredibly penetrating, and silent in its execution, it was ideal for assassination, perfectly suited for the mist ninja's specialty. Ordinary shinobi stood little chance against its attack. For the mission target to perceive the danger at the same moment and nullify the water iron cannon with an unusual technique proved that they were far from ordinary fodder. Realizing this, Yagura reached for the long staff strapped to his back, gripping it firmly with both hands. Hanzo also tightened his grip on his scythe. Hiding in mist technique. As Yagura formed hand seals, chakra-infused mist began spreading throughout the hall. For the mist ninja, the fog and assassination were their true domain and forte. Yagura wasn't afraid of direct confrontation, but a ninja's strength lay in creating a battlefield advantageous to their skills, pushing their offensive capabilities to the maximum. This was also a probing maneuver. As expected, when he attacked, the one who had neutralized his water iron cannon responded with a wind release technique, countering his move with precision. Wind release, great breakthrough. Nagato's chest swelled as he took a deep breath. Once the hand seals were complete, he exhaled with tremendous force, unleashing a fierce and turbulent gale from his mouth. The howling wind surged through the control room, circulating back and forth. It scattered the opposing shinobi like leaves in a storm and swept away the rising mist in an instant. The chakra was immense, and the technique was executed with masterful precision. Yagura Karatachi raised one hand to shield himself from the roaring wind while silently analyzing Nagato's abilities. To disperse his hidden mist jutsu required either a powerful amount of chakra or an exceptional level of skill in controlling jutsu. Without enough chakra, one could only clear a small portion of the mist, achieving nothing substantial. Without skilled control, the mist could only be dispersed temporarily, as it would quickly reform. Only someone possessing both qualities could completely nullify the technique. Additionally, Nagato's sharp insight and quick reactions added to Yagura's growing interest. Yagura's move seemed to signal the beginning of the battle. Mist and rain shinobi surged into the corridor, attacking Nagato and his team through the dissipated mist. Even without the mist to obscure them, the mist shinobi, unable to use their signature mist body flicker technique, moved with such agility that their forms appeared ghostly and elusive to Haiden and the others. Shinra Tensei. Nagato stepped forward, his arms spreading wide in a fan-like motion. A massive repulsive force erupted outward, flinging the incoming shuriken, kunai, and even nearby enemy shinobi away in one swift motion. Yagura and Hanzo vanished instantly from their positions, avoiding the powerful repulsion. The next moment, Hanzo reappeared behind Konan, his hand reaching for her shoulder with precise and deadly intent. The last encounter had already made Hanzo realize that the kunoichi named Konan held extraordinary significance to Yahiko and Nagato. During battle, the two would go to great lengths to protect her. Hanzo decided to seize this crucial hostage first, intending to use her to threaten Yahiko and Nagato. However, a strong sense of danger forced Hanzo, who was just about to succeed, to teleport away, narrowly dodging a black spear that whistled past him. The spear buried itself deeply into the wall, its fletched tail vibrating violently. Hanzo's gaze fell on Kakuzu, the one who had launched the attack. Despicable. Nagato and Yahiko, currently locked in a standoff with Yagura and unable to assist, belatedly noticed Hanzo's actions. Furious, they were enraged at his underhanded attempt to target Konan. How ridiculous. What do you think being a ninja means? Winning by any means necessary is the ninja way. Blame yourselves for exposing your weakness. Hanzo dismissed their disdain with indifference. This was the creed he adhered to. Chapter 177, Chapter 130.2, Regretful Hanzo. Kakuzu-san. Yahiko shouted urgently. I got it. Kakuzu grumbled irritably but still moved to stand by Konan's side. He understood that Yahiko wanted him to ensure her safety. In truth, if he could avoid it, Kakuzu wasn't eager to clash with a formidable opponent like Hanzo. The only thing about Hanzo that piqued his interest was the bounty on his head in the black market. Still, that baby-faced ninja gave him a sense of danger that only true Kage-level opponents could evoke. One opponent each. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a glance, immediately splitting up. Yahiko took the initiative to confront Hanzo directly. As Yahiko charged toward him, Hanzo's eyes flickered. With a gesture, the rain ninja in the hall moved to surround Yahiko. We won't let you interfere with Yahiko. Konan's back extended a pair of wings made of paper. As the wings flapped, her body was lifted into the air, spinning violently. As her body turned, paper shuriken, rotating like feathers, flew out from the paper wings. The dense rain of paper shuriken covered the entire area where Hanzo and the rain ninjas were, a concentrated and relentless attack that lasted for about 10 seconds before stopping. When the attack ended, most of the rain ninjas Hanzo had with him were wiped out. The remaining ones were all injured, looking at Konan, who had stopped her attack in midair, with lingering fear. Clang. The kunai and Hanzo's side collided, and feeling the immense force from the kunai, a look of surprise flashed in Hanzo's eyes. Compared to their previous encounter, this person called Yahiko now had greater strength, even stronger than before he was injured. His fighting skills are too crude. Although surprised by Yahiko's strength, Hanzo quickly reacted, unloading the force and delivering a powerful kick to Yahiko, sending him flying. Yahiko's body, carried by swirling air, crashed heavily into the wall of the hall, causing part of it to collapse. His body was buried beneath the shattered stone. Yahiko. Conan wanted to check on Yahiko's condition but was suddenly attacked by several mist ninjas that appeared out of nowhere, seizing the opportunity to strike. Whoosh! As she was attacked, Conan's body turned into paper and was blown away by the wind still circulating in the hall. The flying paper slammed into the faces and bodies of the attacking mist ninjas, sticking to them like glue. In the next moment, seals quickly appeared on the blank paper in the air and then ignited. One after another, explosions of fire erupted. The mist ninjas, wrapped in paper like mummies, rolled and struggled on the ground for a moment before finally dying from the flames. The remaining paper gathered again in another corner of the hall, forming Conan's slightly pale face. Paper clone. This technique could be used to dodge large amounts of purely taijutsu damage when necessary. Hanzo didn't pay attention to the scene that had just unfolded. He quickly formed hand signs with his fingers and released a powerful jet of water toward the direction where Yahiko had fallen. The water flow swept away all obstacles in its path, and by the time it reached its destination, it had scattered not only the debris but also the rocks that were pressing down on Yahiko. When the flow subsided and the scene beneath the rubble was revealed, Yahiko, who should have been crushed under the debris, had disappeared without a trace. Earth-style, heart-severing technique. In the next moment, Hanzo sensed an ominous chakra reaction suddenly appearing beneath his feet. With a slight push, he jumped into the air, lifting his body off the ground. In the very next instant, a pair of arms brushed past his ankle as he leaped. Yahiko, completely unharmed, shot out from the ground and glared at Hanzo, who had landed at a distance. Hanzo, holding his chained sickle, engaged in a fierce battle with the returning Yahiko. The sounds of their weapons clashing echoed loudly as they fought. After several rounds of fighting, Hanzo's perception of Yahiko had undergone a complete transformation. In the time that Yahiko had been missing, someone who should have been dead was now alive and well, and even more surprisingly, had made significant progress in strength. Though Hanzo still didn't believe Yahiko, whose power had greatly increased, could be his match, the potential and talent that Yahiko displayed made him deeply uneasy. If he failed again this time, and gave Yahiko even more time, would the next time Yahiko appeared before him, he be able to fight on equal terms or even pose a threat to Hanzo's life? Yahiko was once again knocked back by Hanzo. Before Hanzo had time to catch his breath, Yahiko charged at him again, as though Hanzo's power had no effect on him at all. Hanzo looked at Yahiko with a cold, sharp gaze. Under his pressure, Yahiko's taijutsu was growing and transforming at an astonishing rate, almost as though he was trying to imitate Hanzo. What angered and shocked Hanzo even more was that Yahiko's imitation wasn't just superficial, he had grasped the essence of the techniques. How did you learn this? During one of their clashes, Hanzo finally couldn't hold back and asked. His movements were understandable, but the fact that Yahiko had begun to master even the technique's power and execution was beyond Hanzo's comprehension. Could it be that this person before him was like the Uchiha clan, who always used their opponent's techniques against them? But as he looked into Yahiko's eyes, dark and devoid of any sign of the Sharingan, Hanzo's doubts deepened even more. Your chakra, I can sense it all. Yahiko suddenly swung his fist toward Hanzo's face. Hanzo slightly tilted his head, and the punch narrowly missed him. But the next moment, a sharp pain, accompanied by the real and undeniable feeling of being struck on the cheek, landed on Hanzo's puzzled face. Hanzo's cheek sank deeply under Yahiko's punch, and then his whole body was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall. I clearly dodged your attack. Hanzo tasted the blood in his mouth as he slowly stood up from the ground. He stared at Yahiko, who charged at him again, analyzing Yahiko's abilities while defending against his strikes. After once again experiencing the sensation of dodging the attack but still feeling the blow, Hanzo had his answer. Is it some kind of invisible attack? Hanzo analyzed inwardly. Yahiko was clearly inferior to him in terms of taijutsu skills. In their previous taijutsu fights, Hanzo had easily suppressed Yahiko with his superior techniques. If it weren't for Yahiko's astonishing defense and recovery, the attacks Hanzo landed would have been enough to cause fatal damage, leaving him on the ground, unable to stand. Once Hanzo realized Yahiko's remarkable defense, he held nothing back. But now, with Yahiko's invisible attacks and strange, almost eerie taijutsu techniques, this kid was able to engage in close combat with him, even managing to land blows. This once again caught Hanzo off guard. Water style. Hanzo blocked Yahiko's attack with one hand, while his other hand quickly formed hand seals. His chest expanded as he prepared to unleash a jutsu at the close-range Yahiko. But just as the jutsu was about to be unleashed, Hanzo's chakra suddenly became chaotic, causing the jutsu to fail. Hanzo immediately reacted by blocking Yahiko's descending kick with his arm in the hand seal position. As his body staggered backward, his gaze grew more incredulous as he looked at Yahiko. It was only a C-rank water-style technique. There was no way it should have failed. The sudden chakra disturbance not only affected his jutsu but also significantly weakened his taijutsu techniques. The reason for all of this was undoubtedly something Yahiko did. This troublesome brat. Seeing Yahiko's sudden power boost after not seeing him for a while, a rare feeling of regret stirred in Hanzo's heart. Chapter 178, Chapter 131.1, Yagura vs Nagato. Wielding his weapon, Hanzo struck Yahiko, sending him flying. With a single hand, he formed a seal while raising the fingers of his left hand slightly in front of him. Beneath Yahiko's feet, explosive tags suddenly appeared, fluttering through the air as they rushed toward his body. Fire style, exploding flame formation. This technique involved setting a trap with explosive tags buried beforehand. When someone stepped into the trap, the caster could instantly control the tags to attach themselves to the intruder, detonating to inflict significant damage. Previously, Yahiko had fallen victim to this very attack. His body had suffered severe burns over a large area. Surviving even a few breaths longer afterward was entirely thanks to Konan tirelessly sustaining him with medical ninjutsu. When did this happen? Yahiko immediately sensed danger. Watching the explosive tags flying toward him, his eyes widened in shock. He had been cautious and focused during his battle with Hanzo, yet he failed to notice when Hanzo had set such an extensive trap beneath the ground. But there was no time to dwell on it now. As soon as the explosive tags began to rise, they ignited under Hanzo's control through his hand seals. Boom. 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 A series of explosions erupted just in front of Yahiko, one after another, engulfing the area in flames and high temperatures. The shockwaves, laden with heat, surged through half of the hall like a fiery windstorm. Yahiko. Konan instinctively tried to rush forward, but Kakuzu stopped her with an outstretched arm. As a medical ninja, don't create more trouble. Kakuzu growled, as two black tendrils of earth grudge fear extended from his body, piercing the ground. Moments later, he retrieved the corpses of two mist ninjas, glaring at her. But Konan hesitated. Controlling a paper shuriken, she swiftly neutralized a mist ninja who had appeared behind her. Even so, her gaze remained fixed anxiously in Yahiko's direction. He's fine, Kakuzu said while keeping his eyes on the battlefield. Yahiko was no match for Hanzo. Although the battle appeared intense, it was clear that Hanzo had simply been assessing Yahiko's abilities after realizing he couldn't immediately take him down. On the other side, the boy with the Rinnegan was managing to suppress Yagura Karatachi, the renowned shinobi of Kirigakure, who also had a substantial bounty on the black market. However, even with the advantage, he could only hold his ground against Yagura's expertise in water release techniques. Defeating Yagura and then joining Yahiko to confront Hanzo would still take time. Are you okay? Konan asked while standing back-to-back with Kakuzu, briefly glancing toward Yahiko. As the fiery explosion and smoke cleared, Yahiko's figure remained standing. His body showed no signs of severe burns or injuries, let alone being severely damaged. Although he appeared a bit disheveled, his injuries were surprisingly minor, almost negligible. How is that possible? Hanzo, too, was taken aback by the scene before him. The power of the explosive flame formation largely depended on the number of explosive tags buried in the ground. Although the traps he set during the battle weren't as powerful as those meticulously prepared beforehand, they were still formidable. Even a jonin caught in such an explosion would typically suffer critical injuries, if not outright death. But soon, Hanzo noticed something unusual around Yahiko, a faint, invisible barrier that shimmered briefly amidst the dissipating flames and smoke. To confirm his suspicion, Hanzo flung his chain scythe at Yahiko. The scythe struck an invisible wall in front of Yahiko and bounced back as if it had hit solid steel. So, it seems you've mastered some kind of unique ninjutsu. Recalling the odd sensation he had felt during their earlier taijutsu exchanges, Hanzo caught the rebounding scythe and narrowed his eyes. Or perhaps, awakened a rare Kekkei Genkai. As he spoke, Hanzo carefully observed Yahiko's expression. Standing in place, Yahiko's heart pounded in his chest. He looked at Hanzo with lingering fear. As expected of the man known as the demigod. To have set up such a trap mid-battle without any sign of detection, and to have caught him off guard, was truly beyond his expectations. If not for the ability granted to him by Kagetsu, which allowed him to create invisible walls moments before the explosion, Yahiko might have ended up like he did the last time. In fact, being at the center of the explosion might have resulted in even worse injuries this time. If it had been an even larger scale formation of explosive tags like before, the air walls he created might have suffered significant damage. The explosion's power shook the air wall, making it teeter on the verge of collapse. He gritted his teeth, desperately pouring his chakra into the barrier in front of him to stabilize it. Water style, water collision wave. Hanzo quickly formed hand seals with his fingers and unleashed a powerful stream of water toward Yahiko's direction. The water column slammed into Yahiko, battling against the invisible barrier in front of him. A few moments later, the invisible barrier shattered, and the flowing water engulfed Yahiko, pushing him toward the wall on the other side of the hall. Yahiko's body was violently thrown against the wall by the force of the water. The jutsu worked, but Hanzo's expression grew more cautious. Though the water collision wave had successfully struck Yahiko, its power wasn't proportional to the chakra Hanzo had poured into it. Some of the chakra was disrupted, or perhaps even lost. This caused the water technique's power to be greatly diminished. Yahiko's ability to summon an invisible barrier, without needing hand seals, and his ability to interfere with or even absorb some chakra, was a peculiar skill. In close quarters, it could even disrupt the release of jutsu. Hanzo speculated about Yahiko's abilities. When they first met, he didn't have these skills. It seems like your companions are at a disadvantage. The voice of Kurotsuchi Mayuri clearly reached Nagato's ears. During the battle, he had noticed this young and formidable ninja in front of him, whose gaze would often drift toward his own comrades. He quickly used this observation to try and force Nagato into a difficult position. Shinra Tensei. Through Kagetsu research with his eyes, and a deeper mastery over the Rinnegan's powers, he had become quite proficient at using the eye techniques in battle. The next moment, as Kurotsuchi Mayuri swung his hook-like weapon, a large water mirror appeared before him. Suddenly, another Nagato stepped out from the mirror, mirroring his movements and releasing the same technique. Water Mirror Technique, Shinra Tensei. Two identical powers collided, and after a brief moment of stagnation, a more violent rebound occurred, sending both Nagato and Kurotsuchi Mayuri staggering back at the same time. After steadying themselves, they exchanged a glance, both recognizing the trouble in each other's eyes. Chapter 179, Chapter 131.2, Summoning Jutsu. Nagato never expected there would be a technique in the ninja world capable of copying others' jutsu, even reproducing Keki-Igenkai techniques. Kurotsuchi Mayuri, feeling the chakra depletion within his body, couldn't help but furrow his brows. As an elite of the Mist Village, he wasn't lacking in chakra, but his opponent seemed to have far more chakra, and the jutsu they used consumed an unusually large amount. He had tried various methods, but his opponent's jutsu activated without hand seals, incredibly fast, and once deployed, it provided an all-around attack and defense with no blind spots. Mayuri also attempted to push through the repulsion force, hoping to inflict damage on Nagato, but whether with ninjutsu or taijutsu, all of it was repelled by his opponent's technique. Under this technique, he was almost in an invincible position. The more he resisted the repulsion force, the greater the backlash, making it easier to get injured. Moreover, his opponent seemed to have a power similar to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, able to copy any jutsu, or rather, directly learn and master them. Mayuri wasn't ignorant about the Uchiha clan's famous Sharingan. Its genjutsu, copying ability, and insights made it extremely disadvantageous for regular ninjas to face an Uchiha who had awakened their eyes in one-on-one combat. The copying ability of the Sharingan could replicate an opponent's jutsu, creating a psychological advantage or catching the opponent off guard during battle. Of course, according to the chakra release rules for ninjutsu, the prerequisite for copying a jutsu was that the Uchiha's body must possess the same chakra nature as the one being copied. For example, without fire chakra, one couldn't copy fire-style jutsu. Feeling the massive chakra depletion within his body, Mayuri began to feel the urgency. He never imagined this mission would be so troublesome. From the perspective of difficulty and danger, this could easily be considered an S-rank mission. While Mayuri felt a headache coming on, Nagato was also facing the same trouble. There's no other reason. Although Kurotsuchi Mayuri's strength was inferior to his battle experience far exceeded his, and he was incredibly calm and slippery. He wasn't fooled by the intentional openings and traps that were laid out. Especially his masterful use of the water mirror technique and the clear mirror still water technique, which were so effective they could even rival his Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei. The water mirror technique could reflect the enemy, using their ninjutsu along with it, equal in power. The clear mirror still water created a water mirror to protect oneself, not only defending against large-scale damaging ninjutsu, but also reflecting the ninjutsu back at the enemy. A complete shield. In this situation, Nagato found it difficult to quickly defeat Mayuri, especially after his chakra was partially absorbed by the Pretapath in close combat. Mayuri became even more cautious and careful. Now, the two of them were in a situation where Nagato wanted to quickly finish off Mayuri and then go assist Yahiko. But Mayuri was delaying and restraining him, not allowing Nagato to interfere with the fight between Hanzo and Yahiko. Both could see that Hanzo currently had the upper hand in the battle with Yahiko. Mayuri was waiting for Hanzo to end the fight, then join him to deal with Nagato together. The only unexpected factor was whether a bounty ninja named Kakuzu would intervene. Mayuri glanced in Kakuzu's direction, seeing that he was only with a few subordinates, helping the female ninja handle the mist and rain ninjas, preventing them from entering the battlefield. This made him relax slightly. Although he didn't know why Kakuzu was adopting this hands-off approach, it was still a relief for their side that someone as powerful as Kakuzu, who could potentially alter the balance of the battle, was staying neutral. Just as Yagura was starting to feel reassured, believing the situation was still under their control, countless emerald green arrows suddenly appeared from a hidden passage on the opposite side of the hall. They rained down like a storm, pinning the mist and rain ninjas to the ground or connecting them together. The sudden attack made everyone on the field startled, causing them to scatter and break their formation. Even the four who were locked in a standoff, Nagato and Hanzo's group, retreated back to their own sides, with the two factions clearly separated. The emerald green chakra arrows vanished into sparkling light in front of everyone's eyes. A young ninja walked out from a hidden, dark passage. "Is it just you?" Kakuzu, seemingly not surprised by the arrival, glanced behind Shisui. After seeing that the familiar figure was absent, he furrowed his brows. "Just me is enough," Shisui said, quickly scanning the surroundings. After confirming that Nagato, Konan, and the others were relatively unharmed, he sighed in relief and answered Kakuzu's question. "That's Hanzo of the Salamander, the demigod of Omega-Kure. He really trusts you." Kakuzu grunted. Kakuzu still recognized Shirsue's strength. After all, with those Mangekyo Sharingan and the versatile Susanoo, his power was already among the top in the ninja world. Though Hanzo was powerful and known as a demigod, from their previous battle, Kakuzu judged his strength to be around the level of a Kage. Compared to the two monsters he remembered, there was still a huge gap. But Shisui, with eyes like that of the Shura of the ninja world and the same techniques, was enough to win the battle, even if he wasn't quite as strong as the Uchiha ancestor. With Nagato and the others on his side, they were sure to win. "That's a Konoha ninja." Hanzo's gaze landed on the forehead protector Shisui wore, and his inner fury suddenly surged. The difficult situation he had been put in by both Iwagakure and Konoha flashed vividly in his mind. Iwagakure he could handle, but how dare they come to demand the three from him when the leader of the Akatsuki was under Konoha's thumb? With the arrival of Konoha's reinforcements, Karatachi Yagura immediately sensed that the situation was bad. Though the newcomer claimed to be alone, who knew if that was the truth? Summoning Jutsu. Hanzo bit his fingers, pressed his palm to the ground, and with a puff of smoke, shouted loudly. As the smoke dissipated, a huge salamander appeared in the hall. Upon seeing this massive creature, everyone on the battlefield, Nagato, Yahiko, as well as their allies, Yagura and the Rain and Mist ninjas, became tense. Since Hanzo had summoned the salamander, it meant he was going all out and no longer focused on capturing Yahiko and the others unharmed. Chapter 180, Chapter 132.1, Hanzo vs. Shisui. "Can you leave him to me?" Shisui stood in front of Yahiko, smiling as he made the request. The control room's hall was vast, spacious enough that even the massive form of Abius didn't make it feel crowded. At this moment, Hanzo stood atop Abius' head, looking down on them with a commanding and oppressive presence. "Be careful." Yahiko hesitated, unwilling to step back. But the overwhelming aura radiating from the combined presence of Hanzo and Abius, coupled with their earlier exchange, made him painfully aware of the reality. If Hanzo decided to fight with full force, Yahiko knew he stood no chance against him in his current state. The legend of Abius was as renowned as Hanzo himself in the Land of Rain. Together, they were an inseparable myth. If Hanzo unleashed Abius' poison, few in the hall would leave alive. Yahiko knew this truth all too well. Shisui's request wasn't to undermine Yahiko but to accommodate his pride. This wasn't the Akatsuki's base, and the trouble they faced now stemmed directly from their actions. If one looked deeper, after incurring a massive favor from Kagetsu, they had caused even more trouble for them. Worse still, this disaster required Kagetsu's personal intervention. An Uchiha brat, huh? Seems Konoha played me. Hanzo's gaze fell on Shisui's Sharingan, its crimson glow unmistakable. In an instant, Hanzo vanished from atop Abius, using the water in the hall to reappear behind Shisui with a burst of speed. Hanzo's extensive combat experience left no room for error. He had prepared for the Sharingan's visual prowess, choosing the simplest countermeasure, avoiding direct eye contact. The Sharingan, despite its complexity in dojutsu, couldn't compare to the 360-degree view and unparalleled insight of the Byakugan. Shisui swiftly formed a one-handed seal while wielding his short blade with the other. His form split into two, then four, each figure moving with precision. A flash of silver streaked behind Shisui, and his body appeared to be cleaved in half by Hanzo's scythe. Yet Hanzo didn't celebrate. His expression remained focused as he quickly adjusted his stance. His rotating body swung the scythe horizontally, slicing through two Shisui clones that had closed in for a direct attack. However, the sensation from the scythe was empty, an illusion. Clang, 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 clang. However, the other Shisui clones attacking together with him seemed solid when Hanzo defended, but when he struck back, the confirmed solid clones turned out to be intangible illusions. I'm ambushed. Swinging the scythe in his hand, Hanzo's technique was as flawless as water flowing. At this moment, his mastery of the blade could only be described as an art form. Despite being surrounded by 7 or 8 Shisui clones, Hanzo skillfully wielded his scythe, deflecting all the oncoming blades and retreating unharmed. His performance far surpassed the understanding of swordsmanship for most onlookers. Breaking free from Shisui's encirclement, Hanzo didn't rush into the next wave of attacks. Instead, he cast an odd glance at his summoned partner, Ibius. Based on the tacit understanding between them, Ibius should have attacked alongside him earlier, spitting poisonous mist. This would have poisoned the enemy and, like the hidden mist technique from Kirigakure, obscured the opponent's vision. This would have saved Hanzo a lot of trouble dealing with the Sharingan. But the plan fell apart from the start. Ibius hadn't cooperated, standing frozen in place as if deaf to Hanzo's voice and commands. Only the blood-red eyes in its socket stunned Hanzo. Sharingan. Was it caught in a genjutsu the instant it appeared? Another genius from Konoha, huh? The moment Hanzo saw Ibius' eyes trapped in genjutsu, he understood everything. Ibius hadn't refused to cooperate. From the very beginning, it had been ensnared in the illusion cast by the Sharingan. Being able to control a large and powerful summoning beast like Ibius at this moment shows that this Uchiha kid's Sharingan power is monstrous. Hanzo wasn't unfamiliar with battling the so-called 3-Tomo Sharingan. From his memories, those Uchiha eyes were never capable of controlling a summoning beast like Ibius in an instant. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon, even larger than Ibius, vividly rose from behind Hanzo. After opening its eyes in midair, it slithered and lunged downwards, crashing into the many water clones coming toward him. Boom. Like a flooding river, the water dragon devoured over a dozen water clones and slammed heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater. The dragon's body dispersed upon impact but didn't disappear. Its massive form shattered into streams of water, rushing forward, scattering everything in its path. Several unlucky mist ninjas were caught in the torrent, struggling but unable to resist the powerful force that threw them into the walls, breaking their bones. The massive waves fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground, submerging the entire hall and forming a water lake. Your jutsu is quite peculiar. Taking the opportunity to help Ibius break free from the genjutsu, Hanzo stood on the water's surface, his hand holding the sickle near the creature's soft, somewhat clumsy head. He then removed his mask and allowed the poisonous gas within his body to spread outward. Deceptive, yet real. One moment of carelessness, and your clones could take your life. Until I break your technique, no matter how fast or sharp my blade is, I won't gain the upper hand. Instead, I'll be caught between attacks, overwhelmed and struggling. This technique must be closely related to your Sharingan, right? Yes, Hanzo-san. My body flicker technique can make every clone seem real, but when needed, every one can be the true body. If you can't identify my real body from the illusions, this technique can't be broken. And finding my real body is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Shisui created many more clones, surrounding both Hanzo and Ibius. Chapter 181, Chapter 132.2, Retreat. Such a powerful technique. But if I manage to destroy all the clones at once, it's like breaking the technique, right? Ibius. As Hanzo spoke, a massive amount of poisonous gas leaked from his mouth, surrounding him in a toxic mist. As he shouted, Ibius, controlled by the Sharingan and filled with fury and rage, immediately opened its mouth wide. The purple poisonous mist spread rapidly in all directions. The figures of Shisui that rushed forward were swallowed by the mist and disappeared as if they had vanished, leaving no sound. The mist quickly spread across half of the hall. Yahiko and the others hurriedly moved to areas not yet covered by the poison. The Kiri ninja, Kurotsuchi Mayuri, used water release to create a rotating water vortex, keeping the poison outside and also protecting the remaining Kiri ninjas. Only the rain ninjas, who had worn gas masks beforehand, could move freely through the purple poisonous mist, as if they were at home in it. Wind release, infinite breakthrough. Nagato was the first to use wind release, blowing away the poison mist that was about to spread toward him. However, the relatively closed environment of the hall gave the mist an advantage in terms of terrain. Seeing this, Hiroto, under the protection of Nagato and Yahiko, rushed to a control panel and activated the ventilation system of invention. A large amount of the poisonous mist was sucked away by the ventilation system activated by Nagato's wind, carried along internal ducts, and expelled outside. Hanzo was not disappointed that the poison mist didn't have a decisive killing effect. Poison wasn't something he considered a final weapon. The poison of Ibius was indeed deadly, but it wasn't without a solution. Medical ninjas like Tsunade from Konoha or Chiyo from Suna could quickly treat themselves and neutralize the poison, even creating antidotes. Ibius' poison was more for intimidation, to prevent enemies from sending large numbers of people to encircle him, as well as to clear out cannon fodder and giant summoning beasts. For powerful ninjas, Ibius' poison could be a great advantage, but it wouldn't be decisive enough to directly determine the outcome of a fight. This had already been proven during the Second Great Ninja War. Ibius' poison was indeed powerful, but without his own strength, he would have long perished alongside Ibius under the attacks from Suna and Konoha. The massive body of Ibius suddenly appeared on the water's surface, its claws digging into the ground beneath the water, quickly disappearing, leaving behind a giant hole. The next moment, from where Shisui stood, a massive blood-red mouth erupted from the ground with debris, swallowing Shisui and his clone whole. Hanzo, who had a strange connection with Ibius, suddenly felt a deep sense of danger and powerful force coming from Ibius. Ibius! Hanzo shouted, trying to get it to spit out Shisui, but it was already too late. Ibius howled in agony, its enormous body thrashing violently on the surface of the water, causing waves so strong they nearly threw all the water from the lake. The ripples on the water spread outward in circles from Ibius' position, moving rapidly. A spear suddenly pierced through Ibius' side from within, followed by a giant's arm forcing its mouth open. Amidst Ibius' cries, Shisui jumped out of its mouth. Blood poured from Ibius' wound, dripping to the ground. Its breath slowed, but the madness and malice in its eyes became even more evident as it glared at Shisui, who had forced its way out. Its eyes were full of hatred. That is. Seeing the giant with greenish skin, emitting dark and ominous chakra, even the experienced Hanzo couldn't hide his shock. He had never seen such a disturbing and oppressive jutsu before. Watching the giant swing its spear to lift Ibius and smash it back into the water, Hanzo felt that this technique had surpassed what any shinobi would consider a jutsu. Do the Uchiha have this kind of jutsu? From a distance, watching the scene from afar, the cautious Kurotsuchi Mayuri, who was facing Nagato and the others, was momentarily stunned by the sight of the green giant. In a fury, Ibius swung its tail at the green giant, sending a shower of water droplets through the air with a sharp whistling sound as it struck the giant. The green giant, nearly 10 meters tall, was hit by the tail and stumbled backward from the force. The next moment, Ibius felt its tail being grabbed by two hands, and an immense force began to pull its body toward the giant. Ibius swung its head around, looking behind, only to see the giant's hands gripping its tail, pulling it toward itself. With the giant's strength, the green giant, which was previously just a skeleton, now had muscle tissue and a layer of skin, and its power and size suddenly grew. Ibius' limbs struggled and swung in the air, but he still couldn't control his body. The giant swung him around a few times, using the momentum to smash him toward the direction of the mist and rain ninjas. Looking purely at size, Ibius was undoubtedly much taller than the green giant, but it was precisely because of the obvious size difference that the violent scene created by pure strength was even more impactful. Boom. Ibius' enormous body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through all the obstacles and the ninjas from mist and rain who couldn't dodge. Finally, he crashed into the wall of the hall, creating a deep crater, as though he were a painting hanging on the wall. After a few seconds, Ibius slowly fell from the wall and dropped into the water and onto the ground. With bloodshot eyes, Ibius glared fiercely at the green giant, seemingly wanting to remember its figure in his mind. Afterward, under Hanzo's order, he turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared from the spot, retreating to the resting place of Ibius to lick his wounds. The Susanoo inside Ibius' body had caused serious injuries. Blood spread throughout its mouth and body, and even if Hanzo didn't release the summoning, Ibius' injuries were enough to prevent him from maintaining his combat ability and lasting presence. Hanzo dodged the spiraling long spear in the giant's hand, but once again, regret filled his mind, and for the first time, he felt the desire to retreat. The Uchiha kid's ninjutsu was simply too restraining for him. Especially that green giant, which could even block his full-powered sword strike. For a moment, Hanzo wasn't sure if he had grown weaker with age or if the opponent's defense was just that terrifying. Kurotsuchi Mayuri had already realized that this mission was going to fail, so after assessing the remaining manpower, he decisively ordered a retreat. Even if the mission failed, there was still a chance to recover, but if they didn't leave now, both the Mist Ninjas and he would lose their lives here. At least the fact that the target had Konoha's support could be reported as important intelligence to the Mizukage and the Elders. Chapter 182, Chapter 133, Alternative. Not good. Not good. The plan to bring Nagato here has failed, Lord Madara. In the dark depths of the underground, only a few faint flames flickered weakly on the candelabras. A humanoid creature with a black and white body, its head resembling a pitcher plant, emerged from the ground as if rising from water. As soon as it appeared, the white half of its face began yelling in panic. The cold, dark space remained silent, the faint candlelight casting shadows across the vast emptiness. The flickering shadows moved like ghostly figures in the darkness. One of the candles swayed abruptly, as though it were floating in midair, gradually approaching the black and white creature. Accompanying the light was an old, wrinkled face, etched with the marks of time. Hanzo is dead. The people from Kirigakure are also dead. Nagato is still in that place, White Setsu said, his previously cheerful tone becoming more solemn at the sight of the old man. A mass of pitch-black substance separated from the humanoid creature, transforming into a liquid that flowed along the ground into the old man's shadow. Has Nagato already mastered the Rinnegan to this extent? Leaning on a cane and holding a small oil lamp in one hand, the hunched old man looked up at the half-buried white Zetsu. His gray-white hair fell over one eye, leaving the other exposed, a Sharingan with 3 tomo spinning slowly within the socket. Uchiha Madara's tone was calm and even, as if he were merely stating a fact. No, it wasn't Nagato. It was Uchiha Shirsue who did it, White Zetsu said with a half-smiling expression visible on his face. That Hanzo was personally killed by Uchiha Shirsue. But Nagato is impressive too, he took care of Yugura, the 4th Mizukage candidate of Kirigakure. An Uchiha descendant capable of taking down Hanzo. Not just that. That Uchiha Shirsue has awakened the same eyes as yours, Black Zetsu reported, emerging halfway from Madara's shadow. Unlike the lively and eccentric White Zetsu, Black Zetsu gave off an impression of stability and composure. For some specific reasons, his words naturally carried more weight in Uchiha Madara's eyes, earning his trust. So that's how it is. Another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan has appeared in this world, Uchiha Madara murmured after hearing Black Zetsu's report. For the first time, his demeanor shifted, breaking away from the cold and lifeless state of a man on the brink of death. A hint of interest flickered across his face. Although Mangekyo Sharingan no longer held much significance for him, any Uchiha capable of awakening such eyes was at least not mediocre. Possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan made eliminating a ninja who had lost his conviction and merely cowered in his own lair awaiting decay an easier task. Do not resist me. The 3 tomo in Uchiha Madara's Sharingan spun rapidly as he cast a genjutsu, delving into White Zetsu's consciousness. Despite his frail condition, Madara avoided using any unnecessary power whenever possible. To him, exerting energy or even engaging in slightly strenuous activity placed an immense burden on his deteriorating body. The consequence was a further reduction of his already limited lifespan. This was precisely why Madara remained hidden in the underground cavern, relying on White Zetsu and Black Zetsu as his eyes and tools to execute his plans. Unless absolutely necessary, he endured White Zetsu's chatter to gather the intelligence they collected. However, when something piqued his interest or drew his concern, he would use his Sharingan's genjutsu to directly read White Zetsu's memories. Just like now. Hanzo of the Salamander. Susanoo. Nagato and Yugura Karatachi. Everything that had transpired at Anchor Mansion unfolded before Uchiha Madara's eyes like a fast-forwarded movie. He saw Nagato using the Preta Path to completely absorb Yugura's chakra and a single arrow piercing Hanzo's heart. Madara leaned back slightly, and soon, a White Zetsu with a swirling face enveloped him with agility akin to blooming petals. The White Zetsu encased Madara entirely within its hollow interior before closing up, resembling white armor with only a single Sharingan exposed. Tobi. One of White Zetsu's special clones. It can wrap itself around a person like armor, allowing the user to utilize the abilities of the one it encases while enhancing their overall capabilities. Even if you're gravely injured or missing limbs, once Tobi merges with you, you'll regain mobility and significant combat power. Under the flickering candlelight, the old man slowly retreated, eventually stopping in front of a wooden seat. When Uchiha Madara turned, several cumbersome and redundant tubes connected to his back were revealed. One end of the tubes was attached to Madara, while the other end, under the dim light, faintly illuminated the shadowy figure of a giant, indistinct and shrouded in darkness. Your body grows weaker by the day, Lord Madara, Black Zetsu said with a worried tone, his gaze fixed on the frail Uchiha Madara. I know, Madara replied, his voice betraying the frailty of a life nearing its end. That's why I need someone to carry on my will and execute my plan. Nagato was the best candidate, but he remains lost in the false, naive games of camaraderie. He cannot comprehend my ideals. The Land of Rain was supposed to teach him the harsh realities of the world. Since Nagato has failed, then go to Konoha. Find me a child among the new Uchiha generation, someone passionate and stubborn enough to fulfill my vision. Also, seek out Danzo. He desires the would release Kekkei Genkai, and I can help him achieve it. Konoha. White Zetsu said with a troubled tone. But many of my clones have gone missing inside Konoha. White Zetsu's concealment abilities were formidable. Using his mayfly technique, he could merge his body with the earth, plants, and other organic matter, traveling swiftly through underground networks of roots and streams. He could also sever all traces of his presence while performing this technique. Logically, unless he exposed himself, it should be nearly impossible for the current shinobi of the ninja world to detect him. In the past, the 5 great shinobi villages were like his playground. As long as he bypassed their barriers, he could move as freely as a ghost, unnoticed and unhindered. But Konoha was no longer the same. Every now and then, some of his clones would abruptly vanish, as if going offline, cutting off all network connections, never to be contacted again. Zetsu suspected that some of his clones had been exposed to Konoha's shinobi. However, he still couldn't figure out how they were able to track and capture his clones. Chapter 183, Chapter 134, Secret News. Come out. In a secluded forest within the Land of Fire, Danzo leaned on his cane, accompanied by several masked root ninja. They arrived at a relatively sparse area among the trees. With one hand on his cane, Danzo softly commanded. So many people here. With a voice that carried a playful tone, Zetsu rose from the ground not far in front of Danzo. The pitcher plant split open, revealing a face divided into black and white halves. Shut up. You're too noisy. Black Zetsu snapped at white Zetsu before turning his gaze toward Danzo. It seems you're interested in working with us. I'm only here to see who's hiding in the shadows, Danzo replied coldly, waving his hand. Two root ninja immediately leapt forward, drawing their blades toward Zetsu. How ruthless. Cooperation failed. Let's run. No, eliminate them. Huh. You want me to do it? Even as their dialogue sounded like a split-personality argument, Zetsu's movements showed no hesitation. Clapping his hands together, under Danzo's narrowing gaze, a mass of tree branches erupted from the ground in front of him. Like living creatures, the branches stretched and twisted in the air. Would release. The branches formed a network of interwoven trees, binding the two root ninja mid-attack. Sharp wooden spikes pierced through their bodies, draining their blood, flesh, and chakra, turning it into nourishment for the trees. Danzo's hand gripped his cane tightly, veins bulging as he watched. He wasn't angry over the deaths of the two root ninja. After all, every member of Root who underwent its training and embraced its philosophy had long relinquished control over their lives. As long as their death served a purpose, even if it was only marginally valuable, Danzo would not mourn their loss. As long as he was alive, even if every root ninja perished, with Konoha as his backing, he could always cultivate and rebuild the organization anew. Let's end the probing here. I've already shown you what you wanted to see. As you can see, I have mastered the first Hokage's would release power. You want this power too, don't you? After easily taking down two root ninjas, Zetsu didn't take advantage to attack again. Instead, he stood still and spoke to Danzo across from him. Wood release has already resurfaced in Konoha. Danzo scolded. Are you talking about that wood release that can only be used to grow plants? Don't be ridiculous. White Zetsu immediately retorted, what use is that kind of wood release? Looks like you know a lot about Konoha. Was it Nara Kagetsu who created you? Is it that kid Nara Kagetsu behind you, or Orochimaru? As Danzo spoke, the surrounding root ninjas had already surrounded them. 4 of them formed seals and summoned 4 purple barriers. Barrier technique, 4 purple flames formation. Oh dear. This is bad. We're trapped in a barrier. White Zetsu placed his hand in front of his eyes, shielding himself, and looked around at the 4 tall purple barriers rising. Half of his face was dramatically reacting. I see. You took me for a creation of Orochimaru and his disciples. Black Zetsu ignored White Zetsu's antics and the rising barrier. Instead, he stared at Danzo with a strange look. Of course, he knew Orochimaru. One of the legendary Sannin, the 3rd Hokage's disciple, and a contractor with the Ryuchi cave, he was a ninja known for inventing strange things. He also knew Nara Kagetsu. The most famous descendant of the Nara clan's younger generation, Orochimaru's disciple, immersed in research just like his teacher. It was under the hands of these two that the wood release Kekkei Genkai had resurfaced in Konoha, especially among the Senju clan. And Uchiha Shursue, whose death led to Hanzo's, was Nara Kagetsu's partner or rather, his enforcer. In other words, if Uchiha Shursue could stand on their side and act as a replacement for Madara, the plan for the infinite Tsukuyomi might have gone much more smoothly. But unfortunately, after observing him, Uchiha Shursue was not the type to agree with their ideals, nor was he willing to disregard everything and stand with them as an Uchiha descendant. We have no relation to Nara Kagetsu or Orochimaru. We are loyal to Madara-sama. Zetsu denied Danzo's guess and revealed their true allegiance. That's impossible. Uchiha Madara is already dead. He died at the hands of the first Hokage. Danzo's heart skipped a beat, and his one eye widened in shock at the earth-shattering revelation from Zetsu. Is that so? Then where is Madara-sama's body? A mocking expression appeared on Zetsu's face. You could take the first Hokage's corpse and experiment with it, but would you really give up the body of Uchiha Madara, who was on the same level as him? Danzo fell silent for a moment after being questioned. If they claimed to respect the bodies of their predecessors, that would be self-deceiving. Why did Tsunade hold such deep resentment toward them and speak without holding back? Besides the burdens of war and the loss of their loved ones, it was also because of the experiments they secretly conducted that disappointed her greatly. It just so happened that some old members of the Senju clan were involved, and they kept it all hidden from everyone, including her. Various complicated ties made it hard for her to explode with anger. Since the first Hokage ended up as a subject of research, how could Uchiha Madara's corpse, a traitor and failure, escape such a fate? At least Danzo knew very well that his mentor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had studied the Uchiha clan and informed them about the dangers of the Uchiha. Madara's corpse went missing in Konoha, and it was indeed a secret only a few high-ranking individuals knew. In Danzo's memory, besides him and Hiruzen, there were only two old comrades left, Udatane Koharu and Mitokedo Hamura. And the four of them were the least likely to leak such information. So, this strange ninja who can use would release, could they really not be an experimental subject from the Technology Development Department? The death of Uchiha Madara was witnessed in full view of the first and second Hokages, as well as us, Danzo said, looking at Zetsu. Even if Madara used Genjutsu to deceive us, he couldn't have fooled the first and second Hokages. Especially the second Hokage, he personally checked and confirmed Madara's death. Who says someone who is dead cannot come back to life? Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes and said. Are you saying Uchiha Madara could defeat the Grim Reaper himself? Don't be ridiculous. Danzo snorted coldly. Looks like you still have a shallow understanding of the Uchiha clan. Zetsu said in a calm tone. He had already figured out Danzo's intentions. If cooperation truly broke down, or if he had no interest in Wood Release and the Alliance, he wouldn't need to waste so many words here. At the moment the barrier was established, he could have launched his forces to take it down or eliminate this threat. Chapter 184, Chapter 135.1, Danzo and Zetsu. Danzo had been exchanging words with him for quite some time, making his stance very clear. He just needed proof and an excuse. Proof that he wasn't lying. Proof that he wasn't aligned with Orochimaru or Narakagetsu. Proof that Uchiha Madara was still alive. You seem to know a lot about the Uchiha. Danzo stared at the creature in front of him, one that could wield Wood Release. The combination of Wood Release and Uchiha Madara unsettled him. Of course. Lord Madara is aware of all the Uchiha's secrets, including every forbidden technique from the past millennium. Black Zetsu answered naturally. Normal Genjutsu or feigned death wouldn't have been able to fool both Hashirama and Tobirama. However, the Uchiha clan possesses a forbidden technique called Izanagi. Izanagi. The unfamiliar term caused Danzo to frantically search his memory for any related information. However, after mentally reviewing everything he knew, he found no recollection of such a jutsu. Danzo's understanding of the Uchiha clan's secret techniques mainly came from the teachings of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and from his former Uchiha ally, Uchiha Kagami. Yet, neither the second Hokage nor Uchiha Kagami had ever mentioned this technique. Izanagi is a jutsu that can turn any unfavorable events that happen within a certain period into something that never occurred. At the same time, it transforms favorable events into reality. In other words, once Izanagi is activated, the Sharingan that bears this technique records the user's current physical state. During the technique's duration, the user can restore themselves to that recorded state at will. Even if you were to chop them into pieces during Izanagi's effect, they could still fully resurrect. The duration of Izanagi depends on the strength of the user's ocular power. However, the price for using this technique is steep. The Sharingan used for Izanagi becomes permanently blind. This is why it was classified as a forbidden technique by the Uchiha clan. Zetsu spoke confidently, revealing the Uchiha's secrets to Danzo as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. This also served as proof of his origins to Danzo. After all, such detailed knowledge of the Uchiha clan's centuries-old forbidden techniques and history was known to only a select few. At the very least, it proved that even if Zetsu wasn't directly associated with Uchiha Madara, he had a connection to the Uchiha clan close enough to be privy to their secrets. If he were still alive, he should have sought revenge on Konoha long ago after the first Hokage's death. During the era when the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara were active, Danzo and his peers were still young. However, they had witnessed firsthand the founding of Konoha and the earth-shattering power of these two men. Otherwise, why would Danzo have developed a near-obsessive fixation with the power of the Wood Release and the Sharingan after failing to become the third Hokage following the second Hokage's death? It was because these powers were immensely strong, and they represented Konoha's legacy. Especially the Wood Release. Danzo had often wondered if obtaining the power of the Wood Release would elevate both his strength and reputation enough to surpass Hiruzen Sarutobi and finally become Hokage. Unlike the kind and benevolent nature of the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara's personality was a classic representation of the Uchiha, arrogant and domineering. He cared nothing for those he didn't acknowledge. Given Madara's overbearing nature, if he were still alive and the only person who could stop him, the first Hokage, had passed away, it was hard to imagine that he wouldn't have launched a revenge attack on Konoha. Your prejudice and understanding of the Uchiha surpass even Tobirama Senju's extremes. Zetsu said, looking at Danzo curiously. Why would Lord Madara seek revenge or destroy Konoha? His fight with Hashirama was rooted in their ideological differences. They couldn't agree on the path to peace. Back then, Lord Madara merely wanted to take the Uchiha clan and leave the village he helped create to start anew. He simply hadn't anticipated that his own clan would betray him. Danzo remained silent, deep in thought about Zetsu's words. Of course, back then, although Lord Madara used the forbidden technique Izanagi to escape death, his body and strength were severely damaged as a cost of the technique. Lord Madara is now on the verge of dying from old age. Everything Black Zetsu said was true, but he deliberately concealed even more information. So, what does he want? Danzo stared at Zetsu. He absolutely did not believe that Uchiha Madara had any goodwill toward Konoha or toward them, Tobirama's disciples. If the other party came forward at the end of his life to propose cooperation, it clearly meant that Danzo had something Madara needed. In fact, Danzo wasn't even sure if Uchiha Madara was truly still alive, and if he was, whether his life was genuinely nearing its end. But regardless of whether the person in front of him truly represented Uchiha Madara or was just someone acting under his name, Danzo didn't mind extracting more information from him. I don't know. Black Zetsu's response left Danzo stunned. Danzo had anticipated that Uchiha Madara might make some extreme demands, something harmful to Konoha, like confidential information or something else. As for Zetsu's claim that Uchiha Madara neither hated nor wanted to destroy Konoha, Danzo, with his own mindset, refused to believe it at all. He also considered that if the demands weren't too excessive, he might be willing to give up some classified information in order to gain would release and uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. But Zetsu's answer completely shattered Danzo's earlier assumptions and mental preparations, as if his punch had landed on cotton. Are you mocking me? Danzo's eyes betrayed his displeasure. Not at all. Lord Madara indeed didn't tell us anything. But besides that, I have a rather important question to ask you. This time, it was the cheerful white Zetsu speaking. As he spoke, he enthusiastically raised his hand high. Do you know what it feels like to defecate? Danzo was infuriated by the sudden, ridiculous question. To him, this meaningless provocation was a blatant challenge to his patience and a mockery of his authority. Shut up, fool. Black Zetsu's cold voice suppressed the overly jubilant white Zetsu, forcing him to quiet down once again. Only when Black Zetsu saw that Danzo refrained from taking any action did he internally breathe a sigh of relief. Although white Zetsu's irreverent and erratic behavior constantly gave him headaches, as the pair's combat force and military asset, Black Zetsu had no choice but to endure it. I'm genuinely curious about what it feels like, though. Under Black Zetsu's suppression, white Zetsu muttered a light complaint, his eyes still filled with anticipation as he looked at Danzo, hoping for an answer. First, let me see your so-called technology. Realizing he could no longer extract any meaningful information from them, Danzo immediately pushed forward two of his root operatives. These are my subordinates. You can choose one of them for your experiment. If he gains the wood release, we'll discuss further matters. Danzo's caution came as no surprise to Zetsu. He knew that gaining the trust of someone as cunning and scheming as Danzo was practically impossible from the start. Chapter 185, Chapter 135.2, Inquiry. The two root ninjas were sacrificial pawns Danzo had offered as a test. If one of them truly acquired the would release Kekkei Genkai, it would confirm that Zetsu's group indeed possessed a method to grant such power. These operatives might even bring back valuable intelligence about their mysterious techniques. But if it turned out to be a deception, Danzo would merely lose two capable subordinates. At least it would expose the malicious intentions of the strange figure before him and the so-called Uchiha Madara behind him toward Konoha and himself. Deal. And as a bonus, I'll share a secret about the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui has already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Zetsu glanced at the two masked, silent root operatives who followed Danzo's orders and stepped in front of him. As his body merged with the ground along with the two operatives, he delivered his parting words. With the disappearance of the four violet flames formation, Zetsu and the two root operatives vanished into the earth. Looking at the ground where the three had disappeared, Danzo's expression was uncertain. Whether it was the forbidden technique Izanagi or Uchiha Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan, both things made his mood uneasy. Danzo didn't think the other party would lie about these two pieces of information because at least one of them could be verified. For example, Uchiha Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Why did the Uchiha clan hide this pair of eyes? And Uchiha Shursui's relationship with the Uchiha clan, as well as his closeness with Orochimaru, was something Danzo did not want to see. In the office of the Hokage building, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been urgently summoned by the Umbu, originally thought it was due to the worsening war situation, and the village's high-ranking officials needed the Uchiha clan to deploy their full force to prepare for war. But when he arrived, the third Hokage did not give such orders. What made Uchiha Fugaku feel even more uneasy were the gloomy faces of the three advisors, led by Danzo, and the tense atmosphere in the room. Uchiha Fugaku, I need you to answer two questions, and there must be no concealment or lies in your response. Danzo broke the silence, speaking harshly. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction at Danzo's aggressive tone. However, after glancing at the situation and the silent Hokage and other advisors, he chose to show a certain level of compliance. Does the Uchiha clan have the forbidden technique Izanagi? Danzo's voice rang loudly in the office again, asking without any courtesy. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with shock as he stared at Danzo. After observing the serious expressions of Danzo and the others, Fugaku's expression changed for a moment, before he nodded and replied. There is indeed a forbidden technique called Izanaji recorded in the Uchiha clan's techniques. Can it really reverse the boundary between life and death at the cost of a Sharingan? Danzo asked again, his voice demanding an answer. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku's mind was not just filled with confusion, but shock. Forbidden jutsu were called forbidden for a reason, they carried great danger, heavy costs, and were known only to a few. Especially Izanaji. Its appearance had caused the Uchiha clan immense losses. Now, only a handful of people in the Uchiha clan knew of its existence. Aside from Fugaku, the clan leader, it was only a few of the Uchiha elders. From Danzo's description, it was clear that he didn't just know the name of this forbidden jutsu, but even understood its effects. This meant that there might be spies within the Uchiha elders, possibly even high-ranking figures likely under Danzo. With this thought, sweat started to bead on Fugaku's back. This meant that what was discussed at the clan meetings was likely known to the Hokage and other high-ranking members of the village. Fugaku, who had never missed a clan meeting, knew all too well how reckless some of his clan members could be in private. What was said behind closed doors might seem like harmless complaints or mere expectations, but if it leaked out and reached the ears of the higher-ups in Konoha, the consequences were unpredictable. The records do mention the effects of the forbidden jutsu, but this jutsu is forbidden for the Uchiha clan to learn, Fugaku answered in a deep voice. Fugaku's response caused a complex, unreadable expression to appear on the faces of the 4 Konoha high-ranking officials present. The second question, Uchiha Shursue activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. As the clan leader, you should be aware of this, right? Danzo had originally intended to question Fugaku about why Shursue didn't report the activation of his Mangekyo to Konoha's high ranks, but then his words changed. If Uchiha Shursue were standing here, Danzo would have asked the question directly, given that Shursue had once trained in both Root and the ANBU. Even now, Shursue was still part of the ANBU, but his assignment had been shifted under Orochimaru. With this connection, Danzo had already considered Shursue's failure to report the activation of his Mangekyo Sharingan a complete betrayal. Any intelligence Shursue had provided before was now viewed with suspicion. I don't know. Fugaku responded firmly, shaking his head in denial. You're lying. As the head of the Uchiha clan, how could you not know? Danzo scolded. Even if Shursue opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, why does it have to be something I must know? Uchiha Fugaku retorted. This is his own destiny. Even if he truly opened it, whether he reveals it or not is his choice. No one can force him. Not even me, as the clan leader. If it weren't inappropriate, Uchiha Fugaku would have ended his sentence by mentioning the Hyuga clan leader. It is well known that the Hyuga clan has a clear distinction between the main family and the branch family, with the main family controlling all the branch families. However, the Uchiha clan didn't have any caged bird seals, and even Fugaku, as the clan leader, faced opposition and dissent within the clan. It was his alliance with Orochimaru and his ambition and possibility to become the future Hokage that kept the more militant members of the clan from voicing their dissatisfaction with the Hokage and the higher-ups, leading to a more unified view. This made Fugaku's position as clan leader a bit easier. If it were any other Uchiha who had opened the Mangekyo, they might have already exposed their eyes at the clan meeting out of impatience. But Shursue was different. Compared to other Uchiha, he was more calm and composed. Sometimes, even Fugaku himself found it difficult to guess what was going on inside Shursue's mind. Chapter 186, Chapter 136.1, Information Leak. Shursue's position within the Uchiha clan was unique. Whether it was the clan head, the other elders, or the Jonin, there was a tacit understanding of Shursue's special status. Previously, the decision to have him join the Umbu was driven by the Uchiha clan's exclusion from Konoha's high-level decision-making circles. Many critical pieces of intelligence were sealed off from the Uchiha. This estrangement from the upper echelon's decision-making made some far-sighted members of the Uchiha deeply concerned. As a result, Shursue was assigned to leave the clan's police force system and join the Umbu, acting as the clan's eyes within the village. This arrangement wasn't taboo but rather an unspoken agreement between Konoha's leadership and its ninja clans. The clans would provide their most talented members to serve the village. In return, any intelligence encountered in this capacity that related to their clan could be selectively shared. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 3 elder advisors understood this and tacitly permitted it. As long as it wasn't made explicit, it remained within the bounds of acceptable practice. Shursue was chosen in part due to his lineage. His ancestor, Uchiha Kagami, had once been a close ally of Konoha's higher-ups. This connection minimized obstacles. Indeed, Shursue successfully entered the Umbu. While he didn't become a trusted bodyguard for the Hokage, he did become a subordinate of Orochimaru. Especially after the establishment of the Technology Development Department, the Uchiha clan, closely tied to Orochimaru, began to feel that their initial decision was a fortunate one. Stop making excuses, Hiruzen. Summon Shisui back to the village for questioning by the Root Division, Danzo demanded. Initially, he intended to say interrogation, but after some thought, he softened his tone, using questioning instead. Clearly, he was mindful of how dubious this request appeared and the potential complications with Orochimaru. Can the Root Division arbitrarily interrogate a member of the Uchiha clan? Shisui hasn't betrayed the village. Or are you implying, Hokage Assistant Danzo, that you now have the authority to strip a Konoha ninja of their rights in place of the Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened instantly, and his tone bristled with dissatisfaction. Shisui is currently on a mission outside the village. There's no need to summon him back for such matters. Ninja have their secrets, and concealing one's abilities is both normal and appropriate, the third Hokage finally spoke. Rebuking Danzo's suggestion, he made his stance clear to Fugaku. In any ninja village, probing the secret techniques of a clan without sufficient justification was a delicate matter. Even for a Kage, acting without a solid excuse would be overstepping boundaries. Even though the ninja clans in Konoha had been gradually weakened by the second Hokage and his policies, they were still an indispensable and important force in the village. Over the years, many remarkable ninja had emerged from among the commoners, and even smaller clans had produced strong individuals. However, the large clans with inherited traditions still held considerable influence and respect within the village. They also occupied significant roles in the various departments of the ninja system. Given his current approach to governance, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally preferred stability, especially during wartime. Don't blame Danzo for being so sensitive, there is a reason behind his reaction, Hiruzen said apologetically after reprimanding Danzo. He then turned to Uchiha Fugaku with a gentle explanation. Does it have something to do with the Uchiha? Although most Uchiha were known for their impulsiveness, Fugaku had served as clan leader for many years. He could tell that the third Hokage and Danzo were playing a game of good cop and bad cop. Analyzing their words, he began to make some guesses. Uchiha Madara might still be alive, Hiruzen said after taking a drag from his pipe, his face showing signs of exhaustion. When he first heard this from Danzo, it nearly caused his heart to leap out of his chest. While many in the village hailed him as the strongest Hokage, Hiruzen was well aware of his own limits. He could perhaps live up to the title in terms of his vast knowledge of ninjutsu, but compared to the first and second Hokage, he truly didn't feel worthy of being called the strongest. Especially when it came to the first Hokage, who had ended the Warring States period and reformed the ninja system from clan-based to village-based. Hiruzen had witnessed the first Hokage's power firsthand. His so-called strongest reputation only applied among the current generation of Kage. The first Hokage, on the other hand, was called the God of Shinobi. And Uchiha Madara was a rival who stood on equal footing with the first Hokage. Though Madara was the loser of their legendary battle at the Valley of the End, even in defeat, his strength would have easily overwhelmed Hiruzen. Konoha's current situation was far from ideal. The front lines were running out of manpower, and the dire reality was forcing Hiruzen to consider having the students at the Ninja Academy graduate early and send them to the battlefield. At this critical moment, if Uchiha Madara were to reappear and stir up trouble, the future of Konoha would be nothing short of despair. Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel it even with his eyes closed. This is impossible. He's already dead. Uchiha Fugaku instinctively refuted upon hearing the name and news. It was common knowledge among Konoha's upper echelons and the ninja clans that Uchiha Madara had died at the hands of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Now, with the third Hokage claiming that Uchiha Madara was alive, didn't that mean the second Hokage's examination of Madara's corpse was a sham? Uchiha Fugaku, having read the clan's historical records, found it hard to believe that the second Hokage would have let Uchiha Madara go. We don't want to believe he's still alive either. But now, there's someone, or rather, a mysterious organization, acting in the ninja world under his name. The intel on forbidden technique Izanagi, as well as the Mangekyo Sharingan awakened by Shisui, both originated from members of this mysterious organization. According to Danzo's intelligence, the group has a particular focus on and deep knowledge of the Uchiha clan. As for their stance toward Konoha, it's difficult to say whether it's benevolent or malicious. What's certain is that the organization has a spy within Konoha, someone of considerable status who has access to confidential information. This cannot be allowed. Sarutobi Hiruzen also didn't want to believe that Uchiha Madara was still alive. But once he recovered from his panic and shock, he reasoned that even if Madara were alive, he would likely be a frail, powerless old man by now. This assumption brought him some measure of relief. You suspect that the organization's mastermind has ties to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku began to understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Perhaps the organization itself was founded by the Uchiha, Danzo interjected with a cold snort, his icy gaze fixed on Uchiha Fugaku. For a moment, Fugaku fell silent. If the possibility of Madara being alive was ruled out, then only a select few within the Uchiha clan could have access to a forbidden technique like Izanagi. I understand your concerns. Once I return to the clan, I will immediately begin an investigation, Fugaku offered proactively. Chapter 187, Chapter 136.2, Return of Shisui. However, I would like to know more about this so-called mysterious organization and its members. What could you uncover by investigating yourself? Let the root operatives handle it, Danzo seized the opportunity to propose. This mission would undoubtedly give him legitimate access to some of the Uchiha clan's secret records. On his way back to the village, Danzo's thoughts were filled with intrigue about the Uchiha clan's history and forbidden techniques. He was already plotting how to obtain those secrets, whether through excuses or other means. Sharingan, Mangekyo, Izanagi. If combined with would release, he should be able to restore his declining strength and bring new life to his body, which had been gravely injured during the Second Shinobi World War. I trust you, Fugaku. Let's prioritize the Uchiha clan for now. The third Hokage did not agree to Danzo's demands. However, Uchiha Fugaku, who understood the deeper implications behind the Hokage's words, did not feel any joy. The words "for now" meant that if the Uchiha clan failed to uncover anything substantial or provide credible evidence to prove their innocence, Danzo's root or perhaps even the Hokage's direct umbu would take over the investigation. By then, with an excuse and official backing, even Uchiha Fugaku would find it difficult to refuse the Hokage's demands. I will uncover the truth, Fugaku gritted his teeth and declared. This is the intelligence scroll that Danzo has compiled, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, handing an already opened scroll to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku stepped forward, accepted the scroll, and browsed through its contents. Only then did he understand why the Hokage and Danzo believed there was a traitor within the Uchiha clan and why they were so aggressive in their initial accusations. The scroll not only contained secrets about the Uchiha clan but also mentioned would release. Through the efforts of the Technology Development Department, would release had been recreated. While its effectiveness was somewhat inconsistent, and the modifications carried inherent risks, it had indeed reappeared in the shinobi world. Moreover, someone in that organization possessed the ability to use would release. It was hard not to suspect that a high-ranking member of the Uchiha clan, after gaining access to the Technology Development Department's research on would release, had reproduced it outside the village. In a shinobi village, where even a rogue ninja's corpse would be decapitated and destroyed to prevent the leakage of ninjutsu information, the unauthorized circulation of their technology would never be overlooked. Although the exact origin of the other parties would release remained uncertain, it did not stop Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo from associating it with the possibility of a leak from the Technology Development Department. Since the matter involved the Technology Development Department, it was no longer merely an internal issue for the Uchiha clan. Unless Uchiha Fugaku can prove that this matter has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan in Konoha, and the Technology Development Department can confirm after investigation that no technology has been lost or leaked, the Umbu and Danzo's root will intervene, and Fugaku won't be able to stop them. After realizing this, Uchiha Fugaku surprisingly felt a sense of gratitude toward the third Hokage. Although he knew this was the third's usual way of compromising, offering a condition both sides could accept. But this didn't stop the emotional stir inside him. At least the third Hokage had given them a chance for self-investigation, unlike Danzo, who made his distrust clear without hesitation. At the border of the Land of Fire. 2 kilometers from the border camp, in a dense forest. Kagetsu greeted the weary and tired Uchiha Shisui, who had just returned from Anchorvantion. Did Hanzo die? Kagetsu was surprised upon hearing this. Hanzo was once a powerful ninja who had left even the young Sennin helpless, only spared due to mercy. Yes. Shisui pulled out a scroll from his pocket. Here are his and Kurotsuchi Mayuri's bodies. Shisui, who had worked as an assistant to both Orochimaru and Kagetsu, knew well about their habit of collecting the corpses of strong opponents. In the former headquarters of the Technology Development Department, there was still a freezer used by Orochimaru to store corpses. Influenced by them, both Shisui and Anko, after battles, would collect strong ninja bodies for Orochimaru and Kagetsu, whenever possible. Especially the corpses of Kekkei Genkai users. Hanzo and Kurotsuchi Mayuri, the former needs no introduction. He is the only one to date who can be compared to the Kage of the 5 great nations and has earned a certain level of respect as a powerful figure. The latter is also a standout of the new generation from the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water. His reputation is just as prominent as the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist from the Land of Water. He even surpasses them in leadership and strategic skills. He is a genius with both strength and the foresight needed for large-scale strategies, a prodigy of the new generation in the Hidden Mist village. The battle doesn't seem easy. Have your eyes gotten this blurry already? Kagetsu first unrolled the scroll but didn't open it immediately. Instead, he took a step forward and carefully examined Shisui's physical condition, especially his eyes, using medical ninjutsu. The conclusion drawn from the checkup was not very promising. The blindness of the Mangekyo Sharingan is inevitable, the difference lies in how much chakra is left and how long it can be used. Although Kagetsu had prepared some special eye drops and ointment for Shisui, they were only effective for shallow use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fighting Hanzo was undoubtedly a war of attrition. The massive consumption of chakra drained Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan in a short period, putting a great deal of pressure and strain on his body. With such an immense drain, the eye drops and ointments that Kagetsu prepared could only do so much. It's all right, Shirsue shook his head. The battle with Hanzo had indeed been a long one. Hanzo's battle experience was vast, and his application of taijutsu and ninjutsu was eye-opening. As Hanzo avoided direct confrontation, it took Shirsue quite some time and effort to deal with him. Shirsue could still feel that the eye drops and ointments were helping his eyesight recover, but in comparison to the excessive consumption of chakra, these supplements were merely a small drop in the ocean. They could not make up for the lost chakra in such a short time. The real issue was that he would be unable to use his Mangekyo Sharingan for long periods in the foreseeable future. Are you interested in accepting another form of power? Kagetsu suddenly asked. He knew that for a while, Shirsue wouldn't be able to use his Mangekyo Sharingan. This would undoubtedly affect his strength. After thinking for a moment, he inquired. Kagetsu had already been notified by Orochimaru through his snakes, including some basic experimental data and results regarding the power of Hogyoku. Although Kagetsu saw it as still a work in progress, it could help make up for the loss of strength that Shirsue would face due to the inability to use his Mangekyo Sharingan freely. Chapter 188, Chapter 137, Orochimaru's Imagination. Orochimaru's underground base near the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice Fields. As Uchiha Shirsue and Kagetsu stepped out of the black void, Orochimaru, who had been waiting for them inside the base, licked the corner of his lips. The base spanned approximately 100 square meters, filled with a variety of instruments and a surgical table. In addition to the equipment, there were several cylindrical containers connecting the ceiling to the floor. These containers were filled with a faint green liquid, inside which floated various organs and humanoid figures. Soft lighting poured down from the ceiling, illuminating the entire laboratory. Walking along the specially cleared path, Shirsue passed by these eerie scenes with an unchanged expression. Having seen similar setups countless times in the technology development department, he was no longer fazed. At the center of the base stood an elevated platform with a transparent, specially sealed box. Faint traces of seals flickered intermittently on its surface. Inside the box was a jewel that sparkled with an eerie, diamond-like luster under the light. It was held aloft in the palm of a metallic hand. The platform's base was connected to the instruments near the surgical table via numerous cables. I've already heard about your exploits from Kagetsu, Orochimaru said with a hint of admiration as he gazed at Uchiha Shirsue before him. Hanzo. I never thought he'd meet his end at your hands. Is the Mangekyo Sharingan truly that powerful? You flatter me, Lord Orochimaru. It was merely luck, Shirsue replied, brushing a hand over his eyes. He still vividly remembered the dual agony, both mental and physical, that he had endured. The pain was so intense, so unforgettable, that experiencing it even once left an indelible mark. Too modest, Shirsue-kun, Orochimaru said, narrowing his eyes. There's no need to put on a facade in front of me. The fact that you could kill Hanzo is a testament to your strength. The strong naturally possess privileges. Even I might not be a match for you now. Shirsue glanced at Kagetsu beside him for support, only to find him absorbed in studying the jewel inside the glass box and analyzing the accumulated data on the instruments. Fortunately, Orochimaru ended the small talk on his own after saying, You really don't seem like a Uchiha I know. This made Shirsue breathe a sigh of relief. In the past, with Shirsue achieving such feats, Orochimaru would inevitably have raised his evaluation of the Mangekyo Sharingan to another level. He might have even developed a strong curiosity and desire to possess it. After all, both immortality and power were things he relentlessly pursued. With the prospect of achieving immortality, and his own strength having reached a peak where explosive growth was difficult, Orochimaru naturally became more interested in anything that could enhance his abilities. For a ninja who has walked their own ninja path and entered their peak, there are only two ways to further enhance their strength, developing their own unique Kekkei Genkai or becoming a Jinchuriki. Orochimaru had a third option, using the immortal techniques he developed to take over the body of a ninja with exceptional talent or a powerful Kekkei Genkai. By taking over their body, he could claim their talents, Kekkei Genkai, and even their remaining lifespan. Of course, that was the ideal scenario. In reality, based on Orochimaru's experiments, the process required too many prerequisites, which were extremely strict and carried significant risks. This forbidden jutsu, in essence, ensured that his chakra and spiritual consciousness remained intact, while his body became a replaceable vessel for his soul. As long as the soul remained unscathed, this replacement process could continue indefinitely. Kagetsu's research provided Orochimaru with a wealth of valuable data and results, saving him from many detours in his studies and greatly accelerating the development of this forbidden technique. Living corpse reincarnation. After creating this technique, Orochimaru gave it its name. While this jutsu initially fulfilled his quest for immortality, Orochimaru wasn't entirely satisfied with it. In his view, there was still significant room for improvement. Especially after seeing Kagetsu's research on spiritual and soul studies, Orochimaru became even more cautious and meticulous when it came to matters of the soul. According to the initial concept of the living corpse reincarnation technique, the soul would be split and stored as data in different containers. This would allow Orochimaru to choose a compatible container for reincarnation when needed. However, this method of splitting was too crude and could potentially harm his soul. Therefore, Orochimaru had always sought to minimize this damage or find another way to compensate for it. For now, he still had plenty of time and didn't need to worry about his body deteriorating. The appearance of the Hogyoku opened up a new possibility for Orochimaru. He realized that the Hogyoku could play a role in improving the living corpse reincarnation technique. However, he had no clear idea of how to utilize the Hogyoku effectively. But this didn't stop Orochimaru from being fascinated by the Hogyoku's power. Breaking the boundaries between ninja and sage. Orochimaru had already confirmed this was possible. However, during his discussions with Kagetsu, Orochimaru discovered that what he considered to be the perfect and powerful Hogyoku wasn't satisfactory to Kagetsu. In Kagetsu's vision, the Hogyoku should allow the continual elevation of both power and physical form, up to the point where the host could no longer endure it. The user could have limits, but the Hogyoku itself should be a limitless breaker of boundaries. When Orochimaru first heard this idea, he thought Kagetsu was insane. Yet, after calming down, he couldn't help but look forward to what Kagetsu had described. Ultimate power and the ultimate life form. When thinking about this grand goal, the notion of Hokage, the ninja world, ninjutsu, and even the ongoing wars felt somewhat dull to Orochimaru. This Hogyoku could transform a person's spirit, or, more precisely, their soul, into something entirely new. If that were possible, would another Hogyoku be needed to transform one's physical body? Recalling Kagetsu's earlier research on Kekkei Genkai, Orochimaru found himself unable to suppress his excitement. How could someone like him, who was obsessed with collecting powerful Kekkei Genkais and modifying the human body, not immerse himself in such possibilities? Of course, that was a goal for the future. For now, Orochimaru still aimed to use the Hogyoku to continuously refine and strengthen his soul. A sage. Who didn't know how to use senjutsu these days? With extensive experimental data on the Hogyoku, Orochimaru understood its effects well. They were somewhat similar to the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. The Hogyoku would elevate one's power based on their will, granting them unique abilities that belonged solely to them. It was akin to the Mangekyo Sharingan he had studied. Each pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was unique, with dojutsu manifesting based on the user's innermost will. Chapter 189, Chapter 138, Orochimaru's Thoughts. What kind of abilities would a Uchiha who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan gain if they accepted the power of the Hogyoku? With the example of Hyuga Ran, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a strong sense of curiosity deep inside. Hyuga Ran's Byakugan, under the support of the Hogyoku, had clearly undergone some kind of mutation, or rather, evolution. At least in the Hogyoku mode, Hyuga Ran's Byakugan's abilities far surpassed those of a normal Byakugan, and he even possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan-like ability. Wind. Hyuga Ran could shape the wind into anything he desired, as well as unleash the power of the wind as he imagined it. The only limitation was chakra consumption, or more specifically, the consumption of Hogyoku chakra. How long would it take for a Jonin focused on functionality to evolve into a Kage? Orochimaru would tell you, just one night. Even if the Kage's power could only last for 3 minutes at most, it would still far exceed the strength of a normal Jonin. It was power that could make a difference on the battlefield at a critical moment. If the Byakugan could evolve into an alternative form under the influence of the Hogyoku, what about the Sharingan? Would a Sharingan, already capable of evolving into the Mangekyo, evolve in a different way? Or would it undergo further evolution based on the Mangekyo? This was why Orochimaru rushed over to verify the situation after receiving information from Kagetsu. With 3 people, including Hyuga Ran, who possessed Hogyoku mode, even if something went wrong, they could support until he used Kagetsu's black cavity to return. Remember, don't be greedy. As Shisui lay on the operating table, his body covered with various instruments, and his consciousness gradually closed off from external information due to the effects of the instruments and techniques, Orochimaru's reminder echoed in his increasingly distant heart. I really envy you all. Looking at Shisui on the operating table, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with longing. He wasn't coveting Shisui's body or his bloodline, he simply envied those who possessed powerful bloodlines and great talent. Didn't you use it? Kagetsu glanced at Hogyoku thoughtfully, then at Orochimaru. After gradually uncovering the Hogyoku's properties through numerous experiments, Kagetsu thought Orochimaru would eventually be unable to resist using its power to strengthen himself. You think I'm so eager? Orochimaru's tongue extended from his mouth to lick his lips as he responded. He had once pursued the sage mode of Ryuchi Cave, but the risks of failure were too high, and his own mismatched abilities made him hesitate. However, he never gave up on the power of a sage. Whether it was Yugo or his own modifications, Orochimaru had always been chasing the power of a sage. He even developed the curse mark, a flawed version of Sage Mode. If it weren't for the appearance of the Hogyoku, Orochimaru would have been very satisfied with the curse mark he developed. With a few adjustments, it could even be combined with the Impure World reincarnation. But with the Hogyoku now in the picture, Orochimaru had become somewhat critical of the curse mark. He spent almost all his free time studying Hogyoku. The more he studied it, the more obsessed he became. Not only did it elevate the quality of chakra by more than one layer, but it also made the soul of the ninja stronger and more resilient, giving them superior release powers. It was a comprehensive enhancer. Aside from the physical enhancement not being as ideal as he hoped, it was perfect in Orochimaru's eyes. As for the so-called physical inadequacy, it was in comparison to the strength it provided to the spirit and soul. My body is a bit messed up from all the modifications. I need more data and more carefulness. Orochimaru said, his tone not filled with regret or disappointment but rather with a deeply hidden anticipation. But its power has been strengthening my soul during this time. I have a feeling that one day in the future, my body, which has been altered so many times, will eventually be unable to withstand my soul. If I compare the soul to water and the body to a container that holds it, under normal circumstances, with a sealed lid, the water would not exceed the container's limit. But the Hogyoku has removed that lid. It has poured more water into the container. What happens when the water overflows? Is it death? Or something else? Do you think that under the transformation of the soul, I might develop a new bloodline limit and then, in the imbalance between soul and body, suffer from a bloodline disease? Orochimaru seemed to have finally found someone to talk to, so he unusually went on a bit of a monologue. However, it seemed like he wasn't looking for answers from Kagetsu, he was simply sharing his thoughts and insights with his disciple. Although the Hogyoku took shape under his hands, Orochimaru could not deny that its appearance was closely related to Kagetsu. After all, the concept of the Hogyoku was brought up and studied soon after Kagetsu became his disciple. It was just like Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation technique. In the end, as a teacher, Orochimaru could not accept being passive while his disciple carried the research. Even the forbidden techniques of the second Hokage are not something Orochimaru would simply use, instead, he improves upon them, creating new methods based on the forbidden jutsu. The Sage Mode powered by Hogyoku is the most suited for ninjas. As for him, although he still appears human, his soul and body had already undergone distortion from a series of body modifications long ago. He doesn't intend to adopt the Sage Mode of Hogyoku's power. Although he's constantly using Hogyoku like a scalpel to strengthen and adjust his soul, he still insists on following the path he once took. It's just that path, with a few modifications. The Ryuchi Cave, Mayaboku Mountain, Shikatsu Forest, and Hogyoku. If he could integrate all four Sage Modes into one, how far could his chakra quality evolve? Would he become a near-immortal creature like the Sage of the Three Sage Regions, or even a god? Without first testing whether two types of Sage powers can coexist and amplify each other, Orochimaru is not in a rush to master the Sage Mode of Hogyoku. Of course, with such a gifted successor as Kagetsu, Orochimaru is not reluctant to share his progress, nor does he intend to go forward alone. In his view, sometimes, Kagetsu's ideas are out of this world, even more radical and crazy than his own. Just like Hogyoku. Orochimaru once thought it was a wild fantasy, but never imagined that one day, it would truly be realized in the hands of both master and disciple. Chapter 190, Chapter 139.1, Living Corpse Reincarnation. Your ambition is remarkable. After hearing Orochimaru's plan, Kagetsu couldn't help but glance at his teacher with some admiration. To think he wanted to combine four types of sage arts into one. Mastering even a single sage jutsu was an incredibly arduous task. Even among the legendary Sannin, only Jiraiya barely managed to grasp the Sage Mode of Mount Mayaboku. Although I can't quite understand where your inexplicable sense of urgency comes from, your ambition is greater than mine, Kagetsu, Orochimaru replied calmly. Having spent years together, Orochimaru, who had practically watched Kagetsu grow, believed he understood him better than anyone else in Konoha. Kagetsu's growth was a complete deviation from the norm for the Nara clan. By their standards, his robust health and abundant chakra were almost unnatural. Thanks to Kagetsu's development of a new body-strengthening serum, the Nara clan no longer had to rely on being perpetually frail and consuming supplements constantly. This world of shinobi is far too dangerous. You must have the ability to ensure your own safety. That's the lesson you taught me from a young age, Kagetsu said. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned by those words. Indeed, he had said that. He also believed it was the right lesson. But wasn't Kagetsu's interpretation and execution a bit overzealous? Orochimaru was someone who maximized his survival skills, so he naturally assumed Kagetsu would have his own unique methods to stay alive. Based on what Orochimaru knew of Kagetsu, the young man might even excel at survival more than he did. Unless faced with opponents of the level of the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara, or ambushed by a team led by Kage-level shinobi, Orochimaru found it hard to imagine Kagetsu dying in battle or on the battlefield. At the very least, the tragedy that befell Nawaki wouldn't happen to Kagetsu. You've already mastered the training methods for Ryuchi Cave Sage Technique in the Hogyoku Sage mode. But how do you plan to acquire the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku and Shikatsu Forest? Also, are you even sure that Shikatsu Forest has sage techniques? Without waiting for Orochimaru to break the silence, Kagetsu proactively shifted the topic. That, you'll have to ask Tsunade about, Orochimaru said, tactfully skipping over the previous topic. Then let's not worry about Shikatsu Forest for now. Even if Jiraiya-san is willing to teach you the sage arts of Mount Myaboku, you still can't train without their assistance, can you? You once mentioned that to learn the sage arts of Ryuchi Cave, one must venture deep into the cave to meet the White Snake Sage. Training can only proceed under their guidance and witness. So, it's likely that Mount Myaboku's sage arts also require the supervision of one of their sages, right? Maybe even some unique resources from the sage region itself. Kagetsu wisely avoided the questions without answers and instead focused on the key issue. That's true. While a summoning contract can be signed with multiple beasts, the three-sage region summoning contract. Faced with the challenges ahead, Orochimaru appeared troubled. Was he really supposed to extract Mount Myaboku's spatial coordinates from that fool Jiraiya and sneak in? Or should he have Jiraiya take him there instead? Even if Mount Myaboku was dealt with, if Shikatsu Forest also had sage arts, would he have to infiltrate the place too? Not to mention, Tsunade wasn't as careless as Jiraiya. And if news of him seeking the sage arts from both Mount Myaboku and Shikatsu Forest leaked, the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave might eat him alive. That entity wasn't exactly known for being gentle. Have you considered another way to acquire it? Kagetsu suddenly asked, noticing Orochimaru's low spirits. Another way. Orochimaru's eyes lit up as he turned his gaze to Kagetsu. Why do you have to learn it yourself? Sage art training requires both talent and time. Someone suitable for Ryuchi Cave sage arts might not be compatible with Mount Myaboku's, and vice versa with Shikatsu Forests. If you aim to master the sage arts of all three sage regions, setting aside the difficulty, I think just the time required would span decades, assuming everything goes smoothly. Kagetsu laid out the challenges one by one in a straightforward manner. Orochimaru nodded in agreement as he listened. Even mastering just the sage arts of Ryuchi Cave already felt like an uphill battle. Based on his instincts, the sage arts of Ryuchi Cave were the most compatible with him out of the three sage regions. However, the senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave was extremely dangerous. Orochimaru wasn't confident he could successfully master it. Would the senjutsu of the other three sage regions really be smooth sailing? It wasn't that Orochimaru was someone who backed down in the face of challenges. He always found ways to achieve his goals, whether it was immortality, harnessing natural energy, or mastering sage mode. But from what Kagetsu said, it seemed like he had an unconventional idea. What do you mean? Orochimaru asked directly. Seize it. Kagetsu answered just as straightforwardly. Seize it. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed instantly, his expression unreadable under the dim light. He hadn't expected such an unexpected answer from Kagetsu. Could sage mode even be seized? Orochimaru was puzzled. From a conceptual perspective, the power of sage mode was a unique energy that combined natural energy with chakra. If one considered it purely as chakra, then the idea of seizing it wasn't entirely implausible. After all, Orochimaru was aware of ninjutsu and ninja weapons in the ninja world that could steal chakra from others. But those methods were always one-time and predatory in nature. What I mean is a complete seizure. To take everything, their power, experience, and abilities, all for yourself. Kagetsu clearly understood what was going through Orochimaru's mind. Before Orochimaru could speak, he proactively clarified his intentions in detail. A complete seizure. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. The living corpse reincarnation. Orochimaru thought of the forbidden technique he had developed and was currently refining. The essence of this technique was complete seizure. Seizing everything from a person, their body, soul, talents, and even their Kekkei Genkai. It was a total takeover. Chapter 191, Chapter 139.2, Hirako. Do you know that my living corpse reincarnation technique has already been successfully developed? Orochimaru was slightly surprised. Although he hadn't kept his research on the technique a secret from Kagetsu, the fact that it had been successfully created was something he hadn't disclosed to anyone. Congratulations. Kagetsu opened his mouth, momentarily confused about why Orochimaru had suddenly jumped to discussing the living corpse reincarnation technique. After a brief pause, he dryly offered his congratulations. Looks like I guessed wrong. Seeing Kagetsu's expression, Orochimaru, who was skilled at reading people, immediately realized that he had guessed wrong. However, he neither felt angry nor discouraged. Instead, a sense of anticipation arose within him. After all, in many situations, Kagetsu had always managed to give him answers that were surprising, astonishing, and practical to some degree. It's not about body possession through living corpse reincarnation. It's about taking abilities. Kagetsu emphasized the distinction between the two. Is it really possible to achieve that? Orochimaru, hearing this, licked his lips with interest. He had always had a peculiar obsession with researching and collecting unique jutsu. This time, Kagetsu had undoubtedly piqued his excitement and curiosity. If it were possible to take the power of a sage, then could it go even further? Could it take someone's Kekkei Genkai? Ah! At that thought, Orochimaru suddenly froze. A vague memory of someone flashed through his mind. Frowning, he pondered seriously for a moment. Soon, he pulled that person from the depths of his memory. Hirako. A former teammate who had briefly been part of their squad. Hirako, a Konoha rogue ninja who was hunted by the village leadership for his forbidden research. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had been tasked with pursuing him, but their momentary hesitation had allowed him to escape. Since then, Hirako had disappeared from the shinobi world without a trace. If not for Kagetsu's words today sparking this connection, Orochimaru might not have recalled Hirako for a very long time. For Orochimaru, while Hirako had once been a teammate, the emotional bond with him was far weaker compared to the ties he shared with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Releasing the other person was simply because Jiraiya and Tsunade had that intention, he did not contribute to it. Of course, how much mutual respect there was in this, Orochimaru could not clearly say now. After all, the research and improvement of forbidden techniques was something that Hiruzen's disciple, Orochimaru, truly found fascinating. That forbidden technique. Orochimaru once again flipped through his memories, searching for the forbidden technique within them. The Chimera technique. When Hirako defected, he destroyed most of his research materials, leaving only the fragments that could not be destroyed in time, so Orochimaru was able to learn about this technique. To steal Kekkei Genkais. Orochimaru roughly analyzed the function of this technique from the scattered, incomplete research materials but also deduced the immense risks it posed. At this thought, Orochimaru, who had already blurred memories of his old companion, Hirako, found himself oddly feeling a rare sense of longing. Had the other party truly died? After all, Hirako was not particularly gifted in ninjutsu. Compared to the three of them, he was like a pursuer, and even Jiraiya, who lagged behind in strength, could easily leave him far behind. In the ninja world, those without strength could die at any moment, and it was entirely normal. But even if he were dead, it didn't matter. As long as Orochimaru could find his body or cell tissue, he still had a chance to obtain complete data on the Chimera technique. Edo Tensei. A forbidden technique that can summon the dead back from the Pure Land. The summoned dead retain their memories from before their death. Orochimaru knew that the scroll of seals contained this technique, so he exchanged for it. Of course, the power of this technique depended on who was summoned from the Pure Land. But from what Orochimaru confirmed, this technique became forbidden not because of its power, but because it was too evil. Disturbing the rest of the dead was unacceptable. The second Hokage created it primarily to cooperate with the mutually multiplying explosive tags. If this technique were truly as powerful as it seemed, there would be no need for the explosive tags to bear the output damage. The summoned dead's power was far weaker than it was in life. Aside from having chakra that remained nearly unchanged and immortality, they could only be used as cannon fodder. But what if the idea is changed, and instead of using it for fighting, it's used to gather intelligence? So, even if Hirako dies, for Orochimaru, it's just a bit of an inconvenience, more time and effort to deal with. He didn't want to practice the Chimera technique, but he could draw inspiration from its concept. Right now, Orochimaru even secretly hoped that Hirako was still alive and had successfully mastered the Chimera technique. Looking at this forgotten memory, it seemed that Kagetsu's thoughts were not as outlandish as they seemed. In the following time, Orochimaru seriously discussed this unknown technique with Kagetsu. After their exchange of ideas, sparks of inspiration flew, and he was satisfied. From their discussion, it was clear that the complexity and difficulty of this technique were far beyond other forbidden jutsu. Its very existence was built on a foundation of many other forbidden jutsu. But because of this, once it was successfully developed, its power would undoubtedly be unexpectedly strong. It could even become his greatest trump card. What surprised Orochimaru even more was that he had figured out a path to develop it. With his vast experience in modifying and developing ninjutsu, Orochimaru knew that the most difficult part of developing a technique was finding the thread to pull out of the tangled mess of ideas and moving from 0 to 1. Failure was not scary. What was scary was having countless possibilities but no clear path forward. The Chimera technique requires Kekkei Genkai ninja of different chakra natures. Based on Hirako's sensitive and humble pride, he would never accept ordinary Kekkei Genkais. Even the Kekkei Genkai users themselves wouldn't be simple or average. Orochimaru worked hard to recall his memories of Hirako's personality and used them to make a preliminary guess about Hirako's potential actions and whereabouts. Although the target was unclear, he could gradually narrow down the possibilities. Time passed quickly. When a dull thud came from the operating table and the instruments, Orochimaru paused his conversation with Kagetsu, turning his attention to Shisui, who was slowly awakening on the operating table. Looks like his awakening went smoothly. There's not even the slightest physical mutation. What an amazing talent. After checking Shisui's condition, Orochimaru couldn't decide if he was jealous or in awe. The difference between the Hogyoku mode and the Hogyoku mode truly existed. At least in cases like Shisui's, it can be said that he perfectly accepted the power of Hogyoku. Just like with the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, the same tailed beast chakra mode can either go berserk or be perfectly controlled. This is the difference. Chapter 192, Chapter 140, Shisui's Hogyoku mode. How do you feel? The first words Shisui heard upon regaining consciousness came as a warm greeting from Orochimaru. Opening his eyes, Shisui propped himself up on the operating table, sitting on its edge. He watched as Orochimaru carefully removed the monitoring patches attached to him. Clenching his right hand, Shisui responded. How do I feel? Great, Lord Orochimaru. Shisui could sense the unfamiliar yet overwhelming power surging within his body. It was a strange feeling, and he answered in a somewhat dazed manner. Unlike the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, this energy still gave him a sense of danger. However, to his surprise, it didn't feel threatening to him personally. The relationship between him and this power felt almost hierarchical. He was its master. At the same time, Shisui noticed something unusual about his right arm. Black lines, resembling tightly wrapped bandages, clung to his skin, extending up to his elbow before vanishing. The dark markings blended with the color of his skin, giving the appearance of a fitted sleeve. But Shisui could feel it, most of that newfound power was concentrated in the upper part of his forearm. It was like a dormant volcano, brimming with potential energy. Don't worry, this is the outward manifestation of your Hogyoku mode, Orochimaru said, noticing Shisui staring blankly at his arm. His gaze followed Shisui's to the distinct black lines, and he offered a kind reminder. For most people, Hogyoku mode causes some form of tissue alteration. Yours, being limited to a mere change in skin tone, is something I've never encountered before. This indicates that your body is exceptionally compatible with the power of the Hogyoku. Since the Hogyoku interacts with both the mind and soul, and as a member of the Uchiha clan with an awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, it makes sense that your compatibility is so remarkably high. As Orochimaru continued, his tone shifted from explanation to speculation, marveling at Shisui's astonishing adaptability. He couldn't help but wonder if experimenting with other Uchiha clan members might yield similar results, providing validation and more accurate experimental data. Truthfully, besides Uchiha Shisui, the individual with the next highest compatibility and affinity for the Hogyoku's power was Hyuga clan member, Hyuga Ran. In Ran's case, the tissue alterations were nearly imperceptible. Without meticulous inspection, it was almost impossible to identify the affected areas. Even from the experimental data involving Shisui and Hyuga Ran, there was a significant overlap in their common traits. Whether this was because both abilities belonged to the realm of ocular jutsu, or if there was a deeper underlying reason, one thing was certain: Orochimaru had identified a clear path for further validation. Orochimaru even speculated that the slight imperfection in Hyuga Ran's abilities might be due to the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal. Its presence seemed to interfere with the power of the Hogyoku, preventing the Byakugan from achieving a true transformation. For this reason, Orochimaru was curious: if a member of the Hyuga main family, with an exceptionally pure Byakugan, were to accept the power of the Hogyoku, would they, like Shisui with his Mangekyo Sharingan, come infinitely close to perfection? As for the two other guards who had accepted the power of the Hogyoku, Yamanaka Yukari, who specialized in mental techniques or in release-based secret arts, demonstrated a much higher compatibility and potential for growth with the Hogyoku than Akimichi Chodai. Orochimaru had collected extensive experimental data on the Hogyoku from various ninja subjects, the majority of whom were captives from Iwagakure. Their contributions formed the backbone of his research. I'd like to see Shisui's Hogyoku mode in action. What's your opinion, Kagetsu? Orochimaru asked, abruptly shifting the conversation before Shisui could respond. He turned his attention to Kagetsu, who was busy flipping through the experimental data nearby. I have no objections. I'd also like to see if Shisui's Hogyoku mode can rival the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kagetsu nodded in agreement. If it couldn't even compare to the Mangekyo, it would mean the current Hogyoku was nothing more than a substandard, defective product. Useful, yes. But not very effective. Kagetsu would then have to go back to the drawing board, devising new methods to refine and upgrade it. However, since they had already made progress from nothing to something, the path ahead, no matter how challenging, no longer seemed like an unattainable dream. Kagetsu remained optimistic. Let's head outside. We need to move far away from this base. The equipment here is incredibly valuable, Orochimaru said eagerly, seeing Kagetsu's agreement. The three left the base and walked far away. After reaching a location significantly distant from the base, they finally stopped. Here should do, Orochimaru said, standing in an open area. Satisfied, he nodded and motioned for Shisui to step forward. What should I do? Shisui walked to the center of the clearing, his eyes questioning as he looked at Orochimaru and Kagetsu. Let's see the power of your Hogyoku mode first, Orochimaru suggested, glancing briefly at Kagetsu, who remained silent, seemingly leaving everything to him. Orochimaru smiled and licked the corner of his lips. He understood that Kagetsu trusted him to know more about the Hogyoku experiment and how best to test its capabilities, so he refrained from speaking. Hearing this, Shisui took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them. In his eyes, the three tomo of the Sharingan appeared, spinning faintly. Black markings began to surface clearly on his arms, exposed through his clothing. A strange, oppressive power emanated from Shisui. The more sensitive one was to chakra, the stronger the feeling of this power's existence. Then, under the astonished gazes of Orochimaru and Kagetsu, Shisui conjured a bow made entirely of pure energy in his left hand. A spiritual weapon. At the sight of the bow, Orochimaru immediately thought of a possibility. Ninja tools had a history as ancient as that of ninjutsu, or perhaps even older. Besides physical weapons, there were legendary spiritual tools, such as the Yata mirror and the Totsuka blade. As soon as the bow appeared, Orochimaru felt a heavy sense of threat from it. It seemed as though Shisui's Hogyoku power was entirely tied to this bow. In an instant, Shisui vanished from his original position and reappeared somewhere else, as if teleporting. At the same time, he drew the bowstring, and arrows made of pure energy were rapidly released, one after another. Single shot. Multi-shot. A rain of arrows filled the sky. Every object pierced by an arrow suffered damage based on the unique power infused into each projectile. Remarkably, each arrow transformed into a different ninjutsu upon hitting its target. It was truly a sight to behold. At the same time, Shisui's body moved at lightning speed, almost as if he were teleporting while shooting arrows. Orochimaru, observing closely, could easily tell whether it was teleportation or not. His eyes followed Shisui's flickering figure, silently assessing in his mind. Even though it wasn't on the same level as Minato Namike's Flying Thunder God, in short-distance combat, Shisui's unique flickering movement was enough to keep up with Minato's technique. In fact, it was even harder to predict and defend against compared to Minato's attacks. Chapter 193, Chapter 141, The Test. This kind of attack feels somewhat familiar. Looking at Shisui's weapons and attack style, Kagetsu couldn't help but associate it with a certain race in Bleach World. But there shouldn't be any real connection with that clan. It seemed more like Shisui's unique traits were strengthened by the Hogyoku. In other words, the power was manifested based on the attack characteristics of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Shisui had never said it, it was clear he considered the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan to be his strongest ability. Since it was his strongest ability, it was only natural for him to want to enhance it further. The Mangekyo Sharingan, along with the various complex bloodline abilities in the ninja world, gave Kagetsu some inspiration. This destructive power, it's awe-inspiring every time I see it. This is no less powerful than those so-called forbidden techniques. Looking at the battlefield, which had been bombarded by a rain of arrows, the entire terrain was pockmarked and drastically altered. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled as if he were looking at a priceless treasure while watching Shisui, who had now stopped. He could sense the overwhelming power contained in each arrow. Depending on the amount of energy poured into them, the arrows varied in size, and their colors changed based on the properties of the energy used. To Orochimaru, Shisui in his current state, as long as the Hogyoku mode could last long enough, could potentially decide the outcome of an entire battlefield on his own. One person, with offensive power equivalent to a ninja army of over 1,000 chunin. This was a devastating weapon. What's more, while the Hogyoku experiment still carried considerable risks, if one were willing to push it to its limits and overdraw its power, it could even create a squad of Kage-level combatants. This kind of power could shift the balance of war. Of course, the Hogyoku is still in its incomplete form. Although the Hogyoku's power, like the tailed beasts, could be infinite, it still has limits at the moment. A large amount of energy consumption in a short period will result in a long recovery period. Death and souls are the food for this Hogyoku. For the Hogyoku, the souls of ninjas are delicacies and supplements. Its appearance is due to the war that affected the entire ninja world. If it hadn't seized this war, the next time it would attempt to gather power for a higher level transformation would have to wait for the next ninja world war. How do you feel? The same question, different scenario. Orochimaru looked at Shisui with an expression that seemed to admire his own masterpiece. Strictly speaking, Shisui hasn't yet left the Umbu, but everyone knows he's still under Orochimaru's control within Konoha village. After all, he's still serving as a Jonin instructor for Shisui. According to the rules of the Konoha Ninja Academy or the leaders of ninja teams, anyone assigned to your team can be considered a future subordinate. If there's someone you particularly value, you can solidify your position as a guiding teacher. This means establishing a genuine master-apprentice relationship with the potential for inheritance. Like the future 7th Squad, in a true sense, the only one who can be considered Kakashi's true disciple is Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi poured all his effort into Sasuke, truly nurturing him as his successor. Similarly, in Orochimaru's current team, it's well known among the higher-ups of Konoha that only Nara Kagetsu is the true inheritor of Orochimaru's ninjutsu, connections, and status. Orochimaru's investment of energy and training in Kagetsu will exceed what he once gave to others. As for Anko, although Orochimaru acknowledged her status as a disciple and treated her equally, teaching her his unique Orochimaru-style ninjutsu without holding anything back. And in terms of combat style, Anko inherited more from Orochimaru than Kagetsu. However, her daily behavior was quite different from Kagetsu's. She was lively, outgoing, and enjoyed playing pranks, which made her seem out of place compared to the cold, eerie aura of Orochimaru. She also saw Kagetsu as the core of their team, without any competitive mindset or intent. As for Shisui, in the eyes of Konoha's high-ranking officials, even Anko was regarded higher than him. After all, Anko was still acknowledged as a disciple by Orochimaru. Although Shisui had been assigned to Orochimaru's team shortly after officially joining the Umbu and had followed him ever since, including the third Hokage, he was still viewed as one of Orochimaru's subordinates. It's a very unique feeling. Shisui was panting, clearly exhausted from the previous burst of power and display, feeling a deep fatigue throughout his body. After deactivating his Hogyoku mode, he could feel a dull ache in his muscles and bones, as well as a throbbing pain in his head. While in Hogyoku mode, I can perfectly control every bit of power within my body and even forcefully draw natural energy from the surrounding environment to replenish the chakra I've used. Can you really do that from the first try? It took Ran multiple attempts before he became skilled at drawing external energy to replenish his chakra. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Orochimaru instinctively interrupted, his eyes burning with intensity, his expression one of someone wanting to dissect Shisui and study him. Yes. As long as I can dynamically adjust the balance between my own strength and the power of Hogyoku, I can use ninjutsu. But if I solely rely on Hogyoku's power, the consumption is too high, and my mind will be quickly affected. Shisui simply kept his head lowered, reporting his experiences. Once I fail to maintain the balance, causing the ratio to become unstable, the power of Hogyoku will begin to affect my mental state and soul. Is that all? What about your Mangekyo Sharingan? Orochimaru wasn't concerned about Shisui's experience or feelings, but he wanted to know the difference between the power of the Hogyoku mode and Mangekyo's abilities. If I were to face another pair of Mangekyo Sharingans, I would have an advantage with Hogyoku mode. Both have incredible destructive power, but Hogyoku mode comes with a lesser cost. In terms of power amplification, Hogyoku mode is stronger. However, it also lasts for a shorter time. So, you can gain an advantage, but a detailed comparison is difficult. Orochimaru could understand Shisui's words. Unexpected things can happen in a battle, and it's not always about who is stronger, but who can control the situation. However, knowing that Hogyoku mode can rival the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even surpass it in terms of power amplification, Orochimaru was already satisfied. On the side, Kagetsu showed a hint of disappointment, though it only appeared on his face for a brief moment. Also, I can sense that the power of Hogyoku and the Mangekyo Sharingan don't conflict. If the Mangekyo Sharingan is activated, the power of Hogyoku might elevate the Mangekyo to another level. Chapter 194, Chapter 142.1, Shisui's powers. Is there a higher level of eyes beyond the Mangekyo? Shisui's words shocked Orochimaru, while also sparking a strong sense of curiosity in him. He had originally thought that the Mangekyo Sharingan was the peak of the Uchiha clan's evolution, but according to Shisui, it seemed there were eyes beyond that. I just have this feeling. But in reality, I'm not sure. Shisui hesitated for a moment before answering seriously. He also thought the Mangekyo was the peak of the Sharingan, but after entering the Hogyoku mode, he indeed felt that the power of the Hogyoku could enhance the Mangekyo, even making it evolve again. But that was just a feeling. Also, to enter that Mangekyo Hogyoku mode, with my current Hogyoku power, I fear it's still not enough. Shisui added, further explaining. Then we'll wait for later, Orochimaru said, not insisting that Shisui show him the Mangekyo enhanced by the Hogyoku power. Shisui's Mangekyo had already been overused, and there was no need to waste his eye power when not in combat. However, based on his earlier performance, Shisui's combat ability had already surpassed that of an average Jonin. Get ready. I'll recommend you to Hokage-sama as a Jonin. If you pass the test, you might become the youngest Jonin in Konoha's history. Orochimaru turned around with satisfaction, waving his hand at Shisui. He had seen what he needed to see and learned what he wanted to know. Now, he needed to hurry back to the battlefield. A shadow clone that was just for show wouldn't be of much use in a real battle. Regarding your Hogyoku mode, you should still have some power reserved, right? After stepping out of the black cavity, the two remained silent for a while before Kagetsu suddenly spoke up. Shisui looked up at Kagetsu with some surprise. The struggle on his face and the uncertainty in his eyes were proof enough for Kagetsu's guess. Was I not able to hide it? Shirsue's mood immediately dropped, and he said nervously, I just haven't decided yet whether I want to reveal this ability. Is it something like Koto Amatsukami, something that would make people wary? Kagetsu wasn't bothered by Shirsue's secrecy. After spending so many years together, he knew Shirsue's character well. He understood that Shirsue wasn't someone who was good at hiding things or had any dark intentions. When dealing with enemies, Shirsue was certainly cold and clever. But when it came to friends and superiors, he was warm and loyal. If Kagetsu hadn't seen the data and understood both the power of Hogyoku and the Sharingan, he might not have suspected that Shirsue's ability was more than what appeared on the surface. After all, the strength Shirsue had already displayed was impressive. The appearance of his spiritual weapon bow had been shocking and eye-catching. But that didn't mean Kagetsu hadn't sensed a deeper power. It's worse than that. Once exposed, Shirsue didn't intend to hide it anymore. My power isn't the bow and arrow extended from the Mangekyo Sharingan, but rather energy absorption. Especially the product formed by Hogyoku and natural energy. It sounds a bit like Yahiko's ability. Kagetsu stroked his chin, thinking of the modified Yahiko. No, my ability is much stronger and more terrifying. It can decompose both people and chakra into energy, and then absorb it into my body, turning it into my own power. If the energy I absorb exceeds my own control limit, my appearance will begin to show traits of the one I absorbed. Shirsue didn't mind killing, even though he was a gentle person who hated taking lives. But this evil ability, which turned ninja and life into energy, was something he found hard to accept. Why were all his abilities like this? Something that made others feel uneasy and fearful. The power of mental projection. There were explanations for Koto Amatsukami's abilities, but this one, which turned life into an energy source, was it really what his heart desired? Was his heart really so dark and corrupted? Shirsue feared that this ability would be discovered by Kagetsu and the others. He was afraid that they would misunderstand him because of it and distance themselves from him. He had even planned to keep this ability hidden and only present the spiritual weapon bow and arrow as his true Hogyoku power. But he hadn't been able to hide it from Kagetsu. Soul distribution power. Oswalin. A name suddenly appeared in Kagetsu's mind, one that had been vague before but instantly became clear with a flash of inspiration. This is a high-level skill of the Quincy, a Quincy capable of absorbing and manipulating other Quincy's power as their own power. Chakra edible creation. In his memory, the Otsutsuki clan also had a similar ability. Every member of the main family usually had a guardian from the head family when going out on missions. When necessary, this guardian would contribute themselves and be transformed into pills by the main family's chakra edible creation jutsu to enhance their strength. Or, large amounts of chakra could also be used as pills by the Otsutsuki clan. Devouring. Hollow power is essentially the power of devouring others of the same kind or those with similar powers, in order to level up and become stronger. It represents a lack in the soul, so the initial instinct of devouring is to complete itself. These three different situations seem to align with what's happening with Shirsue. Strictly speaking, hollow power represents spiritual particles. Its presence in this world is subtle, almost like a force of nature, but it hasn't been discovered by others yet or used as perfectly as chakra. Hogyoku in Orochimaru's hands, made from the souls of many ninja, can be said to combine the powers of the hollow, nature, and chakra. Chakra is energy combining mind and body. Sage mode is a combination of mind, body, and nature. The perfect Hogyoku mode would combine mind, body, nature, and hollow, spiritual particles, power. Or it could be mind alone, or body alone, or combinations of mind and the other two powers. In Kagetsu's concept, the perfect Hogyoku mode holds the potential to evolve just like the Sharingan. Chapter 195, Chapter 142.2, Questioning. Are you afraid of your own power? Kagetsu noticed the panic and gloomy expression on Shirsue's face and asked softly. Shouldn't I be afraid? Shirsue replied, somewhat surprised. Killing with ninjutsu is one thing, but using ninjas, or rather, chakra, as food to kill is something that would inevitably cause fear and disgust in most of the ninja world. It is your power. It's the power given to you by Hogyoku. This means that you need this power, and Hogyoku believes your talent can handle it, so it responded to your need. My advice is not to ignore it or despise it because of fear. Doing so could lead to serious problems in the future. You need to try to control it, train it, and use it as your own power. But if you can truly master it, then you can choose whether to use it to drain your enemy's power or to absorb both their body and soul. Kagetsu interrupted Shirsue's words. Your thinking is wrong. This power doesn't automatically consume life once it's used. In fact, if you can't control it well, it's more likely to bring about the very scene you most want to avoid. Although Shirsue still hadn't fully resolved his inner conflict, after Kagetsu's explanation and guidance, he began to reassess and face his Hogyoku mode. Then, what about Lord Orochimaru? Shursue suddenly turned pale, thinking of another bad possibility. Since Kagetsu had already guessed that his Hogyoku mode was more than just this, what about Lord Orochimaru? Had he figured it out? If Orochimaru thought he was deliberately hiding it, would he be unhappy with him or with the Uchiha clan? Don't worry about Lord Orochimaru. Although he knows the most about Hogyoku and its data, his understanding of Hogyoku and its power probably hasn't reached the sensitive level that I have. Even if he discovers it, there's no need to worry. Everyone has their secrets, right? If needed, I'll explain it for you. Kagetsu sighed, silently reflecting on Orochimaru's reputation and image in their squad. But he was still very pleased with Shursue's awakened ability. At least this ability, when researched and observed, would lead to even better results. When they returned to the camp, they saw Anko angrily crossing her arms, confronting several Umbu ninjas wearing patterned masks, who had a cold, lifeless aura about them. Seeing Kagetsu and Shursue return, Anko immediately ran over, pointing at the cold-faced Umbu ninjas who had followed them and started complaining. Uchiha Shursue. The Umbu ninjas who had followed them ignored Anko's complaints and didn't even acknowledge Kagetsu, instead locking onto Shursue and calling out his name. This is your order. You need to return to the village for questioning and investigation. The leader of the Umbu spoke. Me. Hearing this, Shursue froze in place. He looked at Kagetsu beside him in surprise, feeling a sense of panic. He had done a lot of private business with Kagetsu over the years, secretly acting against the village. Had the village discovered it? Wait, I need to see your mission proof. Kagetsu stepped forward, placing himself between Umbu and Shursue. Also, you're not directly under the Hokage, are you? You're from Root, right? Step aside, Chunin Narakagetsu. If you interfere with our mission, it's the same as betraying the village. The leader of the Umbu didn't show any mission proof. Instead, he sharply retorted at Kagetsu. Has Danzo decided to issue orders in place of Lord Hokage again? Looks like the price you paid for the years of favor from Orochimaru wasn't enough. After confirming they weren't directly under the Hokage's orders, Kagetsu didn't feel relieved. Instead, he became even more cautious. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, would at least show some respect for his beloved disciple, Orochimaru. But Danzo Shimura, he wished nothing more than for Orochimaru and all his loyal ninjas to die. Over the years, most of the Uchiha clan had defected to Orochimaru, and Danzo had become even more hostile toward the Uchiha clan. Danzo Shimura. That madman, Danzo. That dog, Danzo. That crazy dog, Danzo. These were the gradually changing affectionate terms used by the Uchiha clan during the meeting. The Honorable Danzo-sama wishes for Uchiha Shursue to return and answer some questions. This is a decision made unanimously by the Hokage-sama and the Advisory Council. The leading Root ninja exchanged a brief glance with Kagetsu before carefully pulling out the mission proof from his pocket and handing it to Kagetsu for inspection. Throughout the process, he remained tense, carefully observing Kagetsu. He knew that Danzo-sama didn't want to involve Kagetsu in this matter for now, unless something significant was uncovered from questioning Uchiha Shursue. With the current influence of Orochimaru, Kagetsu, as his acknowledged disciple, was more than just a Chunin-level ninja. With his status and support from the Technology Development Department, there was no one in the village who would truly regard him as just a Chunin. The mission proof checks out. After Kagetsu and Shursue checked it over, Kagetsu returned it. Since it's an order from Hokage-sama and the Konoha Council, I will follow and return with you, Shursue said, without any intention of disobeying. Even though he was aware that unexpected things might happen once he returned, he still chose to comply. I will notify Sensei and Jiraiya-san. Kagetsu had considered following as well, but was rejected by the Root ninjas. Their orders were to only take Uchiha Shursue back for questioning. After some thought, Kagetsu decided to speak up in front of the Root ninja. Danzo's intentions were simply too unpredictable. Will Shursue be in danger? Watching Uchiha Shursue leave with the Root squad, Anko's face was filled with concern. She was usually carefree and easygoing, but that didn't mean she couldn't read the room. Even after numerous modifications by Kagetsu, her ability to sense malice in others became more apparent. From the members of the Root squad, she could clearly sense the blatant malice that they carried, without any attempt to conceal it. Even though they appeared cold and detached, it couldn't hide the malice within them, which was as glaring and obvious as a light in the dark of night. Anko was filled with worry about Shursue's departure. Since the core of their team had always been Kagetsu, at this moment, Anko instinctively sought an answer from him. Has something happened in the village? Kagetsu didn't respond to Anko's question. Instead, he moved to a corner of the camp and used a summoning technique to call forth a tailed beast to guard the area. Meow. Humph. Why did you summon me? Is it for a fight? Nikomata shook its fiery fur and glanced around, a bit confused. It hadn't been summoned by Kagetsu in a while, and had expected to stretch its limbs, not get involved in any trouble. You often hang around the village's wild cats and the Uchiha's ninja. Cats. Do you know if anything major has happened in the village lately, especially involving the Uchiha clan? Kagetsu ignored Nikomata's question and asked. Chapter 196, Chapter 143.1, Nikomata's info. Uchiha. Nikomata raised its head and thought for a moment. Recently, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the Uchiha clan leader twice. Does that count? This was because Nikomata, who followed along with Kagetsu, was well aware of Konoha's upper echelon's fear and rejection of the Uchiha. Unless it was a Jonin council meeting, they rarely took the initiative to summon anyone from the Uchiha clan. I need more detailed information. Kagetsu locked eyes with Nikomata. I can try to dig around, but those cats and dogs are pretty dumb. If they can't get the job done, I'll have to handle it myself. Nikomata turned its head after staring at Kagetsu for a moment, sighing with a hint of helplessness. Its current life was quite comfortable. With Orochimaru and Kagetsu helping to cover for it, as long as it didn't cause trouble, it could roam freely in Konoha, doing whatever it wanted. Although those cats and dogs were stupid, they treated it as their boss and even offered tributes. This was a treatment Nikomata had never experienced before. Its true form once looked down on these weak and foolish creatures. While it still didn't trust humans, it held a bit of goodwill toward Kagetsu, who coexisted with it instead of imprisoning it within a body. Nikomata couldn't bring itself to refuse Kagetsu's requests. Besides, Kagetsu had promised it a secluded land suited to its current abilities where no one would bother it. Poof. Kagetsu dispelled the summoning technique, and Nikomata vanished in a puff of smoke, returning to its designated summoning location. That location was none other than Konoha's Technology Development Department. It didn't take long for Nikomata to return. Just 2 hours later, when Kagetsu summoned it again, it began to spill everything it had learned, as if emptying a bamboo tube full of beans. I went to the Uchiha clan's territory and met with the clan leader. Currently, the Uchiha ninja who stayed in the village and didn't join the war are being closely monitored by Root and Umbu operatives. The reason was that Shimura Danzo had obtained some intelligence from an unknown source, suspecting that someone in the Uchiha clan was leaking Konoha's secrets to other villages. The issue started when he encountered a ninja outside the village who could use wood release and saw an organization that seemed to have been founded by Uchiha Madara. Fugaku tried to send a message to Orochimaru using ninja cats, but the Root was monitoring him closely. It seemed like the Root had a deep understanding of the Uchiha's methods. Nikomata explained everything Fugaku had told it in the simplest way possible. However, when it mentioned Uchiha Madara, its body instinctively shrank a little. As one of the 9-tailed beasts, it and its siblings were like brothers from the same source. But for nearly a century, 2 men had beaten them into submission without fail. These 2 men were closely connected to Konoha. One was Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konoha. The other was Uchiha Madara, a man who recklessly abused his ocular powers. Madara's ocular power was so strong that even Kurama, the 9 tails, who had the most chakra and the greatest strength among the tailed beasts, fell under his control. Although Nikomata was just a fragment of consciousness of the 2 tails, and thanks to Kagetsu's help and modifications, it had practically become a new entity. It didn't mean it couldn't recall or feel the deep impressions left by those memories. Hearing that Madara might still be alive made it restless. It was even more shaken than when the Rinnegan appeared. After all, the Rinnegan didn't really concern it. That was something its original body, the 2 tails, needed to worry about. Strictly speaking, it had now been reshaped almost entirely in Kagetsu's image. A ferryman of shadows and souls. That was its primary power now. Oh, right, Nikomata added after a moment of thought. Fugaku said that Shimura Danzo already knows that Shisui has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and suspects he has connections with Uchiha Madara. Also, the external organization's technology might have originated from Konoha. After finishing, Nikomata thought for a moment and added. Does he plan to drag the Technology Development Department into this mess during such a critical time in the war? That's definitely something Danzo would do. Kagetsu immediately understood Danzo's motive. While targeting the Uchiha clan, he also intended to throw dirt on the Technology Development Department. It was likely that Danzo hadn't gotten enough evidence from Fugaku, so he was trying to break through using Shisui. Does Shisui have secrets? He absolutely does. Over the years, Orochimaru has never avoided discussing matters with Shisui and Anko. Simple inquiries from the Hokage's Umbu never concerned Kagetsu or Orochimaru much because the 3rd Hokage prioritized stability. Out of respect for Orochimaru, any investigation would merely be a routine formality. However, Danzo's reputation and character were a different story, representing ruthlessness and a complete lack of moral boundaries. He was a true ninja of the shadows and darkness. Hey. Is now really the time to worry about that guy Danzo? Nikomata leaped onto Kagetsu's shoulder, kneading his shoulder blade with its paws before settling into a comfortable position. Tilting its head, it muttered, shouldn't we be more concerned about the fact that Uchiha Madara is still alive? Even if he's alive, at his current age, how much fighting strength can he still have? Kagetsu wasn't particularly afraid of the present-day Madara. In fact, he could already guess that the wood-style ninja working with Danzo was none other than Zetsu. Aside from the Technology Development Department, or, more specifically, Orochimaru and himself, the only other organization capable of using wood style belonged to Uchiha Madara's subordinate, White Zetsu. Kagetsu had secretly hunted down several of White Zetsu's clones. While small numbers went unnoticed, capturing too many would undoubtedly draw Black Zetsu's attention. Without Nagato and the Akatsuki to serve as pawns for their plans, Madara and Black Zetsu's current forces, unless Black Zetsu were to mobilize the White Zetsu army, would be insufficient to challenge the Hidden Leaf village. Even if they added an old and frail Madara to their ranks, it wouldn't tip the balance. Otherwise, with Madara's personality, he wouldn't bother working with someone like Danzo or taking the initiative to contact him. That's good. Anyway, I'd rather not deal with that troublesome guy. Nikomata licked its paw like a real feline before suddenly lowering it. Its ears twitched as it alerted Kagetsu. Someone's coming. With that, Nikomata dispelled its summoning, returning to the Technology Development Department in the Hidden Leaf. Of course, if needed, it could also return to the cage inside Kagetsu's body. A burly leaf ninja arrived, bringing Kagetsu and Anko a new mission from the camp. There's suspicious movement from the Mist Ninja. We need to send a 10-man squad to support a nearby supply point. Kagetsu and Anko exchanged glances and nodded slowly. Chapter 197, Chapter 143.2, Enemy. What did Kagetsu's intelligence report say? In a dense forest, Nagato and Konan curiously watched as Yahiko unrolled a small scroll in his hand. Konan even crouched down to play with the small, gleaming white snake that had delivered the message. The small white snake, after being teased, blinked human-like eyes before curling its body into a coil. It tucked its head inside, almost as if saying, "Do whatever you want, I don't care." "We need to change our route," Yahiko said, handing a scroll of intel to Nagato and Konan. "Change our route? Aren't we returning to the Land of Rain?" Konan asked in surprise. After witnessing Hanzo's death, their original plan was to head back to the Land of Rain, gather their scattered allies, take control of Omegakure, and rebuild their business network. This time, they didn't need to worry about Hanzo or any resistance from Omegakure. But now, just as they were about to arrive at the Land of Rain, they were changing their course. "Kagetsu asked us to escort Shursue," Nagato said quickly as he skimmed through the information on the scroll. "Escort Shursue? That terrifyingly strong guy needs an escort." Konan's eyes widened. She had witnessed Shursue's battle with Hanzo firsthand. The vivid green chakra giant and the overwhelmingly powerful jutsu were still etched in her memory, leaving her breathless whenever she thought about it. How could someone capable of defeating Hanzo need an escort? It's just a precaution. We might not even need to show ourselves or take action, Nagato explained, passing the scroll to Konan after finishing it. It was just preparation for unforeseen circumstances. If the request had come from anyone else, the three of them might not have dropped everything to rush over. But if the person making the request was Nara Kagetsu, none of the three could refuse. Especially Yahiko, after all, his life had been saved by Kagetsu, who had snatched him back from the clutches of death itself. Besides, they all had a good impression of Shursue. They could sense the kindness and gentleness in his heart. "I can go alone. Even if something unexpected happens, Shursue and I can handle it together. I'll leave Omegakure to Nagato, Konan, and Mr. Kakuzu," Yahiko said decisively. "I'll go with you. My sensory abilities can help you locate Shursue faster and assess the situation," Nagato shook his head, stepping forward. "Leave Omegakure to Konan and Mr. Kakuzu." Hey. You brats are pushing your luck. Don't overdo it." Kakuzu, who had been silent up until now, finally spoke up in frustration. If it weren't for Nagato's rapid improvement in strength and the new Rinnegan abilities he had developed under Kagetsu's research and guidance, Kakuzu, despite his two Keki-Igenkai hearts, would have long since refused to deal with them. One after another, they all treated him like a laborer. "We'll pay you, Uncle Kakuzu." Konan clearly knew Kakuzu's weak spot. As long as the healing tag business could be restored, the Land of Rain and Omegakure wouldn't lack resources or money. "Let's head out then." Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a glance. Nagato summoned a large bird that looked like a pterosaur. Both climbed onto its back, and as its wings flapped, the bird ascended into the sky, eventually disappearing into the distance. The next day, close to evening, Shursue and the route team, preparing to travel overnight and find a campsite before nightfall, encountered an unexpected obstacle. "Who are you?" In the clearing ahead, a strange figure with a white body emerged from the ground. Shursue's expression instantly became serious as he observed the intruder. This creature was entirely snow-white and looked oddly familiar. White Zetsu. It seemed Shursue recalled Kagetsu naming these creatures like this. The specimens of these monsters were stored and studied by Kagetsu and Orochimaru in their lab. According to Kagetsu's research, these creatures appeared to be a unique life form that straddled the line between plants and animals, capable of transitioning between the two states. They had the ability to use wood release and regenerate their wounds. Could it be that the disappearance of their comrades had finally led this one to them? Regardless, Shisui could tell this intruder wasn't here for peaceful reasons. As soon as its body left the ground, it launched an attack. Wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. From the earth, massive branches burst forth with a rumbling noise, rapidly transforming the clearing into a dense forest. Shisui evaded the attack immediately. However, he hadn't expected that the root team accompanying him would act at the same moment. Numerous seals crawled from Shisui's soles, climbing up his body. Then, two sharp short blades pressed against his neck and the back of his head from the front and rear. The trees extended their branches, wrapping around Shisui's body and absorbing his chakra. Why? Shisui's gaze shifted to the root team's leader, a ninja wearing a cat-faced mask. Although he had seen the actions of the root organization before and had worked with them on missions, he knew that everything was prioritized according to the mission. They would stop at nothing to complete their objectives. But Shisui never imagined that one day, this organization, which operated externally, would turn and target the internal members of the village. This left Shisui confused, but it also stirred an unusual anger within him. Mission. The voice of the root squad leader, muffled and low, came from beneath the mask, clearly reaching Shisui's ears. Mission. Is it from Lord Hokage, or is it an order from Shimura Danzo? Shisui seemed to accept his fate, grasping any chance to speak, and asked again. However, this time, the root squad leader remained silent and did not respond, but ruthlessly activated a sealing technique on Shisui. This was an elite root squad, but they were not focused on combat prowess. They specialized in capturing and restraining. They excelled in various sealing techniques and curse seals, as well as sensory and control ninjutsu, working together with exceptional coordination. Ah, first time meeting you, Uchiha Shisui. A figure with a face like that of the Uchiha clan's mask, White Zetsu, hung upside down from a tree branch, facing Shisui directly. Please move aside, the root squad leader warned. Be careful of his eyes. I know more about the Sharingan than you. White Zetsu replied proudly. Don't worry. I have a question for you, do you know what it feels like to defecate? I really want to know what that feels like, but Lord Madara never answers my question. You're about to die. Can you answer that for me? Lord Madara. Is he the one behind you? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. Chapter 198, Chapter 144.1, Shisui vs. Toby. What? Toby's head twisted at an astonishing angle to look behind him. There, standing on another branch, was someone holding a thin steel wire that glimmered faintly under the sunlight. The root squad watched in shock as the restrained Shisui suddenly turned into a flock of crows, scattering into the air with flapping wings. When did this happen? They had been on guard against Shisui's Sharingan all along, especially after learning he possessed the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. They had remained vigilant during their encounter, watching each other's backs constantly. Yet, the scene before them revealed an unsettling truth: no matter how prepared they were, Shisui's genjutsu was impossible to defend against. What they couldn't figure out was, when exactly did they fall into his trap? As expected of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Is it one specialized in genjutsu? Toby exclaimed in surprise. Even he had been caught off guard in an instant without noticing anything unusual. Ordinary Sharingan, or even most Mangekyo Sharingan, couldn't achieve such a feat. Don't move. Shisui tugged slightly on the wire in his hand. The root squad, who had been about to act, froze in place, not daring to move. They had already noticed the tags wrapped around the steel wire flashing ominously, the deadly explosive tags. If they made a wrong move, these explosive tags could detonate instantly, leaving them no room to escape and sealing their fate. Tell me your plan. Shisui's Sharingan spun rapidly in his eye sockets, and an overwhelming force of energy surged through his gaze, invading the minds of his enemies. Capture Uchiha Shisui and obtain. The root squad leader barely uttered the words before his expression froze. His eyes went blank as he fell under Shisui's genjutsu. Just as he was about to reveal their mission, he suddenly stopped speaking or moving, standing still like a wooden post. Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal. Shisui immediately realized the cause: Danzo's root members were all marked with this infamous curse seal. This seal was designed to ensure Danzo's secrets remained protected. Anyone branded with the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal would automatically be paralyzed and silenced whenever they attempted to speak about Danzo's plans or secrets. I can explain on their behalf. Toby raised his hand high from the side. Since he was still hanging upside down, the motion appeared particularly eerie. Danzo wants your Sharingan. Shisui shifted his gaze to Toby. Sharingan. Yes. Your Mangekyo Sharingan. And who are you? Who is this, Lord Madara, behind you? Shisui glanced at the root squad captain, immobilized by the cursed tongue eradication seal, then turned his attention to the peculiar white Zetsu creature with unstable behavior. I'm Guru. You can call me Toby. I'm a creation named by Lord Madara himself. Toby's body dropped from the tree branch. In midair, he flipped, but his footing slipped on another branch, nearly causing him to fall. Hugging the branch tightly with both arms, he managed to stabilize himself before lifting his face to speak to Shisui on the opposite branch. You still haven't told me, who is this, Lord Madara? Shisui ignored Toby's monkey-like antics and pressed further. How odd. Lord Madara is Lord Madara. Toby looked at Shisui with an expression of mock surprise. Seriously, as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, you don't know about Uchiha Madara. What are you talking about? Even someone as composed as Shisui was momentarily stunned by Toby's words. Because of Uchiha Madara's supposed death, Shisui hadn't connected the Lord Madara Toby mentioned with the legendary figure. A shadow silently crept toward where Shisui stood. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the shadow latched onto his shadow imitation technique. A ninja from the Nara clan. Realizing his body was no longer under his control, Shisui's eyes locked onto a masked root member within the squad, whose fingers were forming hand seals. Now's the time. The remaining root squad members who could still move managed to free themselves from the steel wires and launched an attack on Shisui. But the fastest to act was Toby, who had been smiling harmlessly the entire time. Several tree branches, like giant serpents under Toby's control, coiled toward Shisui, obscuring his vision while delivering a deadly assault. Boom. The branches struck down heavily like whips, attacking Shisui's area with a relentless barrage. Wind blades, fire release, and would release rain down on Shisui's position in an instant. Broken branches and leaves scattered with the shockwaves, spreading in all directions. Be careful, his presence is still here. Toby immediately sensed something was wrong. He moved swiftly through the trees he had created, teleporting between them at high speed. Thousands of energy arrows rained down from the sky like a luminous storm, detonating across the area and scouring it clean. The vibrant vitality and resilience of the wood release creations lasted only briefly under the assault. In moments, they dissolved into pure energy, vanishing entirely. When the light rain ceased, the affected area had been cleared into a circular open space. At its center, a deep crater revealed itself. A sphere made of shadows within the crater was the first to shatter into fragments, followed by a swarm of insects that fell lifelessly, their corpses blanketing the ground. The Nara clan member from the root who had used the shadow imitation technique had collapsed on the ground. The recent attack had exerted immense pressure on him, draining him completely. He looked toward Shisui, who descended lightly from the sky, his body radiating an energy halo. Shisui's calm and composed expression made the Nara clan ninja's heart sink completely. That brilliant strike just now, purely in terms of power, was on par with an A-rank jutsu in destructive force. Considering the wide-scale light rain, no one present would argue if it were compared to an S-rank destructive jutsu. There are always individuals who can elevate an ordinary-looking jutsu to catastrophic levels. Their squad, considered an elite team within the root organization, had completed numerous high-difficulty missions for Lord Danzo. They had encountered many formidable opponents during these missions, but none had ever exuded the same overwhelming pressure as Shisui before them now. Shisui's aura weighed on them tangibly, pressing on their bodies and minds alike. For those with weaker resolve, facing Shisui in this state might feel like a mere beast encountering a predator far beyond its comprehension, a terror so profound that it shook their souls to the core. This oppressive aura was enough to sap a person's will to fight, even without making a move. It could even make them turn tail and flee. A figure emerged from the ground beside the root squad. It was Toby. Just before the rain of light had struck, he sensed danger and used his technique to teleport through the trees, evading the area of impact. At this moment, Toby no longer carried his usual playful, carefree demeanor. He looked much more composed, as if an entirely different personality had taken over. Chapter 199, Chapter 144.2, Nagato. That wasn't a Mangekyo Sharingan technique. Toby murmured, observing Shisui, whose Sharingan still showed only 3 tomo. Yet, the chakra and danger emanating from him had suddenly soared to an entirely new level. This realization left Toby feeling uneasy. I can't take him back like this. What will Lord Madara say? As Shisui, shrouded in a blue glow, aimed his bow and arrow directly at him, Toby's sense of danger exploded. At the same time, he let out a sigh. How am I supposed to complete this mission without getting scolded when I return? Wood release, wood locking wall. Even as he lamented in his mind, Toby's actions didn't falter. Multiple conical layers of wooden barriers rose in front of him, encasing both him and the root squad in layers of protection. By now, Shisui had finished charging his bow. The brilliant arrow of light on the bowstring glowed even more intensely before being loosed with a snap. The arrow unleashed such force that it carved a deep trench in the ground along its path before slamming into the wood-locking wall. The arrow pierced through the wooden barriers with ease. Then, before the dark shadows could flicker into view, it erupted into a blinding surge of lightning. The branches struck by the lightning swept across the members of the Root Squad, causing them to fall from the air and collapse to the ground, convulsing violently. Only the Nara clan member, who used shadows for protection, and the Aburain clan member, who enveloped himself with insects, managed to stand up quickly after being knocked down. As for the Root Squad captain, who still hadn't released the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal, and another Root member skilled in sealing techniques, they were struck directly by the lightning. Their bodies emitted the distinct scent of charred flesh. Toby, with his keen senses, managed to dodge once again, thanks to his hypersensitive intuition that warned him beforehand. "This is going to be troublesome," he muttered. Toby cautiously observed Shisui, who once again adjusted his bow and arrow, as if instantly sensing Toby's location. A trace of unease flickered across his face. Channeling chakra wildly into the trees born from the wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees, the massive infusion caused the vegetation to grow and spread once again. Thick tree trunks, adorned with lush branches, erupted from the ground one after another, spreading in clusters toward the surrounding area. The clearing that had been opened up by Shisui's light rain attack was quickly overtaken by the dense sea of trees. The entire revived forest began madly attacking any living beings within its vicinity. Even the Root Squad wasn't spared from the assault. They managed to resist for only a brief moment before being overwhelmed by layer upon layer of tree branches. The squad members were eventually trapped within the crevices between tree trunks, bound and buried completely. Shisui deftly evaded the oncoming branches attacking from all directions. His Sharingan and reflexes were operating at their peak, with the three Tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly. This isn't an opponent that can be taken down easily, Shisui thought. The bow in his hand transformed into a sword resembling an arrow. While slicing through the encroaching branches, he analyzed the situation as he retreated step by step. The opponent's mastery of wood release far surpassed that of any user in the Hidden Leaf village. Shisui had never felt such pressure from any of the village's wood release ninjas. The tree trunks were as hard as steel and incredibly resilient. Ordinary weapons could barely leave a white mark on them. Even ninja proficient in wind release or equipped with chakra-enhanced weapons were swiftly engulfed by the ever-expanding sea of trees. What made matters worse was that the tree sea possessed the ability to absorb chakra. Once caught, any branch in the forest could function like a sealing technique, rendering its victim powerless. Ninjutsu had little effect on the forest of trees. Shisui, having used fire-style ninjutsu, watched as the fiery jutsu was swallowed up by the forest, which continued to expand wildly, charging toward him. After switching to a few other types of jutsu and finding they still had no effect, Shisui felt a bit helpless. The destructive power of the Hogyoku mode was sufficient, but his opponent was sly, able to use the forest to move back and forth, making it impossible to determine their location. At the moment, his opponent didn't even show their head, waiting for Shisui to be consumed by the expanding forest. While in Hogyoku mode, Shisui wasn't concerned about his safety, but the real problem lay in his control over the mode and the time it lasted, which was a huge disadvantage. If he couldn't defeat the enemy or break through the forest before the Hogyoku mode ended, his situation would become dire. Should he activate the Mangekyo Sharingan and use Susanoo for a last-ditch effort? Shisui felt the chakra and Hogyoku power within him, hesitating. If he activated Mangekyo Sharingan and Hogyoku mode together, and couldn't end the battle in a few moments, his situation would worsen. His chakra capacity was not small, but the enemy's chakra was as overwhelming as a tailed beast. Such powerful ninjutsu consumed chakra in massive quantities. Yet the forest was still wildly trapping him, keeping him firmly within. Shisui's light rain and attacks could clear a large area quickly, but the next moment, the cleared space would be filled again by the rapidly growing trees. In a battle of attrition, it was clear that Toby had the upper hand. While Shisui hadn't shown any disadvantage yet, both fighters knew that the longer the battle dragged on, the more the balance would tip toward the one with abundant energy. Why fight? You won't survive if you return to Konoha, Toby's voice came from a tree, and a head poked out from nearby. A light sword swept across, turning into countless arrows that shattered the tree Toby was hiding in. However, it was just a clone of Toby. Toby kept creating more wooden clones and continued to verbally disturb Shisui's resolve. As they faced off, a powerful force suddenly descended from the sky. The shockwave cleared the surrounding trees, leaving a cleared space and creating a half-circle crater in the ground. Wow, looks like we've got a new player in the game, Toby said, looking at the newcomer's attire and the familiar face, his expression turning cold. Nagato. Chapter 200, Chapter 145.1, Shisui's Full Power. Looks like you're in a tough spot, Shisui. Yahiko's voice came from the sky, accompanied by a cautious glance from Nagato as he landed on the ground. Who is he? Yahiko leaped gracefully from the giant bird in the sky, stepping lightly on the air before landing beside Shisui. Is this would release? I thought would release was the first Hokage's jutsu. Glancing at the forest of trees growing wildly, even Yahiko was a bit taken aback. How did you get here? Shisui took a few breaths, using the moment to absorb some external natural energy to stabilize himself and maintain his Hogyoku mode. Kagetsu relayed the message to us. He seems to have been held up by Kirigakure. Yahiko pointed at the half-exposed figure emerging from the ground ahead. Who is that? He looks familiar. White Zetsu. Nagato instantly sensed the familiar presence emanating from the figure and immediately realized something. The person was identical to the White Zetsu hidden within him. In other words, this was the one monitoring him and possibly the true mastermind behind the Rinnegan. Yes, after Kagetsu's research and tests, Nagato had already accepted that the Rinnegan wasn't his original eyes. He had developed a certain curiosity about the person who had entrusted him with such power. This is trouble, Lord Madara. Seeing Nagato's arrival and realizing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Toby instinctively scratched his head. Although his thought process could be eccentric, it didn't mean he lacked intelligence. According to Lord Madara's plan, this was not the time to meet Nagato. Especially upon seeing Nagato's expression, it was clear that he knew of White Zetsu's existence. In other words, their cover had been blown. Toby's eyes darted back and forth between Shisui and Nagato before quickly realizing that all of this was tied to that Narakagetsu. As expected, Orochimaru and his disciples were nothing but trouble. Toby sighed inwardly. However, in the current situation, he had no time to dwell on it. Fine. Since things have already reached this point, I might as well capture all of you at once. Clapping his hands together, Toby decided to leave this mess for Lord Madara to deal with. Although this decision might lead to him being destroyed or receiving a severe scolding. Wood style, wood human technique. A massive wooden statue rose from the ground, towering like a giant Buddha. Its back was lined with countless enormous arms, and its colossal face had 5 smaller wooden faces on its forehead, resembling ornaments. To prevent reinforcements from arriving, let's end this quickly. Toby's voice reached Shisui and the others. The 5 smaller faces on the Buddha's giant face opened their mouths simultaneously. Wind, fire, earth, lightning, and water, the 5 chakra natures fused together, transforming into an overwhelming jutsu that rained destruction toward Shisui and his group. Nagato. Yahiko was awestruck by the grandeur of the wood human and the devastating jutsu. This mysterious figure who could use wood style was far more powerful and destructive than the demigod of the land of rain. At the very least, that demigod couldn't force Shisui into such a desperate state or make them feel such an overwhelming sense of crisis. Nagato leaped high into the sky. He stretched his arms forward, focusing his chakra. A surge of repelling force built up in his palms and was unleashed with precision. Shinra Tensei. Nagato poured all his chakra into this newly mastered jutsu. The massive 5 elements fusion jutsu collided with the repelling force and was shattered. The force then struck the colossal wooden Buddha. The widespread and powerful attack caused the giant statue to stagger, revealing a semicircular crater on its body. Wood chips fell from the statue like debris from a collapsing mountain. Although it was just a minor part of the statue, the debris hit the ground with the impact of massive boulders, kicking up a cloud of dust. A large bird swooped down from the sky, catching Nagato as he fell. So tough. Nagato, panting heavily, stared at the massive wooden statue that had regained its balance and was rapidly regenerating. He was stunned. Based on his tests, his full power attack should have been enough to destroy most of a fortress-like Anchorvantion. Yet, this time, it only managed to inflict some damage to the statue's abdomen. The giant Buddha statue seemed enraged. Countless arms behind it turned into a sky full of fists, filling the sky in front of the statue in an instant. The massive summoned bird, despite its large size, looked like a tiny bird in front of the Buddha statue. Faced with the sudden and overwhelming barrage of fists, it had no time to evade and was shattered in midair within moments. Using Shinra Tensei to push himself out of the range of the fists at the last second, Nagato was still shocked by the fury of the Buddha statue. Can you still use your Susanoo, Shisui? Yahiko glanced at Nagato, who was struggling to dodge the wooden figure's attacks, feeling that even if he wanted to help, he couldn't find an opening. Instinctively, he turned to Shisui beside him. I can try. If it doesn't work, I'll summon it away. At that point, you'll need to find Kagetsu and have him bring me back. Also, stay far away from me during the battle. Don't interfere. Having regained some strength, Shisui felt the power of the Hogyoku transforming within him. The 3 tomo in his eyes connected, forming a 4-pointed windmill shape. A green skeletal frame began to grow upward from his body. In the blink of an eye, a skeleton over 10 meters tall appeared on the ground. As Shisui poured all his ocular power into it, the green giant's form grew taller again. Muscles and tendons wrapped around the green skeleton, followed by a layer of skin. A tangible chakra mask covered the giant's face. At this moment, the green giant stood over 60 meters tall. However, compared to the massive Buddha statue, it still resembled an ungrown child. Shursui took a deep breath, merging the remaining power of the Hogyoku with his ocular power, channeling it all into his Susanoo. Under Yahiko's awestruck gaze, the green giant's height and form changed once more. As the giant grew taller, a pair of green wings extended from its back. At the same time, a spiraling sword-like weapon appeared in its hand. A heavy, overwhelming aura spread across the area. Shursui's Susanoo now stood close to 200 meters tall. He could feel that the giant could grow even larger and stronger, but his ocular power and strength had reached their limit. Chapter 201, Chapter 145.2, End of Battle. In this current state, every passing moment placed a tremendous strain on his eyes. With multiple forces acting on him simultaneously, Shursui had almost reached the final stage of his Susanoo. But the pressure and burden of this final stage were now weighing heavily on him. According to its classification, this form could only be maintained by the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which possesses infinite visual power. However, Shursui, relying on the power of the Hogyoku, forcibly induced a similar form, bearing an even greater burden in the process. Although Shursui's Susanoo still appeared to be slightly shorter than the massive Buddha statue, it now seemed to barely qualify as an evenly matched opponent. Yasaka Magatama. Shursui swung his arm, and three massive Magatama-shaped projectiles, resembling Sharingan in design and glowing emerald green, formed a circle in the air. Rotating rapidly, they sliced through the air before crashing into the enormous Buddha statue, colliding with its countless swinging arms. Boom. A massive shockwave rippled outward in a circular wave, spreading to the surroundings. The Magatama smashed through hundreds of colossal wooden arms along their path, finally exploding magnificently in front of the giant Buddha statue. Countless fragments and severed arms rained down from the sky, accompanied by the howling wind. They crashed into the ground with a thunderous noise, shaking the earth as if an earthquake had occurred. The enormous vibrations spread through the ground, traveling far into the distance. The towering Buddha statue discarded Nagato, who was like a mere insect in its grasp, and turned its attention to the emerald green giant charging toward it. Severed limbs began regenerating rapidly, making the Buddha statue resemble a monstrous creature that healed as quickly as it was injured. It collided with the giant like two titanic forces clashing against one another. The emerald green spiral sword swung with precision, and with the flapping of its wings, the giant moved with remarkable speed and ferocity. Each strike of the sword cleaved through dozens of the Buddha statue's wooden arms, leaving deep wounds on its massive form. The battle between these two colossal entities completely reshaped the surrounding landscape. Nagato and Yahiko stood watching the confrontation between the two behemoths, their hearts unable to calm from the overwhelming shock. Is the Sharingan really this powerful? No wonder it's considered one of the three great dojutsu alongside the Rinnegan, Nagato murmured. With each battle Shursui fought, his understanding of the Sharingan was being redefined. Even now, Nagato couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity toward the Byakugan, which he had never seen before. He wondered if the Byakugan could unleash such devastating power, like an earthquake shattering the land. Nagato steadied the chakra flowing through his body, preparing to move forward and join Shursui in attacking the White Zetsu. He realized that only by eliminating White Zetsu could they stop the giant Buddha statue. At the moment, Shursui was holding off the Buddha statue, which gave Nagato the opportunity to deal with the White Zetsu. Shursui reminded me not to interfere in his battle. He seems to have a trump card that spares no one, friend or foe, Yahiko said. He did not stop Nagato but followed him as they ran toward the battlefield. At the same time, he didn't forget to warn Nagato. After all, Yahiko couldn't just stand by while Shursui fought at the front, with them being of no help in the rear. This was especially true because they had accepted the mission from Kagetsu. Yahiko had never forgotten the debt of saving his life. In his heart, no matter what, Shursui must not be harmed. Of course, he had already sent back battlefield information using the small snakes Kagetsu had provided them. Outside the battlefield. Sensing the two massive auras tens of kilometers away, each no less powerful than a tailed beast, Black Zetsu couldn't help but mutter to himself. Is that nearly a third-stage Susanoo? That Shursui, his ocular power has already reached this level. An unexpected twist. The plan is completely messed up. It doesn't matter. Toby is special. With the added strength of a wood-style user, his combat power far surpasses the 5 Kage. Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan, after all, isn't an eternal Mangekyo. His ocular power isn't limitless. Even with his extraordinary talent, his previous battle against Hanzo already cost him a significant amount of his ocular power. Now, with his Susanoo pushed to this level, his ocular power will eventually run dry. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. And it's illusion-based. If we could obtain it, it would greatly aid Lord Madara's plan. Are we really going to let it go blind like this? There's no other way. Once he's exhausted and captured, we'll leave him to Madara to handle. What about Orochimaru and Narakagetsu? I have a feeling they're trouble. The words of White Zetsu silenced Black Zetsu. Let's observe a little longer, with Madara's will as the priority. After Black Zetsu spoke, he sensed the fading presence of the giant, believing that the battle was nearing its end. His body slowly sank into the ground, heading toward the battlefield. That's terrifying. But the outcome is decided. The voice of the enormous Buddha statue boomed like thunder, countless arms now grasping the emerald giant's body, devouring its chakra in large amounts. Yes, the outcome is decided. Are you satisfied with my power? Blood streaked from the corners of Shirsue's eyes, and as he stood on the giant's forehead, his vision blurred. He forced a grim smile. What? Seeing Shirsue's response, Toby froze for a moment, sensing something was wrong. Then, he watched as Shirsue quickly formed seals, and Susanoo followed his hand movements to do the same. Toby had no time to stop him. Before he could react, Shirsue had completed the hand seals, and with his palm extended forward, Susanoo, now swordless, slammed its hand heavily onto the Buddha statue. Reverse summoning technique. Boom. 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 Two massive plumes of white smoke spread out. Shirsue Susanoo and Toby's giant Buddha statue both vanished from the spot at the same time. Along with them, Nagato disappeared as well. The battlefield, now in complete disarray, was left with only Yahiko. Toby, traveling along the ground, suddenly emerged halfway from the earth. His eyes looked uncertain as he stared at the direction of the battlefield. They've disappeared. The presences of both Toby and Shirsue are gone. What happened over there? Nagato's presence is also gone. The chakra signatures are all messed up. My senses are being affected. Stop complaining. Hurry up and get over there. We at least need to know what happened. Can you contact Toby? I can't. My connection with him is gone. It's like he's already left this world of ninjas. Did they die together? If Nagato also ran into trouble, that would be a big problem. The Rinnegan cannot be allowed to be destroyed. It seems like Uchiha Shirsue is hiding something. Toby's plan failed. It's such a shame. I actually like Toby, even though he talked too much. Should we go recover the Rinnegan? Wait, there's still one more presence. It's that little guy named Yahiko next to Nagato.